Honorable Dr. Duma. We'll then have a background of the oversight visit, which will be done by myself as the acting chair. We'll then have opening remark by the SCOPA and SCOA chairperson in the province of Eastern Cape, to be followed by the opening remark by, which was supposed to be the Premier, but the Premier has apologized, so it will be done by the MEC of COGTA, who's going to be the leader of the ESCO delegation. We'll then have discussions where we'll also have the presentation from both Department of Cooperative Governance and also Treasury in the province. Will be followed by engagement with municipalities, and that's how the program is going to be. So before we start with our program, I must also indicate that we did receive apologies. The first apologies from the chairperson of the committee, Honorable Dr. Zolim Kiza, who's going to join us later. We have apology from the Premier. We have apology from the Speaker, whom they have a prior commitment before the oversight visit was planned. We also have apology from Honorable Duba, my apologies, Honorable Duba, who's going to join us until lunchtime, and after lunch he has to be released due to legislature commitment. So now we'll then allow the members who are part of the meeting to introduce themselves. After the introduction, we'll then have the opening and welcome. We just want to establish who's here and who's not here. So we'll start from the left-hand side, and then we'll go this way. Do we have a roving mic? Okay, let's start from the...
Greetings, this is Zwelakhe Mthethwa, member of the Portfolio Committee on COGTA and Traditional Leadership. Thank you.
Greetings, Chair, and everyone. My name is Sanele Mwali, a member of Standing Committee on Auditor General. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, everyone. My name is Zozifa Butelezi, a member of COGTA Committee. Thank you.
Morning, Chair, Acting Premier, and the members of the Executive Council, and all the honorable members. My name is Phumelele Ndamase. I'm the member of the Portfolio Committee on COGTA. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Marina van Zyl. I'm also a member of the Portfolio on COGTA, and I'm from the Eastern Cape. I'm an Eastern Cape girl, home girl.
Morning, Acting Chair. My name is Tony Duba, Acting Speaker of the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members, and everybody that is in the House. My name is Nomasiki Zikonza from the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature, Chairperson of COGTA Portfolio Committee. Thank you.
Morning, Chair and honorable members of the Executive Council here present. My name is Thabo Matiwane, the Whip of COGTA and the Whip of SCOPA in the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature.
Good morning, Chairperson. All protocols observed. My name is Honorable Tiffany Harmsa. I'm the Chairperson of SCOPA in the Eastern Cape, as well as a member of the COGTA Committee in the Eastern Cape.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to the meeting. My name is JP Pretorius, and I'm a member of the Eastern Cape Legislature in the Portfolio Committee of COGTA, as well as the Portfolio Committee of, as well as the Standing Committee of Public Accounts. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson. I'm Chantal King, a member of the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature. I'm also a member of COGTA and a member of Human Settlements.
Good morning, everybody in the House. My name is Zodwa Gqixana. I'm an MPL from Eastern Cape. I'm a member of SCOPA. I thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to you and greetings to all the honorable members present here. My name is Mlungisi Mvoko. I'm the MEC for Finance in the province.
Thank you very much, Chair, and great.
Morning, Chair. My name is Begim Dolo. I'm a member of COGTA. Thank you.
Thank you. And we also have delegation that side. Can you please also introduce yourself?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members of the Portfolio Committee, MECs, colleagues. My name is Malakia Mashilwani, and I'm the member of the Result Management Office assigned to Buffalo City Municipality. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Simpwe Zengwa. I'm part of the same team from COGTA.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kutala Shind. I'm an acting HOD COGTA. I'm with acting DDG Charity Home. Thank you.
Morning, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee members, MECs, colleagues. My name is Ngoliso Mbaleki, Head of Ministry in the Office of the MEC COGTA. I'm with Asanda Brawini, the Manager in the Office of the MEC. Then next to Mr. Lundu. I'm also with Mr. Tenge Luyanda, the PLO in the Office of the MEC, seated there, the third person from the door. Thank you very much. Well.
Good morning, Chairperson, honourable members, MECs and everyone. My name is Anay Brevar. I'm from the National Department of Cooperative Governance. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson, all honorable members. My name is Pumelele Kodongwan. Support to MEC responsible for finance in the Eastern Cape. Thank you very much.
Morning, my name is Yamtanda Chapa and I'm from News 24.
Morning, Chairperson. Morning to the honorable members of the national and provincial legislatures. Morning to the MECs, in the administration. My name is Lundu Sokoto. I work in the office of the Premier in the Eastern Cape. I am the acting chief director for Cluster, IGR, and International Relations. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chairperson. All protocol is observed. My name is Susanna Nzimande from the Provincial Treasury. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson, and all protocols observed. My name is Baba Lwambangeleli. I am from COGTA. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson. Morning to the honorable MECs and to all the honorable members. My name is Toby Lenteta. I'm the business unit leader for Auditor General Eastern Cape. With me is Stefan Skepas. He is the stakeholder liaison manager for Auditor General Eastern Cape. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. I will now allow the acting speaker to do the opening and welcome on our behalf. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning to you, Program Director, and the Acting Chairman, Ranko, Honorable Acting Premier, Honorable Mvoko, Dr. Mkhize in absentia, and Honorable Williams, MEC for Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Chairperson of Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature, Portfolio Committee on COGTA, and also members of the Portfolio Committee on COGTA nationally and also SCOPA provincially and nationally, members of Parliament and members of the Provincial Legislature. I didn't see any executive mayors here, but if they are here, executive mayors, speakers, chairperson of the session will assemble at this time and over the couple of days on a collaborative joint oversight program between the National Parliament and the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature, herein represented by various portfolio committees whose responsibilities are critically to the oversight program and focusing on cooperative governance and the municipalities in the province in line with Chapter 3 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, especially, Madam Chair, Section 41, subsection 1. And let me continue again and emphasize, Chair, that this session stands to confirm that the multi-level parliamentary relations can contribute to balance executive and parliamentary powers and make parliamentary control of multi-level governance more effective. It is acknowledged, Honorable Chair, that with a strong parliament, democracy can be an upright opportunity for development. The Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature welcomes this collaborative approach to oversight and is looking forward to the outcomes of this visit, which must ultimately be improving services for the citizens of the Eastern Cape. Several challenges are still plaguing municipal performance and service delivery, despite the often used term that they are at the cold face of service delivery. The legislature has in the past and current financial years engaged OTP and provincial treasuries on DDM with the objective of addressing issues of accountability and service delivery at municipal level. It is equally important that both the province and the national adopt this joint oversight approach on transversal matters at local government level. The challenges at the local government level sphere are dire and at times crippling service delivery. However, Madam Chair, these challenges are not insurmountable and require a collaborative efforts between different spheres of government and arms of the state to resolve. In its pursuit for the improved performance, the legislature also found that most local municipalities in all the 6 districts are still using consultants to prepare annual financial statement and or asset register. And we have resolved that provincial treasury must collaborate with COGTA and ensure that municipalities employ the personnel with the required skills for the post so that they stop using consultants, and the department must continue to provide technical support where it is necessary. And I can attest, Honorable Chair, that they are on path in doing that support. Much as there are these challenges, provincial departments also owe municipalities. And the legislature has resolved that the provincial treasury, together with COGTA, must ensure that there is a regulatory mechanism in place to ensure that provincial departments are paying their debt to municipalities. It becomes incumbent on us when we meet at this forum like this to allocate municipalities more time to take us through their challenges, plans, seek clarity, and most importantly, provide advice when necessary. The South African legislative sector oversight models refer to accountability as the hallmark of modern democratic governance. A legislature's ability to keep the government accountable for its actions depends on whether and how well a legislature oversees what the government does. The legislative arm of the state is central to building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. Therefore, it is important to consider the objectives of the National Development Plan against the backdrop of our own institutional functions and responsibilities. In the Eastern Cape, we are improving in many areas, and that can be attributed to our rigorous oversight work consistently undertaken by committees. The consistent approach applied by committees and continuous follow-up on issues such as consequence management and implementation of audit improvement plans has led to improvements in most departments and public entities. It is commendable that provincial departments continue to improve on the implementation of the recommendations from portfolio committees. This shows that our oversight function is effective. The joint program for this week builds on the current work that the Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs has been conducting with various municipalities in the province, with the intention to gain an in-depth knowledge of challenges that require support and intervention to help municipalities to overcome challenges. A few weeks back, our Portfolio Committee had an extensive oversight visit to the Buffalo City Metropolitan Municipality, and we have also had meetings at the Legislature with some of the municipalities appearing in this joint oversight visit. Honorable Chair, I want to bring to your attention and the attention of the National Assembly, the Portfolio Committee on some of the issues that having, of course, got the pat on the back from HSA in terms of doing our work in the provincial legislature at committee level. But I want to bring to the attention of the portfolio committee these issues. In municipal accounts, in municipal council, unlike a national and provincial sphere, there is no provision for oversight, as both executive and legislative functions are vested in the municipal council. The MEC, and not the municipal council, must compile a report annually and submit it to the provincial legislature on the performance of municipalities. This report is expected to include proposed remedial actions from which the legislature may exercise oversight. I want to reiterate that there is no provision that mirrors this provision applicable to the municipal council requiring an annual report with remedial action where necessary, and it can only be deduced that it is because the same municipal council would have exercised the executive function under scrutiny. Therefore, it is the MEC's legislative mandate to oversee municipalities and not municipalities themselves, as they are the ones who exercise the powers and the ones who perform the functions. The MEC is in turn overseen by legislature in terms of Section 47 of the Systems Act and other pieces of legislation, and how and she is monitoring municipalities. Honorable Chair, the system has challenges in that, amongst other things, expected of the legislatures by the Auditor General is to consider, make findings and recommendations in respect of the table sections 47 reports. Considering that the local government sphere is a different sphere and legislature have a direct oversight only over the MEC and not the municipalities, it becomes a challenge for any legislature to make the binding resolution about an exercise of the executive authority in a municipality. So I hope this issue that we're bringing, because this is what we said, Chair, to the Auditor General, when he uploaded the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature for doing its work, we said, as we go forward, AG, we need a hand-holding approach, because we don't want to do this work based on your own resolution. We want to be guided by the legislation in doing this work. So we've agreed with HSA that there is going to be a hand-holding between ourselves and them as we go forward in doing this work as the legislature. In landing, Honorable Chair, strengthening of oversight is crucial to improve the lives of citizens, and conducting a joint oversight on transversal matters enhances accountable governance. We hope this collaboration will help municipalities in the province improve. Masijule ngengxoxo. Enkosi. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. Colleagues, I must also indicate that oversight is one of our core business as members of Parliament. And the reason why we decided to conduct this oversight visit is because earlier this year we had a meeting with the AG, and she raised some serious concern regarding the audit outcomes of some municipalities, but most of them in the country. And as a result of that, we then decided as the portfolio committee that we are going to engage on a joint oversight visit to all the provinces so that we can seek clarity on the issues that have been raised by AG. We can also get the true state of our municipalities in terms of the monetary value versus the service delivery. And the reason why we also wanted to strengthen oversight is that we also want to focus on consequence management and accountability, which is one of the things that we're lacking when we're doing oversight to our municipalities. So we then agreed on taking the approach where we'll have a joint oversight visit to the provinces and meet with almost all the municipalities in the province. And I must also indicate that one of the things that we also identified as a gap, it was the issue of accountability ecosystem, whereby the focus was only on local government, leaving out provincial government. Whereas when the municipalities are reporting, municipalities are expected to submit a quarterly report to both the Department of COGTA and Treasury. However, it's very strange that somewhere, somehow, something is missing because we only pick up the challenges when the AG is giving us report. Then the question is, where is the national and provincial treasury and COGTA in this whole system? What is their role? So we are here also to emphasize the importance of provincial government assisting municipalities to get their house in order. We want to build municipalities that can be able to provide services, municipalities that can follow the legislations that are guiding municipalities. And some of the things that we've identified as a challenge is that in the province of the Eastern Cape and many other provinces, because we've been to the province of Free State, we've been to the province of Gauteng, Northwest and Northwest. So Eastern Cape is the fourth province that we are visiting. And during this oversight visit, we then discovered some strange things where you go to municipalities and they were asked a very simple question as to, you are spending this much on your salary bill, and in that salary bill that you are spending, what are you getting paid for? Instead of giving us their core business of municipalities, they told us that they are special municipality. We went to other municipalities where they use this platform to settle their political squabbles, which is not what we are interested in. As this committee, we are a multi-party committee, but what makes us to be this team is because our interest is in the interest of our people. We are not interested in the political squabbles that are happening there. In fact, we are not expecting that because we are expecting the councils to work together in improving the lives of our people, not to fight amongst themselves. So what has been a challenge in the province of Eastern Cape is your disclaimer. We have some municipalities that have regressed in terms of the audit outcome. And we also have these municipalities who are great offender, repeat offender in terms of the disclaimer, such as your Makana municipality and Sunday Valley, yeah, that one. It's one of those municipalities that we have flagged in terms of the disclaimer. And we also have challenge of weak oversight because we believe that if our oversight was strong for both national and province, we could have dealt with some of the challenges that we are facing today. So we need to modify our oversight to such a way that it will be able to assist our municipality into turning them to an ideal municipality. We also have a challenge of financially distressed municipalities. And in terms of the report that was consolidated for 2023 and 2024, we then realized that you have high number of municipalities that are distressed that needs financial recovery intervention, such as Amatlati, Sundays River Valley, Makana, Amatole, Blue Crane Route, King Sabata Dalinjebo, Raymond Moslaba, and Walter Sisulu. Those are those municipalities. And we also realize that there's a lot of municipalities that are adopting unfunded budget, which that thing on its own is really a great offense, because when you adopt unfunded budget, it simply means that you are selling unrealistic dreams to our communities, because what you have budgeted for, you are not going to be able to do it. So it means that you are going to work on a minus budget. So we also need the Treasury to assist us in that regard, that we can't afford to have municipalities that have unfunded budget. We also have municipalities that do not have consequence management. We've been seeing the unfunded, the UIFs, wasteful expenditures, irregular and fruitless expenditures. We understand that some of these expenditures are not necessarily as a result of corruption, but as a result of the interests that have been acquired from not paying the debt, like your ESCOM and your water board and stuff like that. But we need a breakdown of those expenditures, and where there's a need for consequence management, it must be implemented consequence management on such. And we also realize that one of the challenges that we also have is an issue of poor contract management in our municipalities, which sometimes lead to litigations which cost municipalities a lot of money. And we also realize that there's also poor quality financial statement. And in most municipalities that are receiving this bad audit outcomes, such as your disclaimer, adverse and what, they have used a consultant. So how do you explain a situation where you have used 2 million to compile annual financial statement, but yet you get a disclaimer? It's not value for money. How do you explain a situation where you have a fully fledged component of the finance department in your municipalities, outcomes such as your disclaimer, adverse and what, they have used the consultant? So how do you explain a situation where you have used 2 million to compile annual financial statement, but yet you get a disclaimer? It's not value for money. How do you explain a situation where you have a fully fledged component of the finance department in your municipalities, and you go to other municipalities where we find that there are people who have been results? Why do you have to keep an who gives you a disclaimer for more than 3 times? Why is that person still there? Why is that CFO still there? Why can't you remove that person? Because it's clearly that person doesn't understand their work. So the reason why we are here, we want to engage with the provincial government, we want to engage with the municipalities so that we can get a clear understanding of the state of municipalities. And then after that, we need to map a way forward that will be able to turn around situation. We have been doing oversight, but unfortunately after the oversight, people just go back to their comfort zone. But after this oversight, we need both the provincial government and the national government. They must assist administratively where there's a need to do so. And then on the side of the political heads, they need to take a decision in terms of municipalities. If the MEC realize that this municipality is not working, put intervention in that municipality. If it means that you must put the administrator in that municipality, do that, as long as it's going to bear us the positive results. What we need now is that the provincial government must take in charge. We understand that you are operating with the 3 spheres of government that has been legislated in terms of what is expected of all of them. But where there's a need for the provincial government to take charge, they must do that for the sake of our communities. We've been asking municipalities to turn around their institutions. but it's not working in most municipalities. So there's a need to put a kind of tough love in those municipalities because our priority is our people. So that is why we are here, MEC and the acting Premier, that we are going to push accountability ecosystem. We are here, we are going to identify the problems. If we come back again next year and we find that this Makana municipality is still getting a disclaimer, then it's not going to be the issue of Makana. The Makana municipality and the provincial government must account as to what went wrong. We understand that you have already submitted for this financial year, so we may partly blame you. But going forward in the future, you have to account as to why the municipalities are still adopting unfunded budget, whereas we have the Department of Treasury that understand the implication of unfunded budget. You have to account why is this municipality not spending their MIGs, whereas they are supporting quarterly report to you. You should have flagged that within the 3 months that this is a problem and you need to address that. So it means somewhere, someone is sleeping in duty, is not doing what is expected from them. So that's what we need from this meeting as part of our issues. And after meeting, engaging with all municipalities, there are some matters that will not be able to resolve as Parliament as we are dealing with all the municipalities in the country. So it means some of the issues that will be raised from this platform will then refer them to the province. The Portfolio Committee of COGTA, the AG, and Treasury will have to take those matters and follow them up, including the executive. And then you'll give us a feedback as to how have you resolved those matters. Where we feel that we are not happy with your intervention, then we'll have to go back and say, can you please do more on these municipalities? That is the approach that we are taking, that we are going to make local government work. And in order to make local government work, it means that it is all our business. Everybody must do his or her part in ensuring that we turn around our municipalities. So now, colleagues, I'm going to give the chairperson. Where is Honorable Moai? No, I will then give the chairperson of COGTA in the province for remarks.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the session. Let me start by greeting, starting from the Chairperson of COGTA nationally in his absentia and whoever is acting, the Premier of the province, the Chairperson of committees who is now the acting Speaker in here, Dr. Duba, the members of the Portfolio Committee nationally, the Auditor General Standing Committee, SCOPA, and the members of the Provincial Legislature, municipalities, and everybody that is here. My approach will be starting from where both the Chairperson and the acting Speaker landed on, that on the issue of oversight as the Eastern Cape, as a province, at the start of this term, as we usually do with all terms, we started with a strategic session that was to focus not only on us doing oversight, but also on the impact of that oversight. And what then, as the legislature, we needed to do, as the acting Speaker said, in order to try and revamp the ways that we have been using in the issue of the oversight. Out of that session, committees came up with focal points, what we called priority points that would make oversight to have an impact and to ensure that it really does assist municipalities through the Department of COGTA. One of the priorities that we identified then in that approach, because we were saying as the committee, that what we need is to identify about 4 to 5 focal points of what we need to prioritize as the committee, focus on, so that we do not use a shotgun approach when we deal with the issues of oversighting municipalities. One of those issues that we looked at was to say that the Auditor General had been raising through their reports that the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature is lacking in tabling and looking over generally the reports of municipalities as a legislature, discussing them and coming up with recommendations or resolutions that would then ensure that at a provincial level there is an approach, a consolidated approach over oversight. What we did then as the committee at the beginning of the term is to solicit an approach then that would ensure that as the committee we are given slots within the legislature to ensure that we look into the Section 71 reports, we look into the Section 131 reports, and we look at the departmental Section 47 reports, so that our oversight then is focused on the findings that have been made and also based on the performance of the municipalities based on those quarterly and annual reports. Then this helped us to then balance what we got from those reports with what we're getting from the Auditor General's audit reports and findings. And then it made us to be able then to say what then we needed to do was to meet with the municipalities that were sort of having problems in the management of their affairs. And up to this point, we have met about 7 municipalities of the critical municipalities of the Eastern Cape as the committee, calling them one by one so that we can be able to understand these particular focal areas that we wanted to check on. Those, amongst others, as the chairperson has just said, were around the performance of municipalities financially, politically, and administratively. And to look at what then the municipalities, what gaps were there, and also municipalities, the support that they were getting from the Department of COGTA in trying to address those issues. In those interactions that we had with the municipalities, we ensured that the COGTA as a department was there, the Provincial Treasury was there, the Office of the Auditor General was there, and SALGA Province, Eastern Cape Province was also there. And we did this so that we have a sort of consolidated approach in dealing with the problems of the Eastern Cape municipalities. But also, what we focused on were commitments that would be made by both the Department of Provincial Treasury, the Department of COGTA, and also the Office of the Auditor General in what then it expected municipalities to do, especially over the issue of the Auditor General's, the recovery plans of the municipalities to address the findings of the Auditor General. That has helped us, Chairperson, to focus on municipalities on the direct problems that they have. The Magana that is mentioned is one of the municipalities that we called. The Sundays River municipality is one of those, and 5 others, including the Metro of Buffalo City that we dealt with recently. Other municipalities that we dealt with are Category B municipalities, and we sort of had criteria of what we wanted to check on these municipalities. Either it is the redundancy in the audit outcomes, or it is the issue of them having inconsistent leadership with administratively and politically, or a lot of vacancies, the overuse of consultants, and the issue of the unfunded budgets. So we did that. The second focal point that we focused on is the issue of the disasters. The Eastern Cape has just been recently attacked by a number of disasters, the recent one being the 9th and the 10th of June in Amtata and the other areas of the Eastern Cape, especially Butterworth and Amtata. And then we had to focus on the existence of disaster management centers throughout the province. So we prioritized visiting municipalities, especially districts at first. We have gone so far to 3 districts, that is OR Tabo, Krisani, and the Buffalo City Metro, to look at their systems, whether innovatively they are talking to addressing issues of disasters. That is number 1. But secondly, the commitment of the institutions to ensure that they are prioritizing funding disasters and also ensuring that as much as it might be having different competencies as it is a national issue, it is not just a district issue or a regional issue, then what then systems are there to ensure that the issues of disasters are dealt with. The other issue the other focal point that we concentrated on with the municipalities that we are looking at now is the issue of around the issue of initiation. One would know that within the Eastern Cape we have been having deaths, the 29 being the latest and the biggest that we have had. Then the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature took a strategic decision that it had to strengthen oversight and support by local government over the initiation process. Then an ad hoc committee of the legislature has been formed that is looking specifically on the issues of initiation. That ad hoc committee, whilst reporting to the House, it is working hand in glove with the committee for COGTA in relation as to the competency in that area. But secondly, what it also does, what the committee has done, is to take initiation as a family issue rather than just a ritual issue, so that in the process of oversight, we also concentrate on the entire family and the role that the family plays in this process. The last issue would be on traditional leadership, that what we have also have to assist or oversight the committee on is not only the performance of traditional leaders, but also the safety and also the infrastructure that exists there. Our Eastern Cape Provincial Department of COGTA has started to build and to renovate traditional leaders. What we did as COGTA was to go to those areas or traditional councils and royal houses that are being renovated, either renovated or constructed, in order to oversight the work that is done there, but also to establish a relationship between municipalities and then the issue of the traditional leadership. The last issue is on MPEC, that in these visits we ensure that MPEC is present to give us their approach to dealing with issues of irregular, unauthorized, wasteful expenditure within municipalities, how the reports are tabled within councils, if they are tabled, if not, why not, and then also the commitments then by the MPEC and the municipalities to ensure that that approach is sort of watertight in order to ensure that issues of irregular expenditure are investigated, dealt with, and also those that then are responsible are taken to consequence management. That is the other issue that we are concentrating on, the issue of consequence management on the side of non-performance or irregular issues that are being done. The issue of consequence management. So those are the issues generally that in our oversight we have said we need to concentrate on. On the 15th of this month, we are meeting with 2 municipalities to increase the number of 7, and we have taken it that the 29 municipalities that we have identified, we are going to meet them this term. We'll then come up with our legal system. We have asked our legal team as the committee to come up with a system of sustaining the oversight that we're doing with these municipalities, so that we don't go to a municipality and then get all the problems and get the commitment and then there is no follow-up. A system is now being developed, which is going to start with the reports that we are sort of compiling out of the sessions with the municipalities, being tabled in the House, as this last one has been tabled already. So what is there now are resolutions of the House about these municipalities. And then that helps us then as the committee to be able to have a follow-up. The next step will be the responses that we will seek from the Department of COGTA in responding to the resolutions of the House on how those municipalities are assisted. The last step would be the closure step, where we'll call the municipalities and assess the impact of the assistance that they would get out of the responses of the Department of Local Government. So whilst then there are those problems in the Eastern Cape around municipalities and in the country and elsewhere, the cooperation and oversight approach that we have followed over the department, which is assisting by cooperating at this stage, is a way that we see that it is going to take the municipalities a little further. And in those sessions, we ensure that commitments are made with timeframes. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We'll also have a remark from the Standing Committee on Auditor General, Honorable Moai.
Thank you so much, Chair. Once again, greetings to everyone. On behalf of the Standing Committee on Auditor General, I will try not to repeat what has been covered already. One of the greatest concerns of the office
Please be assisted with the mic. It will assist if we can have a roving mic for this side and that other side so that we don't struggle.
Thank you so much. Chair, I was saying greatest concerns of the office that is the non-payment of audit fees by the auditees. Auditor General remains as one of the creditors in the financial statements of municipalities that are not paid, and they go for a couple of years now with non-payment of audit fees. And Auditor General has raised that as a concern, even wrote to the Office of the Speaker to try and get assistance as to encourage municipalities to pay audit fees. Because I can say confidently that the office has done a good job, really to give us a picture of what is happening in the local government, in the local government or in the municipalities in particular. Now, the encouragement from Parliament, from the committee, is that municipalities, please pay Auditor General. Please settle the outstanding debts towards Auditor General. Make arrangements with Auditor General, honor those arrangements with Auditor General, because that's one of the key issues that have been highlighted, that some municipalities make arrangements to pay Auditor General, but they don't keep those arrangements. They don't keep up to those arrangements. Please pay the office. And as I close, Chair, we are just hoping that this exercise, or after this exercise, we will all come up or out of this place here ready to serve our people with dignity they deserve. This is not just a pointing finger at each other, but it's a way of assisting each other to get to where we are supposed to be. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Colleagues, in terms of our agenda, we're supposed to get remarks from the Premier and then have a discussion. Then also get the input on the state of municipalities from the MEC of COGTA and also the MEC of Finance. But I will then request that we take out that item of the discussion. We then give the MEC of COGTA to do opening remark on behalf of the Premier and also give us the state of the municipalities, and be followed by the MEC of Finance.
And greetings to you and greetings to members of the Portfolio Committee, the Chair and yourself and all the members. Our acting Honorable Speaker, Dr. Duba, the chairperson of the Provincial Portfolio Committee on COGTA and members, my colleague, the Honorable MEC Mvoko, the executive mayor and mayor, I've seen the executive mayor of Nelson Mandela and the mayor of San River was here, and all and sundry and everyone that is present here. Chair, this this session is actually a session that is heeding the injunctions of the 23-24 Finance Management Act in terms of audit outcomes and recommendations made by the Auditor General and the Portfolio Committee on COGTA to recalibrate and ensure that our oversight is focused and accountability and consequence management is implemented. This follows a sequel of many years of the Auditor General's findings that are painting a grim picture about the dire state of governance and finances of our municipalities. The audit report, as presented by the Auditor General, has actually called on the Premier, the MECs, both for finance and COGTA, to ensure that they implement the commitments made with the Auditor General. Honorable Chair, this kind of session is the first of its kind for our province, and we really appreciate this integrated and interactive dialogue between the National Assembly in terms of its portfolio committee, our portfolio committee in the province, the provincial executive and municipalities to try and dissect the challenges that confront municipalities as it relates to good governance. It is for the first time in our history that we are functioning jointly as a focus group in order to ensure that the plans that were committed to by municipalities after a prognosis was done to diagnose the challenges municipalities face in terms of governance, and also our attempt to resolve matters of unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure in municipalities. Proper attention is therefore provided to all of us to try and resolve such matters. Our attempt to resolve matters of unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure in municipalities, proper attention is therefore provided to all of us to try and resolve such matters. As the The Auditor General for our province in the generalized report has identified that there's lack of consequence management by political leadership. Our municipalities have poor internal controls in financial management. There's lack of oversight, inadequate skills in key areas of finance, non-implementation of audit action plans, and non-compliance with legislative prescripts. As a result of that, only 6 of our municipalities achieved a clean audit outcome out of 39. Having raised all these challenges, Chair, we agreed as provincial government that both MEC, COGTA and Finance must have direct engagements with all disclaimed municipalities, qualified and those with adverse opinions, to focus on the non-implementation of audit action plans and how consequence management is implemented in that regard. Hands-on support was provided to municipalities, first those that are distressed. The chairs mentioned the 7 municipalities that are distressed, and as such, out of that 7, 4 are under 139, section 139.5 of the Constitution. And as Cabinet, we are monitoring them on a monthly basis to look at the state of implementation of the finance recovery plans. And I can report here that out of the 4, which is Walter Sisulu, Amatole, OR Tambo District, and Makana, OR Tambo has actually worked themselves to a level where they can be extricated from financial recovery because of the commitment they have. Also, Walter Sisulu, however, Walter Sisulu has a perennial problem of unfunded budget and debt to ESCOM. And so whilst they are doing well in terms of implementing the financial recovery plan, they continue to have challenges of unfunded budget. Amatole is also implementing the financial recovery plan, but we still feel that they could do more if they can address matters of the salary bill and the implementation of cost containment measures in order to ensure that their budget is well funded. Makana municipality is one where we are not very encouraged because of the slow progress in terms of implementing the financial recovery plan. And so we are intending to visit them, the Premier MEC Finance, MEC COGTA, visit that municipality to look at accountability mechanisms and how can we ensure that the situation improves, because that's one of the municipalities that is 5 years disclaimed. And it's one of them that the portfolio committee has invited to come and account here. And so we're focusing on that municipalities. We've already deployed about 7 officials in Makana, of which part of them are working on finance, some are engineers, some are in the human resources section of that municipality. The Auditor General has also identified weaknesses in municipal public accounts committees, and so our training program is focusing to train all the MPECs of municipalities in order to be able to oversight these material irregularities that are raised by the Auditor General, to ensure that credible financial statements and performance reports are presented to audit committees and the Auditor General, so that there's a culture of good governance and good performance in all our municipalities. We are also identifying a gap in respect of use of consultants. We are also advocating for the transfer of skills from consultants preparing annual financial statements to municipal officials, so that such officials can perform such functions themselves, because some of the consultants are perpetually appointed in such municipalities without adding value. The Treasury is working together with COGTA, are also capacitating the disciplinary boards so that in case of poor performance, such disciplinary boards can be able to take action against officials that are unable to comply with legislation. We are currently ensuring that risk assessments are performed in our municipalities so that we can assist them in ensuring that risk is mitigated, because some of the risks that we have witnessed actually are detrimental to the business continuity of municipalities. The provincial government has introduced the risk-adjusted strategy to expedite spending of infrastructure grants, because we've identified that many municipalities were returning funds back to national fiscus. In the first 2 years of our implementation of the risk-adjusted strategy, we've seen consistent good performance and funds not being returned to national fiscus. In the last financial year, on municipal infrastructure grant, this province has spent about 99% of the municipal infrastructure grant. On INEP, the Eastern Cape has spent 94%. On WISIG, we have spent 100%. And on the regional infrastructure grant, we have spent 92%. All these efforts are meant to extend services to our communities who are suffering huge infrastructure backlogs. Municipalities continue to suffer from debt owed by residents. All our municipalities are owed about 42 billion by residents, which includes businesses. And ESCOM debt from municipalities amounts to 5 billion. This is the reason some of our municipalities continue to have unfunded budgets. It is due to some of them being owed large amounts of money by the residents. Honorable Chair, on irregular expenditure, we have developed a strategy where Treasury and COGTA actually work on unbundling all irregular expenditure, especially in all these Category B municipalities, because our irregular expenditure there is manageable and can be dealt with. So we worked to unbundle it so that we know what part of that irregular expenditure must be sent through to council for approval and which part there must be implementation of consequence management. Disaster continues to be a nemesis of our province. Due to climate change and lack of climate change disaster reduction plans in many of our municipalities, this exposes communities, especially those that are poverty-stricken, are exposed to the negative consequences and impact of disasters. And so we are working on a provincial plan to ensure that all municipalities have disaster plans. As I learned, Chair, the provincial government resolved that strongly competent managers must be appointed in senior management positions in all our municipalities. This in outcomes. And we are encouraged that the courts are in agreement with our position, because many high courts have agreed with us that no one who does not possess a competent level of competency is appointable in local government. And as such, our municipalities, some are trying to obviate or avert compliance with this decision, but they are doing so to their own detriment, and there are consequences for non-compliance with such. And Chair, we are really encouraged as a provincial government that the work we are doing together today is going to ensure that accountability is real. It is not acceptable that our communities continue to confront poor performing municipalities, irregular expenditure. Communities continue to confront poor performing municipalities, irregular expenditure. Our systematic support must follow this oversight visit committee so that all the challenges that have been identified are dealt with in order to ensure that municipalities perform better. We will continue to provide technical, financial, and managerial support to all those distressed municipalities. And it is our view that effective leadership and stability are non-negotiable above politics, that understands that trust is earned by performance, not promises. Our mayors, our municipal managers, our councillors must lead municipalities with integrity, build functional oversight systems, discipline when necessary, and ensure that there's compliance with the law. Our communities must be necessary and ensure that there's compliance with the law. Our communities must lead municipalities with integrity, build functional oversight systems, discipline when necessary, and ensure that there's compliance with the law. Our communities must public participation and transparency. Community grievances must be dealt with swiftly, and we must ensure that sewer spillages, potholes, landfill sites, looking at in a negative light, and it is upon us to improve their lives, to ensure that municipalities report back to communities and have clear turnaround plans to implement all the service delivery targets that have been agreed to annually, and to ensure that consequence management is not just rhetorical, but is operational, transparent, and firm. Let us work tirelessly to restore the dignity and basic rights of our people: water and sanitation, electricity, and a safe environment. I hope, Chair, the nitty-gritties of our report will be coming out of the presentation we are still going, will be coming out of the presentation, we are still going. There is a presentation by COGTA, which is going to, there is a presentation by COGTA, which is going to, I was just touching on few issues that we have looked at the level of the executive. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MEC. Since you've indicated that this one was your overview or opening remark, can you please now take us along on the presentation from COGTA? Thank you.
Are we going to slide, Chair? Because we have a presentation, we can slide.
Yes, Sherwin, can you please assist? While we're waiting for our support staff to assist us in flagging the presentation, I believe that you can continue with the presentation because we do have it as members. I don't know if the Provincial Legislature, do you have that presentation or can we share it with you? While we're, do you have that presentation or can we share it with you? While we're Yeah, we're waiting for our support staff so that they can flag it. But I'm saying in the meanwhile, to save time, the province can continue with the presentation. Then we will circulate that presentation via WhatsApp so that you can all have it. And Sherry.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, the MECs, all protocol observed. I will take you through the presentation that's supposed to be, all protocol observed. I will take you through the presentation that's supposed to be by the MEC on the state of municipalities. I won't take long, Chair. I will just touch base on the issues. In the manner in which we've prepared the presentation, we've looked at the various pillars: political stability in these councils, your governance issues, your financial issues, but I won't dwell much on finances, noting that related to service delivery. We just want to indicate that municipalities have, especially in respect of the intergovernmental debt, the debt that is owed by municipalities to ESCOM. We have a program that, as a province, we've engaged on, the Municipal Debt Relief Program, where most of our municipalities that are owing to ESCOM have entered into that agreement. We're indicating that out of these 7 approved municipalities, because there were 10 defaulting municipalities, 7 entered into that municipal debt relief. There are 3 municipalities, Walter.
My apologies, Mayor, for interjecting. You have 10 minutes for the presentation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
We would like to indicate, Honorable Chair, that those that have entered into that agreement, there are those that are performing well, that are complying to the regulations or to the prescripts, and to an extent that we are proudly indicating that Amahlati and Raymond Mhlaba, because they've been consistently paying their debt and they have been given a write-off of 1/3 of what they owed as the beginning of the whole agreement. We had support that we've provided to these municipalities. Makana, we do have a slide that outlines all kinds of support, and the MEC has already indicated that there's, jointly with National COGTA, there's a team inclusive of engineers that we've sent to, because mainly in Makana, the issues there are related to service delivery, especially a water and sanitation program. So we've sent out engineers and other specialists on financial management that will be looking on those. We've got quite a series of support that we've rendered. Earlier on, there was a mention of Isandi's River Valley. We are supported Isanda because it's been getting disclaimed opinion for consecutive years, I think 5 and above consecutive years. We've sent out our CFO from the department currently to assist the municipality in terms of looking on audit implementation improvement. We've also sent out a team that assisted COGTA in as far as preparation of the annual financial statement. That municipality is struggling in terms of recruiting qualified people. It's remote, its salaries are poor, and as a result, there's no capacity in terms of doing that. We've just recently appointed a CFO there, but our team from the department was there. We still have to send experts in as far as supply chain and other areas to support in Nelson Mandela jointly with National COGTA. We've sent a team to BCM to support BCM. The RMO is part of the team that is here that is going to be supporting BCM on a range of issues, water-related, finance-related, and many other areas. I will just zoom in to just give you briefly political stability, governance, administration, finance, and service delivery in BCM. BCM, in terms of the political, the council itself, we can roughly say the council is stable in as far as that the council does sit, but the problem with the council is the fact that the decisions that are taken, it takes too long for the council to take decisions. Councils are too long. There are issues in terms of debates and debate management in the council to an extent that at times some issues cannot be addressed in full. Financial management, there is a huge total gross debt of the municipality seated at about 9.2 billion. The municipality has got an irregular expenditure to the tune of 10 billion and above. And in as far as grant expenditure, we're not quite happy with the grant expenditure, especially your disaster management grant. The expenditure in terms of the percentages is a bit low. Coming to Nelson Mandela, you will understand that the council is a coalition government, or we have a coalition government. So in terms of taking decisions, it's a known fact that it's not very quick, it's not very easy, as there are different interests in the council. But what we can indicate is that the municipality, in terms of the grant expenditure, is not performing very well, especially when it comes to your disaster management grant. And administratively, not all positions have been filled. Currently, we know that we have an MM that is under suspension. We've just supported the municipality in the recruitment of your COO, but there are also other critical vacancies that the municipality has not yet filled in as far as the administration is concerned. The municipality is currently considering a review of the organogram, noting that there's a new regulation or new issue of municipal trade services. So the review of the organogram is very crucial so as to take care of that. But generally, in as far as finances are concerned, which is a general issue, municipalities are owed by residents huge sums of money, but the municipality has introduced or has embarked on its credit policy in terms of cutting, in terms of following up those who are supposed to be paying, especially the businesses who are also culprits in as far as that is concerned. Then coming to Alfredo, it's a district, it's a water, it's a WSA municipality. We had a challenge there of a municipal manager that was on suspension, but he has since won the case and is back to court. They are recruiting a CFO, there's a vacancy of a CEO, there's a challenge of a corporate service director who has challenged the position, and in as far as the administration is concerned, that is the status quo. We are saying that the municipality has got an expenditure to the tune of 217 million, which has been reported as fruitless and wasteful expenditure, but it does have a funded budget. And in as far as the challenges are concerned, there are issues of vandalism, and non-completion of a project. The expenditure to date, when you're looking at MIG, it's seated at 100%, but there's a problem of lack of infrastructure planning, vandalism, and huge infrastructure backlogs in as far as Alfred. So looking at it, we are not yet pleased in as far as the progress of the implementation of the FRP. They've got a financial management system which is giving them problems, and as a result, at times when we're looking at the financial report, it's very difficult for them to report when they are transacting on that system. There's an issue there of standardization or a huge salary bill, and there's a Makanda judgment in as far as the standardization that was the or wrong grading of the employees of the municipality. It's taking too long to implement that Makanda judgment. The municipality is having challenges in as far as the water provision. You would recall, honorable members, that it's a WSA, and all municipalities in Amatole, in as far as water and sanitation provision is concerned, they're depending on the municipality, and the municipality is not doing well in as far as that is concerned. Politically and governance, the council is stable, sitting as per schedule, taking the resolutions, but the problem is on the side of the administration is in as far as implementing even the activities of the financial recovery plan. Thus far, the municipality is still under rescue phase. We have not yet taken it out because it's not progressing well. It's still distressed financially. I'll give a summary on Krisani. Krisani is a district. Politically, or looking at the governance, the council is stable, taking resolutions, sitting at prescribed time. The challenges with the Krisani are related to water provision. Again, it's a WSA, and all the municipalities depend on Krisani in as far as water is concerned. The only vacancy that is there is a position of a chief financial officer who has that just left, and it has not been, it's a qualified auditor opinion. It does have a funded budget. The revenue collection of the municipality is 34%. Across the municipality, members, the revenue collection is not a good one, especially the residents. They're owing municipalities huge sums of money. As a department, we've been encouraging the councils to, especially the ward councillors, to have a strategy to engage the communities in as far as payment.
I'm not sure how is this thing working, but we have run out of time to try and
You? What then? All right. Okay, fine. Okay, Chair. I think it's wrong, that thing. In Temba, also it's a WSA under Sarah Parkman. Sorry, it's Mobile Temba. Yes, it's under Krisani, still depending on the municipality. There have been investigations that have been happening there, struggling in as far as road networks. There are big trucks that are carrying manganese passing through that municipality, and it's a problem. The road infrastructure in that municipality is damaged by those trucks, and there is something that needs to be done. We do engage Provincial transport and also Usandral in as far as supporting that municipality. It cannot be correct, given the limited MIG, that it has to bear the consequences of those huge trucks that are passing that municipality. Emalahleni, it's a local municipality under Ikrisani, has been having UMM, who has been vacant in the municipality to the extent that the council has decided to to suspend, to put the MM on suspension. It's a recent municipality that has one of its councillors, the whip, that has been who has been who has passed on, been assassinated, but in terms of audit opinion, it has got 2 consecutive qualified audit opinion. Employee costs is at the tune of 37%, and it's progressing well in as far as grant expenditure, MEEC 100%. Ingoba yeThemba also, I think I've touched on Ingoba yeThemba. Dr. A.P. Kluma, it's a municipality under Krisani, 100% MEEC expenditure, stable politically.
The fact that we are Puta, you don't have time. So try and summarize the district and go to the other district so that we can summarize. Because we are coming to the MEC of Finance now.
Okay. Summarize it, Chokabi. It's Walter Sisulu, the one that is under 1395. He's doing well. He's got a history of having been amalgamated or a product of the amalgamation. The challenges that are there are a history of that. Our Tambo is one municipality as a district together with its local. Our Tambo is one municipality as a district that is doing fairly well. It's an example that we can replicate in the province in as far as financial recovery plan. They are doing well. They are out of the rescue phase and things. The challenges with the OR Tambo are water provision. The challenges that are there. Port St. John's is having challenges. Administratively, the MM is not there. There's a position of a CFO that is vacant. There is some form of instability administratively. It's a municipality that we are looking further. Kumkani, Mhlonhlo, it's challenged. There has been an arson on assets of the municipality. It's a municipality that is under investigation, so things are not well in as far as that municipality. KSD aspiring to be a metro, but there's a lot that needs to be attended. Lots of vandalism, theft of electricity, and all kinds of things that are it has got a problem with human settlement, and it also it has got a problem of many government departments that are forcing the municipality to have unfunded mandates to do work that isn't supposed to be done. Sarah Parkman, we've got challenges with Ukraine, Ikogama municipality, Sundays River. These 3 municipalities, all of them are under Sarah Parkman. There's a challenge. Challenge of the audit outcome, challenge of the poor service delivery. All the locals in Sarah Parkman are WSAs and they are not performing fairly well in as far as water and sanitation provision. Makana is a typical example that has been consistently having disclaimed and poor in as far as water provision is concerned. Thank you very much. I don't need to have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on COGTA, Dr. Mkhize. We did receive your apology. Where we are now, we received the remarks by the Premier, Acting Premier, and the Honorable MSC Zolle Williams, and then we received the remarks from COGTA, Honorable Williams, and then we're getting the presentation now from COGTA, the technical presentation from the staff. Now we're going to MSC Mvoko, Finance, so Treasurer will be making the presentation now, and I will hand over to you then. Over to you, Honorable Mvoko. Thank you very much. Over. Let me see. Honorable Chair of Portfolio Committee, ucela justice raise ilizwi. Uyafana nami ndine disability ongeva kodwa ngathi uwesi yena kuna.
Okay, Chair. I nomuvile khawusibayime into ingxaki yami soyivile. Okay, thank you very much. Because we're going to make a presentation, I'm not going to take too much time so that I'll fumane clash. I'm just going to talk on three matters. The first one is that what the Honorable Acting Chairperson said in her opening remarks about unfunded budgets is true. And I know in our presentation we will touch on unfunded budgets and what Treasury is doing to make sure that the budgets are funded. We observed the underlying causes of this challenge. They remain largely structural. They remain largely structural to us. It has to do with the low revenue base, but also the low revenue collection in many of these municipalities. The arrear bulk accounts owed, particularly to ESCOM and the water bills, the high salary bills and the non-cost reflective tariffs, and these two, the non-payment of ESCOM and water boards and DWS to us they become a sign that the municipality is in distress. So on the same goes to the financially distressed municipalities. We find that the underlying causes are the same that lead to budgets that are unfunded. We do have some programs in trying to assist them in terms of governance, particularly on the audit outcomes. On the unauthorized, irregular, and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, the biggest challenge here is you'll find that our metros are the biggest contributors in this. If you look at Nelson Mandela, they're standing at 28 billion. If you look at Buffalo City at 11 billion. They are the biggest contributors to this. And this is where you have a capacity. I've raised it with them in their meetings. These two metros are supposed to have a capacity and they are supposed to perform. But unfortunately, when it comes to this, they become the biggest contributor. If I was going to present on grants, you would see also how far in terms of contributing to this. I want to conclude by saying in all our visits to the municipalities, we have quarterly visits to all districts and metros. When you talk to them and when they respond, it's like you are talking about different municipalities. And I'm sure you are going to experience that as well as you are going to line up municipalities. Your findings and the things that you're looking at and their responses are chalk and cheese. They have every reason and excuse not to perform. And they perform and they present them very eloquently. And you will come back the second quarter and they will give you every reasons for them to underperform. The province has made measurable strides in improving municipal financial management and governance, but the return on investment is not always evident, especially in as far as the impact of service delivery and public confidence. And this is an area that must be strengthened. We talk about it to them because we make observations regarding service delivery, and this becomes a serious challenge in many of the municipalities. I will then allow for the presentation so I don't talk too much, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Can you just sensitize your team to send the report? We don't have the report. I've just been told by the acting.
Okay, who can they send it to? I thought they had sent it to you. Okay. My apologies for that, Chairperson.
Yeah, thank you very much. I will. Yeah, it's 10 minutes. You can start now. Make the presentation. Thank you. Over to you.
Yes. Good morning once again.
to the chairperson, the honorable members of parliament and provincial legislature. All protocol has been observed. I have 10 minutes to make the presentation, and I will ensure that I deliver in 10 minutes. I will just pick up the key things in every slide, and I think COGTA has mentioned some of the things. We've already talked about the unfunded budget, but this one is just to list the municipalities with the unfunded budget, which is Amatole, Amahlati, Inokim Gijima, Walter Sisulu, Dr. Bayes Nodia, Blue Crane, Makana, as well as Sunnis River. I think the chairperson has already alluded to those. And in terms of the financial distressed municipalities, we have those municipalities as being financial distressed, meaning that the cash to cost coverage ratio, it means if the municipality would not receive any money, how long will they be able to survive? And all of the municipalities up there, they will not be able to survive even a month, except for Isara Batman, which can survive for 1 month, as well as Amatole, which can survive for 3 months. Other than that, all other municipalities will not be able to survive even a month without any additional cash injection. And the interventions, I think we have spoken about the interventions, and COGTA has gone to them into detail. And then in terms of the consequence management, it is clear that there is limited or minimal consequence management, because we see that by the ballooning of the irregular expenditure in the areas of procurement, grant implementation, as well as just the general compliance outlook. The slide up there, it is telling us about the conditional infrastructure grants performance. I want to note that the province has lost 170 million rands in terms of the conditional grants, and has had an additional allocation of 66 million rands in terms of the grant performance. In particular, when you look at Nelson Mandela Bay as well as Buffalo City, if you're looking there, you would notice that Nelson Mandela has lost about 397 million and has unspent grants of 174 million, of which it is subject to rollover. And you would notice that the Buffalo City has lost about 33.7 million and unspent grants of 11.2 million. And then this is an overview on the conditional infrastructure grants. You can see that in total, the province has lost 304 million and has had a reallocation of 176 million. So our reallocations are always less than the amount that we have spent, or that less than the amount that we have lost, and we need to work on that. And then when you look in the two metros in particular, you would see that they had unspent, which is Nelson Mandela had an unspent of 267 million and has lost 159 million, and that 267 million is subject to the rollover application with no guarantee that it will be rolled over to the next financial year. And in the second bullet there, it is the Buffalo City. You would see that they have lost 87 million and unspent of 125 million, which is subject to rollover application. And then the next slide there, it is in what I've just said, but then in graphs. And when it comes to the audit outcomes, Buffalo City Metro, as well as Nelson Mandela, it has a concerning audit outcomes at qualifications, both of them, and with no sign of improvement. And when it comes to, because you would find that sign of improvement. And when it comes to, because you would find that sign of improvement. And when it comes to, because you would find that they had not worked on them as much as they should have. So we have no assurance that they will improve in this financial year. When it comes to Alfrenzo District Municipality, you would notice that Alfrenzo has received a clean audit outcome in the previous year and had unqualified audit findings with findings in the past 4 years. And as much as there is political, not really instability in terms of the municipal manager as well as the CFO vacancies, but we do hope that they will still remain having a clean audit, because the staff that we're doing the annual financial statements are still there and within the municipality. So there is a continuity. And when it comes to Amatole has had an improved audit outcome from a disclaimer to a qualification, but even so, we are still concerned because of the areas of revenue as well as receivables, asset management as well as inventory. And Amatole District Municipality has changed systems. They were using SAP and now they are utilizing CCG. So data credibility, it's still an issue from migrating from one financial system to the other financial system. And then in Water Sisulu has had qualified audit opinion for the past 2 years, and the findings, they continue to reduce. Even so, during our assessment during the year, there were 3 findings where you would find that they might struggle to get out of the qualification, especially when it comes to the unallocated deposits. In the Krisani area, the district, Emalahleni, Enoch, as well as Sakisizwe, they are comfortable at the qualification. I'm saying that because there has not been any improvement, they've been stagnant on the qualification, but we are hopeful that Krisani, Emalahleni, they will make it out of the qualification to the unqualified, while Dr. A.B. Tuma and Incuba Temba are sitting in the unqualified with findings. Within the OR Tambo, the district itself, OR Tambo, it is one of the municipalities that we see an improvement on. It is one of the municipalities that we believe, even if it is this year or next year, it can be moved to a clean audit. There has been continuous improvements, and we can see the strides in those municipalities. Whereas in Shonto, as well as Port St. John's, unfortunately, we cannot vouch that there can be improvements. Shonto, their buildings had burned, some of their buildings within the municipality had burnt, which then will give us a concern in terms of the availability of the supporting documents to their financial information because of that. There continues to be instability where you find that there is no CFO, there is no MM. So with that, we cannot be assured that they will improve their financial status. And then when it comes to the Sarah Batman region, we've got the 2 troubled children, Imakana and the Sinus River. Over the year, we did try to support them. Imakana has not responded well to the support, while we see that there are strides being taken in Sinus River Valley. Okay, I think I'll skip that one. It is just an overview in terms of the review of the annual financial statements. Maybe one thing that I can mention in that one is that of the fixed asset register, where you find that the municipalities, when you review them, the fixed asset register is not yet available. So if it is not available, you do get a concern on the quality that would be submitted to the Auditor General. And then in terms of the implementation of the audit action plan, if you look there, we've got an orange bar, we've got a dark blue bar, we've got a green bar. The green bar being the completed audit findings, the dark blue bar being the completed and audited audit findings. You would find that then that in Buffalo City Municipality, 80% of their audit findings were still in progress, meaning that they were not completed. They only completed 20%, meaning that they will have recurring audit findings. In Nelson Mandela, 55% was not yet completed, meaning that the chances of having recurring audit findings, they are increasing. In terms of the irregular expenditure, the MEC has already alluded to it, but I just want to highlight AP Truma, which has managed to reduce its irregular expenditure by 100%, and also the strides that have been taken also by the Chris Sani to reduce its irregular expenditure. Other than that, irregular expenditure is continuing to ballooning in the province, affected mainly by Nelson Mandela, Buffalo City, as well as Amatoli. I must say that one of the reasons that this is continuing, it is because the procurement is not done according to the applicable regulations, but according to deviations. Almost every transaction is done through a deviation, and therefore that continues to balloon the irregular expenditure. I think I've stuck to my 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. However, the members of the Joint Oversight who are here did not have this presentation. I hope that it will be circulated to us as soon as possible. So in terms of what we have agreed when we're making amendment on our program, we then agreed that we'll have all these presentations. After the presentation, then we can then start with our engagement discussion. So we are going to have a discussion. It's now 3 minutes past 10. Our discussion will be for 15 minutes or 20 minutes. And then after that 20 minutes, we'll have a 5 minutes stretch break. Thereafter, we'll then start with the first municipality. So we're going to give each member 2 minutes for the engagement. So we'll start from the side of Honorable Mthethwa.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to...
Before you start, my apologies, Honorable Mthethwa. I must also indicate that, as we've indicated earlier, that the Chair will join us later. The Chair has arrived, is here with us. And we also have two of our members who have not yet introduced themselves, because when we were doing the introduction, they were not here. So they will introduce themselves as they ask the questions. You can continue.
Okay, greetings, Chair, Acting Chair, and the Real Chair. And greetings to the leadership of the province, and greetings to members of the Portfolio Committee and Portfolio Committee in the Legislature and officials. I'm glad I'm going to make this statement in Mandela Province because it came out of COGTA, and the statement was saying the following: let's give these blacks political power, but keep them away from the economy. So when I look at the state of economy of our provinces, not just on the Eastern Cape, it's reflective of exactly a statement that came out of COGTA. So the problems you're having in the local government are as a result of a staged implosion of the state by those who control the economy. But let me move forward and observe the following. There is something that your reports are not saying, and it has been consistent from all the provinces we visited. When we give the state of the province, I don't know whether it is deliberate that the state of the economy in these provinces is being given. Because it is from the state of the economy, the performance of municipalities. I want to understand who controls the economy in this province. Because by the look of the non-performance of these municipalities, it says that these municipalities are servicing no one. Or if they do, they're servicing people who are not making an income. Because in local government management, there is what we call disposable income. It looks like your constituency have no disposable income, but you have a duty to give them services, and they are giving you nothing in return in terms of a rates collection. But then I'm asking the following that we need to do. Can we do a racial audit lifestyle of the constituency of your province? Because you find that your province, your municipalities are not performing well. But if I can do a race-based lifestyle audit, you find some races are doing well in the same province which is said to be not doing well. What does that mean? It means, I've picked up that in Free State, there are racial groups that have moved from the grid system, meaning they are no longer being serviced by the municipalities. Yet they still enjoy benefits of what comes out of the municipal services, but the monies are now hoarded, withheld. In Utrecht, Emadlangeni, where I come from, farmers, they take the money that they must take to the municipality and keep it in a legal account or trust account. So the money is not going to the municipality because they are boycotting and picketing certain services that they're demanding from the municipality, but they are not contributing equivalent to what they are asking from. And there is another one. You said the trucks that are moving chrome in some of the municipalities, in municipal finance, we have what we call user charge. So, meaning the one who uses the service must contribute equivalent to their benefit. In this case, you have trucks that are moving moving minerals. So they are destroying the roads by their constant use of those roads, and they expect the municipality to fix those roads, but they are not contributing equivalent to their usage. When you do traffic count of the movement of their truck is such that it is actually full of their trucks, but they are not contributing. And that is a reform that we must introduce in the municipal financial and user charge system. And that is what is going to bring money into you. But do observe the following, that the issue of economy is central. And you should be servicing. I'm asking myself about the ocean economy in the Eastern Cape. What is happening? Does that mean there is no more economic activities that are happening in the ocean? If they do, I can confirm that they are private. So my question is, you have privatized economy in the province, which doesn't contribute to the fiscus of government. If they do, they're contributing less than what they're getting. So it means they're misleading in terms of what they should be contributing. On those bases, I can say that
as you wrap up.
As I wrap up, okay. I've also observed, I heard Oche saying that the relationship with our traditional leaders. Let me confirm it here. We have two parallel systems. Traditional leaders are a system, local government is a system. Traditional leaders are regulated by Chapter 12, and local government is regulated by Chapter 7. And these two don't harmonize because they're competing for jurisdiction. The jurisdiction which municipality is claiming is their jurisdiction. It is the same jurisdiction that belongs to the traditional leadership institution. But the traditional leadership institution is not integrated into the local government system. And we've confirmed that in 30 years.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Mwali.
Thank you so much, Chair. I want to check with the MEC Finance. Do you have any municipality that you've withheld equitable share grants as a result of non-performance and not spending the grants during the year? So if there's any, can you please give us names of those municipalities and maybe some few reasons as to why were the grants or equitable share withheld by Treasury? Because this then goes back to say non-performance of those who are charged with the responsibility of performing or of running these municipalities. It goes back to bite the people who are recipients of the services from the municipality. If you withhold a grant from a municipality as a result of non-performance, who is who is going to be bearing the cost of not getting that grant is the people who are supposed to be getting a service from the municipality, right? Speaks to the fact that this non-performance, then it doesn't only hit those people who are running the municipalities, but it hits the very people who are supposed to be serviced by the municipality. So I really want to get a picture as to say, these are the municipalities that have not performed well and we've withheld some grants from them. Thank you. Number two, Chair COGTA, MSC COGTA, I was following the presentation there, at least if we had seen it before that, you have some municipalities that are under Section 139. Do you have like one that has improved where you'd say, you know what, this was the picture of the municipality at the time we got in with our intervention and we've pulled them out from this to this? Because we also want to see that those interventions are yielding any results. Because to say the municipality is under administration or is under the intervention is one thing, but also are we getting value from the intervention now? To say this municipality in 2023 there was an intervention, and then in 2024 there was an improvement, and we are seeing this municipality getting improved. Also in the audit, in their audit opinion, it was disclaimer. It moved from a disclaimer to a qualified audit opinion, then it moved to an unqualified or a clean audit opinion. We'd like to see that because
as you wrap up.
Okay, because really, let me see, you have the interventions from COGTA, you have MPEC, you have disciplinary boards, you have audit committee, all these mechanisms, all to assist the municipality to run properly. But all these fail because when we look at the audit opinion, when you look at the comments from AG, they tell us a different story with all these interventions. Thank you.
Honorable Buthelezi.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to you and good morning to everyone who's here. My main concern really was around, in summary, what my honorable colleague next to me has just said here, that if you look at the number that we're given, that out of 39 municipalities, only 6 have a clean audit, and you look at the number of intervention levels, my first question then linking to the one to my colleague here is I think there was mentioned, Chair, that there is the MEC must submit a report with remedial actions, and then he also is answerable to legislature. I just want to know how effective is the support if you have this situation of 6 out of 39 only having a clean audit. And I think that some of the questions, maybe, Chair, which were sent so that we make this process much more simpler and less onerous, I'm not hearing it. In terms of which we thought it would make it move much more swifter, because there are questions which are common but very critical, very material. Things like the salary percentage of municipalities, things like the amounts owed the municipality by the councillors and the staff, just as examples. I think this would have really assisted us a lot. I'm sure my colleagues in the committee will agree that we had a list of things that we said it will really circumvent a lot of questions from our side. But I think overall, I think it's shocking to look at 6 out of 39, but very sadly, it's a replication, Chairman, of what we've seen in other places that we have gone, that the municipalities are almost paralyzed to a stage that they are not unoperational. Then you ask yourself really that the home bodies that are behind these municipalities, what are they doing day to day to have such a shocking results? And it seems a lot of municipalities think it's just motions to get the AG's report, because the AG report year in, year out, and there's no response. But Chair, for now, really, this is my question. I'm really concerned which is not surprising if you look at the pattern by the only 6 out of 39, with all these things which I'm not going to release now, interventions at all sorts of levels, SALGA, the province, the AG, and yet it continues. Now I see what they said, that the Eastern Cape is really totally broken. Thank you.
Dolo?
No, thank you, Chair. No, Chair, for me it's just a comment and an appeal that actually in future, I think we spoke about this thing of reports, that they should come to us in advance, so as they will enable us to prepare for questions. So this thing of getting reports for the first time here while we're here is not acceptable, Chair. So we request in future, if actually our support staff are having difficulties of obtaining reports, they must indicate to the Chair, so the Chair will be able to intervene in making follow-ups about reports. Because coming to the meeting unprepared is not okay. Finding critical reports for the first time in the meeting, that won't be able to assist us in terms of scrutinizing those reports and making follow-ups. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Before we go to Honorable Ndamase, I will then allow the province to respond to
more municipalities that are on unqualified. Now, if you remember in our presentation, we wanted to focus on these disclaimed and qualified ones to push them out from that negative band to at least unqualified. Whilst we also work on those that are unqualified and push them over to a clean audit outcome. So that's the strategy we're currently implementing, that we don't want anything between disclaimer, adverse, and qualified. We would want to push everyone at least to unqualified. Then we can work on clean audit outcomes. So that's the case. On the Ngubaya Temba road network, unfortunately, that road is a national road running through Ngubaya Temba. Now, surcharges are quite outside the jurisdiction of the local because the road is a national road, but it has got then challenges of infrastructure maintenance by the local because of heavy-duty vehicles that are passing through that. So that's an issue that is confronting that, but we have now, through the provincial government, established a weigh bridge where those trucks that are passing through have to be weighed and charged for having a negative impact into that particular road. On the state of the economy, I think the MEC for Treasury has just not responded to that. But if you look at the economy, we are a rural economy province with the auto sector, especially in highly industrialized areas of Buffalo City and Nelson Mandela Metro. And the past labor force surveys have indicated somewhat consistent improvement in employment rate. I think the last quarterly survey said we have appointed about 80,000 employees, and that is from the construction sector, trade, and the agricultural sector, because those are the main anchors of our economy. But the challenges of the 30% will be impacting negatively into both Nelson Mandela and Buffalo City municipalities. And worse now, the Coca-Cola issue, where there is imminent retrenchment of more than 600 people, may also contribute to that. And Ford in Nelson Mandela, especially in the Kariga area, those challenges can impact negatively because we are not highly diversified in the Eastern Cape. The auto sector is still the prime, whilst there are huge strides being made in the oceans economy and actually improving the agricultural sector. And the area we're in, Emampondweni, has got huge land that has good potential for agricultural advancement. And so the provincial government is working on strategies to try and develop in terms of agriculture. But it is critical to note that the objections, especially in this area, against your fuel that we are trying to explore, gas, in terms of all the environmentalists that are oppositionists against us in respect of that, that just gives us, even mining, even the N2 was challenged, which is actually an important and critical economic network for the province. So you're dealing with those issues in the Eastern Cape, but working together with traditional leaders and communities, I think we can overcome those things and allow the economy to grow. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable members, are you answered?
There is question in terms of racial ownership of the economy in the province. Who controls the economy? The white.
Yeah, Ms. Can you please respond to that? Although some of the questions may be related to the lawmakers, if it's beyond your control as the province, you can just leave with that one. But the one that is directly to the province, you can respond.
No, I think it will be a misnomer that Eastern Cape, as a province that has been a labor sending or labor reservoir, would all of a sudden have patterns that are different with the national patterns of the economy. So it is obvious that the patterns is that the whites still owns major economic sectors. So it's not different. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MEC. And I believe maybe on the issue of equitable share, remember there was a letter that was circulating earlier before the municipality could get their equitable share. It was a letter from Treasury, from the minister, whereby they were indicating that they are going to withhold the equitable share of some municipalities on the basis that they owe third parties, they owe like third parties such as your pension fund, the water board, and the electricity. So maybe it's one of the things that as you will respond to the second round, maybe you can take us along as to who were those municipalities in your province and how did you resolve the matter? And I will now allow Honorable Ndamase.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm also very much interested in the economic side of local governance. And I hope Honorable MEC Mvogo is going to take the challenge. If we look at the logistics nightmare as caused by the municipalities, we may not blame it on geography. We can directly blame it on the municipalities, especially the two, Nelson Mandela and BCM. My first question would be, if we look at the presentation from Treasury, that is attributing to these two municipalities, to the two metros, that they are the biggest culprits in relation to UIF. Now, my question is, to what extent are they also by that biggest culprits in relation to disinvestment? That's one. Then the second one is, to what extent, Treasury, do you see this deviation on transaction as a mask for malfeasance? Both COGTA and Treasury, can they respond to that? Because there is no way that you can have deviate every day. Then, looking at the RDP standard, MEC Williams, I would like you to hear this, MEC Williams. There is this thing called RDP standards in terms of water provisioning. Can you give me at least 10 municipalities out of the 39 that are providing what is contained in terms of the law, where you must access a tap within a radius of 200 meters? I may bring in specifics in relation to this, but you can give me examples, at least if you have 10 municipalities out of 39 that are doing that. Then the changing of financial systems, treasury. What is that? What is that in relation to enterprise resource planning, in relation to the migration into the ERP? When a municipality can change the financial systems and get into a platform that is very foreign. When you talk SAP, we usually talk Oracle. And then it's from SAP and something else. What does that mean exactly? Then the loss of grant funding. Can't we treat it as treason? When we look at the time value of money, political stability versus non-provision of water by Water Services Authority. What are you saying exactly, Treasurer? Can you say it's stable, politically, Nelson Mandela is stable, BCM, while you are saying they are not doing ABC? You are saying Chris Hani is stable and other municipalities. Can you expatiate on that? Not unless we must get into the conjugation of verbs and tell each other what actually means to say something is stable. Then the last one. What happened, Honorable MEC Williams, to your Operation Clean Audit? Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Fanzale.
Thank you, Chair. Just very quickly on the unfunded budgets issue, I know like SRVM, Walter Sisulu, where I stay, continue to operate with unfunded budgets. That is in contravention of the MFMA. What is the department, COGTA and Treasury doing to maybe invoke Section 139.5, or are all of those under Section 139.5? Then I'm talking about FW expenditures with, again, Walter Sisulu at 27 million, Amatola at 412 million, SRVM 408 million rand written off. What disciplinary or criminal actions have been taken against accounting officers? Because obviously that is also not the norm. We should not be striving to have those astronomical amounts on irregular expenditures. Then on, in your reports across almost all municipalities, it mentions lack of consequence management. Why has COGTA not taken steps under Section 106 of the Municipal Systems Act to investigate and sanction these maladministrations in these municipalities that is failing to deliver to the residents? Then the MEC said, and I'm going to quote, he said, municipalities continue to suffer from money being owed by residents and businesses. MEC, I'd like to know from you, perhaps, if you can explain to us in all of those municipalities if the billing is correct, the billing by the municipalities, because you would find there's disputes, and that's why municipalities aren't getting the money from residents. So it's a very blanket statement to make. And then again, also on your indigent registers, are your indigent registers of all the municipalities up to date? Because that also is a massive contributing factor to the fact that businesses or residents do not come to the table in paying for their services. Then you spoke, MEC, also about poor performing municipalities, and it was SRVM and it was Walter Sisulu, etc. They are there. Can you tell us which of these municipalities in the last 3 years has taken overseas trips? Because let me tell you, the Eastern Cape is very known for sending mayors and MMs and the like on overseas trips. Disclaimed municipalities, adverse municipalities, which of them in the last 3 years has sent people overseas? Then it was mentioned NMB, I forgot it was a very quick presentation which we didn't have, but NMB, there's about 500 million rand, I did a quick summary, in unspent grants that was returned. This is potholes that remains, this is infrastructure that is leaking, this is broken infrastructure that remains, and money is sent back to Treasury. And I remember someone saying that this is subject to a rollover. With the chaos with the MM at the moment, that rollover will not be approved. So what consequence management really is there for politicians essentially not spending their grants that directly relates to service delivery in the province? Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Labuskaghni.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to say I'm Kathy Labuskaghni. I'm part of the committee. I wasn't here when the introduction took place. I want to go to what was said on political instability and on trying to prevent municipalities to fail. And there was a reference to, we do not do Section 139 because we refer to Section 154 as an intervention. According to my knowledge and the way I understand it, and this is something that we are picking up in a lot of provinces, is Section 154 of the Constitution is actually the reason why you as a department of COGTA on a provincial level exists, and there's a department on national level, because that's your mandate. That's what you have to do. It's not an intervention. It's a function. It's a mandate. So based on that, I want to know, given the coalition instability and the examples that you've mentioned here, like Amatola and Makana, there's a continuous crippling of service delivery. So what exactly is it that the department is doing to make sure that there's consequence management in municipalities that are not doing what they're supposed to do? And why are you not using Section 139, B or 5, as a prevention tool to prevent further service delivery, further failure of service delivery? Because only, I think, 3 out of the 9 dysfunctional municipalities has been mentioned is under Section 139. So if you can just give us a little bit info on that. Then the AG report of 2023-24 shows that only 16% of the Eastern Cape municipalities achieved clean audits. And somebody mentioned it was 6 out of 39. With the rest plagued by still irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. What has the department from your side did to make sure that there's an audit improvement plan? It was mentioned in the presentation that there's a plan to train impact. I would like to know what is the time frame. When will all the impacts be trained so that they can function? Because a plan doesn't mean, will they be fully function so that the next audit report looks different? And the same with capacitating the disciplinary boards. You've also mentioned that you're going to train and support them, but how and when, and will that have an effect on changing? Then 7 of the municipalities is part of the municipal debt relief program, yet 4 remain non-compliant with current account payments. What enforcement steps is COGTA taking against those that continue to default, and why are they still benefiting from debt write-offs while they are not paying ESCOM, while they are not serving their current accounts? And then it states that the department monitor municipalities quarterly, but still unfunded mandates and non-compliance is escalating. What does the COGTA have to escalate? Is there an escalating mechanism to motivate these municipalities, or to sort of, I don't want to say straff them, but what does the department really do? What is the plan to say, this is what you're going to get and this is how we're going to help you? Otherwise, it's, you know, like the other colleagues said, we have all these plans, but there's no proof of success. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I give to the members of Legislature, I also have some few questions. As the MEC was presenting, he spoke about the municipal debt on COGTA. And can you please take us along on how much does the provincial government and national government owes the municipality? And is there a plan in place to pay those debt to municipalities? You also spoke about the unbundling of UIFW. Can you please also take us along in terms of the process that you have started and how far are you in terms of unbundling those expenditures? And there's an issue about the qualified personnel in our municipalities. Looking at the nature of the province, whereby you have some rural municipalities, and we know that in terms of the salary scale, it's not the same as the urban municipalities, to a point whereby in other municipalities, when you are trying to attract the qualified personnel, they don't want to come to those municipalities because, number one, they are rural. Secondly, the salary scale also, the level of salary is not what they are expecting. So how do you attract qualified personnel to some semi and rural municipalities? And on the report presentation by Treasury, the Treasury have boldly indicated that they have 7 municipalities that have adopted unfunded budget. Then it raised the question to us if when you have those municipalities that have adopted unfunded budget, what was the role of Treasury? What have you done so far in terms of assisting those municipalities? And lastly, Chair, it's on the municipalities that are not spending their funds fully. While we know that your province is one of the provinces that is having serious challenges in terms of infrastructure, we have issues where the children are suffering when they go to schools because there are no bridges, and when there are floods, they can't go because the infrastructure is poor. But yet you are not fully spending your funds, and the funds are going back to the National Treasury. What were the reasons behind that, and how are you planning to resolve the matter? Those are my questions. I will now allow the provincial government to respond to the questions that have been raised by myself together with my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Sorry, we're just conferring about one of the questions asked here. Look, maybe one would start on the very last question of non-expenditure. If we captured it correctly, it means the question is, what are we doing about non-expenditure? We normally have joint visits to all municipalities. Let me start there, between COGTA and Treasury. And those joint visits are visits where in each municipality will display their performance, and they would then explain how do we get into that situation. And these are quarterly visits. Now, COGTA has got a strategy that instead of the targets used by each and every department on grants, they've developed their own. Maybe the MEC will talk on the risk-adjusted strategy. That's why he was able to say there are areas where we have spent 100%. So I think this is what is done would be responded to on the risk-adjusted strategy, because for the first time midway we did not lose anything on MIG. It was because of that strategy. So he will talk to that. The stability, let me then go to the question by Honorable Ndamase. In no way would we say that the two metros are stable. And it would be amiss of us to say the two metros are stable. They are not. And I think in the presentation, even the presenter had reflected on that. Not only on financial performance, in all respects, they are not stable. If we had to give you an account of all the things, because now we're going to embark on our quarterly meetings with municipality, where we reflect their collection, their payment, their percentage on cost of employees. We are going to embark on that. We do that quarterly as Treasury together with COGTA. And it is so your observation, in fact, let me say they are not stable. Irrespective of the fact that Nelson Mandela has a coalition, PCM does not, both municipalities are not stable. Well, on the disinvestment, look, this is a very difficult one. Let me say that. It's a difficult one because most of the investment in the province is driven from provincial government. If you talk about Nelson Mandela, you will talk about COGTA as the driver of investment in that area. The same goes for PCM. You will talk about the East London ITZ as a driver of investment. And then you will, at the center of it, you will place ECTC, because how we attract investment in the province is we even go to the missions and make presentations, and the two East London ITZs, two ITZs are the biggest contributor in terms of investment in the province. So when we have challenges, in fact, from the municipal side, the biggest problem that we always raise with them is their agility to respond to needs and demands of investors. And we raise it with them. That is the biggest challenge. This week there was NAMSA, and some of them were raising that. So it's the ability and the agility and how quick they respond. Some of I remember in Buffalo City, I had made an example with them. They take so long just to respond to a simple thing, such that an investor will have to come and complain to the province, and then they will move when the province intervenes. So that I'm trying to give you that. But the deviations are a mask. Well, maybe I'll give that to the MEC for COGTA. But I'm tempted to agree with you, because why would you not follow process? If you're not following process, you are, to me, you are up to mischief. But I'll leave that to the MEC for COGTA to talk to it. But I would say, to a larger extent, I agree with you. If any municipality is not following process and is using deviations for everything, there's something wrong with that municipality. On the changing of financial statements, of systems, I think you would know, honorable members, that at some point municipalities were all required to acquire systems and systems that would be SCOA compliant, precisely because your reporting to National Treasury must be credible and can be easily harvested. And there are quite a number of municipalities that were not SCOA compliant, even though the period had long gone. Because some acquired systems that, I remember, I think it was Amatole acquired a system that was not talking to, and we had to really force it to acquire that system, because some municipality would like to hold on to their systems that are not even SCOA compliant. So that's the reason why you will have municipalities now acquiring new systems now, because if they are SCOA compliant, we sit on their case to say, no, you can't continue with this system. So that's where it comes from. It's true that on the billing disputes, someone's talking about the billing disputes. It's true that there are challenges on billing, and though the departments are not taking them as they come and questioning them, the biggest problem that we have currently with the departments, let me start there, is that they allow these bills to accumulate without questioning them. Then when they are under pressure to pay, they start wanting to verify each and every bill. This is a problem I have with departments, and I would always indicate as such, that as much as the bills from municipalities might not be credible, but the time you take in paying these bills brings to us that challenge, because they let them accumulate over a long period under pressure. Then they start now trying to verify the bills. And yeah, we have set up in Treasury, the HOT has set up a committee to look at these bills that come from municipalities for the departments, and to try and talk to departments. I must say, to not great success, but we are it's a go-slow situation from Treasury, because it's a matter where we have to listen to them and bring them together and verify. But it's not a very easy job, but we continue with it. We are not we're not discouraged despite that. There are municipalities, I thought I would get those municipalities. Somebody raised about the municipalities that received letter from Treasury in terms of third-party municipalities. I thought I was going to have them now, but I know that many of them were in Sarapartman, those municipalities. But and I know also that once it was, they all received their equitable share. Makana, Dr. Bears, Nodie, Sunday's River. Some have settled the debt, some have entered into arrangements. And as a result of that, their equitable share was not withheld. On the training of the DC board, yes, it's a process that Treasury embarked on to train DC boards and MPECs. This was a result of the challenges that we see on the non-functional DC boards, that in many, because some of these things must end in your DC board and your MPECs. And when your MPECs and your DC boards are dysfunctional, which is what Treasury found out, then they rolled out a training program to all municipalities on the training of the DC boards and the MPECs. If anything, all those that I did not respond to, I have someone to respond to everything in the Chile. I'll come back to anything that I might have, slipped to answer. Thank you.
MEC.
Thank you very much, Chair. On the RDP standards that was asked, those municipalities, the 10 of them, I think, if you look at how the municipalities are set up in the Eastern Cape in terms of access to water, in terms of RDP standard, you'll see those that are not inclusive of rural areas easily meet the RDP standard for access. If you look at Nubaye Temba municipality, Sunday's River, Kouga, Koukama, Blue Crane, Walter Sisulu, Ndlambe, Nelson Mandela, Beyers Nodie, all those municipalities are more locally set up without a rural area that is included in those municipalities, except for farms in areas like Walter Sisulu, but farms that do not require access to water that is delivered in the setup of those cities. So you'll find that, but in more rural ones, your Emalahleni, Senku, Elundini, you'll find out the access is a challenge because they've got that rural setup where we are not yet achieving the old RTP standard of 100 meters for access to water. Operation Clean Audit, we now do not implement Operation Clean Audit as you used to understand in the olden days. What we have now is our own team from COGTA, as we have indicated, working with Treasury to deal with matters of audit outcomes in all municipalities. That's the team where we directly participate as MECs to hold those municipalities directly accountable in terms of improving audit outcomes and consequence management implementation. And linked to consequence management is about 106 investigations. We have implemented a lot of 106 investigations where there are allegations of wrongdoing or councils not taking decisions when they should and all that. And so we are implementing Section 106 investigations to investigate whether it's malfeasance or poor service delivery to communities. Billing, the correctness of billing systems. We have heard lots of complaints in Buffalo City about wrong billing systems. And we are working with Buffalo City to resolve this problem of accurate billing. But I must admit that sometimes the wrong billing is used as an excuse for not paying services. Because in a majority of cases, municipalities use their own revenue bylaws and policies to implement credit control. Now, if you as a consumer are not paying your account consistently to the extent that your account has accumulated so much debt, the municipality are empowered to transfer some of that into docking your electricity purchases, where if you buy electricity, a certain amount is docked to repay the outstanding debt. You will then hear a lot of consumers complaining that the electricity that I am purchasing is quite limited. But if you follow through, you would find out that there's a challenge in respect of this consumer not paying his or her account diligently. In fact, my understanding is that municipal accounts are always looked into by consumers, the last ones to be paid. And that's why some of our municipalities get confronted with challenges of this huge debt, as we can see in the Eastern Cape, that it has accumulated to 42 billion. And government departments that are involved in owing municipalities, the health department, Department of Education, and the Department of Public Works. Now, what we have created with Treasury is a setup where on a monthly basis, we coordinate sittings between Treasury, COGTA, municipalities affected and those departments to deal with the payment of debt by those departments. So we have a way of dealing with that, but it's always recurring. But we somewhat struggle with national departments because some departments that are in our province have got are more national than provincial, and we struggle in those settings. But there's that mechanism that we use to ensure that the debt is paid to municipalities. On the issue of overseas trips by municipalities that are affected, I think Buffalo City did have an overseas trip to China, Amatole to Brazil, and Nelson Mandela municipality. Those are the municipalities that I can report on. On the issue of Section 139 interventions, I think I've responded to this question. If you look at the history of 139 interventions, most of them have actually resulted in the problem festering more in municipalities. So our own approach as the Eastern Cape is to say we want to be in municipalities as a matter of our work, as the Honorable Member says, as a matter of our daily responsibility to support municipalities, to prevent them from falling into the Section 139C intervention. So it makes sense for us that in order to make municipalities work better, we must then use Section 154 to be part of those municipalities and improve how they work, being part in partnership with those councils, but also assertively ensuring that accountability mechanisms, systems descriptions, and everything that has to be done to build a municipality that can work better and perform better is done with us hand-holding them, those municipalities, to do the job.
As you wrap up, MEC?
Yes, almost there, Chair. MPECs are trained. The challenge that we are confronting is that you train MPECs, they get reshuffled, or new people are elected into chairing those committees, and then you'll have to retrain again. So it's a revolving door that we normally confront, and so we have to deal with this MPEC training. On indigent registers, not all of them are updated, but now we're becoming more creative, that we're using the data from SASSA to integrate with our indigent register so that we are able to track a person from the SASSA database to our own for benefit in terms of indigent registers. I think on consequence management, we have indicated that few MMs have been suspended through our own direct intervention because of inability to perform as expected and lack of accountability. If you look at Sunday's River, Koukama, and Kumkani Mhlonto municipalities, we've been there. We've looked at the situation. We're currently investigating, and so we're taking steps to try and ensure that those municipalities perform better and as expected by the communities. I think, Chair, it was your question on UIFW. What we have done, Chair, is that the bulk of our irregular expenditure rests with the metros. I think Buffalo City and Nelson Mandela share about 30 billion of that irregular expenditure, with Nelson Mandela holding about 22 billion. Now, those then have to be dealt with because they are what MS Mvoko was talking about. There are evergreen contracts that have to be cleared in Nelson Mandela, which are linked to the 22 billion. Buffalo City, 10 billion. Now, somewhat there's intransigence and resistance towards dealing with these evergreen contracts. And as COGTA, both national and provincial, we've now dedicated a team. We've got 11 already in Buffalo City. 2 of them are already here. We've deployed officials to go and focus on unbundling this 10 billion of Buffalo City. Now in October, mid-October, we're going to Nelson Mandela to deploy officials there, 11 of them, to deal with that irregular expenditure amounting to 22 billion. Because as far as we're concerned, nothing is happening in respect of that. And that is just perpetuating. And at a certain point, we need to stop that. With smaller municipalities, that's where we've already unbundled it. All the 39 municipalities, we've got about 6 where we've identified what caused this irregular expenditure. It must be reported to Council by MPEC. Council, because there was no nefarious intention or malfeasance, Council can adopt it. So we're working with Provincial Treasury to clear those and assist municipalities to clear those 6 in order to do away with that irregular that affects the 6. But the big ones, we've got this target of the deployed teams that have to work on those. The last one is the issue of attracting personnel to rural municipalities. It is a serious challenge, I must indicate. Those municipalities are becoming training institutions because of the requirements of the law and the restrictions that have been placed on appointment of senior managers. There are municipalities that, like your Makana, for instance, we've just appointed an engineer. Engineer has left out of Makana to other areas, but the demand and the need is in Makana. So I've appointed effectively 2 months engineer, he's gone, we're back to square one, services are collapsing and all that. So it's a real problem, this issue of restrictions to appointment and the salary package. Although there's some layer that is allowed in terms of the law, but we must apply to the national minister to allow a little bit of allowance for rural, but that allowance seems not to be attracting people with requisite skills to be appointed in those municipalities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, MEC. We're only giving you, is it for follow-ups? 30 seconds each. Is it on? No. It's not.
Now? Yes, okay. I think there's many more overseas trips, MEC, let's be honest. So I think if we can maybe, well, it's twofold. How do you, MEC, justify when you've heard that people have gone to China, people have gone to Brazil, whatever the case may be, when services are collapsing? That's the first thing. I'd like your comment on that. What do you then do as MEC of COGTA, knowing that services are collapsing and people are enjoying overseas? Then, Chairperson, if we can maybe just get from the Department of COGTA a list of municipalities, disclaimers, as well as adverse opinions, that has in the last 3 years taken overseas trips? Who's gone on that overseas trips? What's the reason for that overseas trips, and what was the cost to the taxpayer when services are collapsing? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. On the issue, MEC Williams, of 200 meters, the radius, can you give us a breakdown in relation to the pre-1994 and post-1994? Because I will have an issue if you only reach the radius in all the towns, so that we're able to see the transformation agenda if it is really achieved. Then the last one, on the issue of stability, Honorable Mvogo, I would think you must do that balancing, because the presenter there was saying it in no uncertain terms, that there is political stability in PCM, there is political stability in Nelson Mandela, there is political stability in Chrisan. And she would go further to say they are not providing what they are supposed to provide for. That will have to be worked out and correct the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. MEC, 3 minutes for all the questions.
No, thank you. I think we'll correct that, because the two statements are contradictory, Honorable Faku. So we'll correct that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Chair, my task is not to say there are no municipalities that have undertaken trips that are disclaimed and so on, to be defensive about that. That's not, I was just identifying those that you said meet your criteria. And on top of my head, I could see Buffalo and all the 3 I have mentioned. Others, like your Amahlati, I know they've got a German partnership, but that one is, they are not footing the bill. Only the German municipality foots the bill for Amahlati. So those, they interact with the MEC and the Premier. In fact, that's the approach of the Eastern Cape. They interact before they leave but you'll find Amahlati is an unqualified municipality. But I'm saying, Chair, if there are others, then we can deal with that. On Honorable Ndamasa's question, we can provide that information on RTP standards. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. If possible, can you please provide us with a list of all those municipalities and the reason for their trips in writing? Thank you. I will now go to the members from the legislature. Do you have questions? Okay. I will start with the acting speaker, to be followed by Honorable Matiwani and Honorable Pretorius. Am I right? Oh, Honorable Key. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no, thanks very much, the Chair of the session. For me, Chair, I'm just worried that the Honorable Member is not here because there is a very important question that he has raised, which I think if he might have raised it in the context of the core mandate of the Portfolio Committee on COGTA, we might have gone somewhere. Because when he spoke about the economics, I would have thought that probably flowing from the core business of the Portfolio Committee, the question would be, I would expect whether there was an analysis that was done in terms of the problem of non-payment. Because if that analysis will actually go to the economics of probably the province or the municipality. Then we get an answer that might actually tell us why National Treasury will have put aside this amount of money for the indigent, because indigent is not necessarily free, it's budgeted by the National Treasury, it's the money that is being paid. So it's a pity that is not here. I just wanted to make that comment.
Chair, I've just reviewed my question. I'll leave it as a comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. In the province, with most municipalities, I would just like to find out, in terms of skills audit, when last did municipalities conduct skills audit? And with the Municipal Development Board, especially when we look at Buffalo City Municipal Development Board, just wanted to find out how are the relationship of municipal boards with municipalities, considering when we look at the economic development of municipalities for income generation, these municipal development boards were supposed to assist them in that regard. If you consider municipal development boards, especially in the two metros, are they actually functioning? Are they effective in doing the job they're supposed to be doing?
Thank you. Honorable Matuani, we're not going to give another round for comment. Okay, thank you. Mrs.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think on the development boards, actually it's on the entities themselves. The entities that we have, they vary from one municipality to the other in terms of performance. To a greater extent, your entities in the metros have been performing. There might be issues about relationships that you've had, but your entities that you've had in the metros have been performing. I know that maybe it's one what would sway us would be the publicity and all of that, but they have been. It is true that in the other smaller municipalities and districts, they have been dependent on the municipality themselves, precisely because their own existence depends on how much will be allocated to them during the budget time. Maybe I was saying to the MEC, a full investigation and analysis of that should be done to establish, particularly in what you have on your smaller municipalities, because your entities of municipalities should, like just what I spoke about earlier, should talk to what the municipality is doing in terms of mandate, the systems, and all of that. It should talk to the municipality, and for this period that we have known, they have been performing. Even the Nelson Mandela entities have been performing. On the Nelson Mandela, I just forgot to say with the question that was asked by Honorable Ndamase, Nelson Mandela is still not SCOA compliant in terms of their system. I think I forgot to raise that. They are still not SCOA compliant. And if any request would want to make is what was raised by Honorable Williams. Assistance on the payment by national departments. It's a huge task. I have seen now that the municipalities are beginning to switch off, and it's going to be disastrous. Thank you.
Yeah, I think mine was just the skills audit. It's the skills audit in terms of the law is an annualized event where it's updated annually, because you determine your skills base and have your skills audit report. Annually, you have to update as new entries into the municipality are coming in, and natural attrition is also confronting you as a municipality. So it's a continuous process. So municipalities know exactly what skills base they have as we speak today. The issue is whether are we then implementing skills training out of that process of skills audit? It's a different case, that one. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. Let me also take this opportunity to thank you for your presentation on behalf of the provincial government. And issues that have been raised mostly is an issue of intervention, whether is it working or not, and where there are challenges, we'll need to strengthen it. The issue of unfunded budget, whereby you've indicated that you have around 9 municipalities that have adopted unfunded budget. The issue of the audit outcomes, where some municipalities have requested, and we also have others that have received disclaimer. Amongst those that have received disclaimer, we have Makana and Sunday's River, which are the repeat offenders in terms of the disclaimer. The issue of UIFW, whereby it needs to be unbundled, and then where there's a need for consequence management, it should be done. The issue of strengthening oversight and also support to municipalities. The issue of the overseas trip, where we need full details of those trips and its purpose and the cost, and the state of the municipalities that went to those trips, and whether those trips have assisted the municipality or not. And then the issue of the municipal debt, revenue enhancement strategy, including the debt of provincial and national government, where you also need to get a plan that is realistic so that municipalities can be able to operate, because we know that government is also one of the biggest clients of local government. So if they're not paying or if there are issues, there's a need for mediation process as soon as possible so that we can start paying those that we owe. And then the last issue that we'll also spoke about is the issue of the disaster, which was highlighted not deeply, which also need intervention of both national and provincial government, because it's been happening in the municipalities and it's result to issues of the environmental health in our municipalities. Before we wrap up our discussion, I will then give to the chairperson of the committee to make his remarks, and after his remarks, we'll then go to a tea break, which will take 10 minutes. We must be back by 22:12 so that we can then deal with our first municipality. Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to Acting Speaker, MECs, members of the Legislature, Chairpersons, municipalities, of course, my colleagues in the joint committees. And thanks for moving on the way you have. I'm covered largely by the summary you've made in terms of areas for action. I just want to pick up one or two issues which I think the MECs should focus a bit. There's an issue here about third-party payments that the MEC has promised to give to us. And seeing that we're going to finish with their session, we're going to actually ask that it should be provided then in writing, maybe whilst the MEC is here. The second issue relates to a point we have raised about actions taken to deal with the disclaimers and other adverse audit outcomes. If you look at Sunday's River and Makana, and you go back 4 or 5 years, they have actually had disclaimers. They no longer qualify to be seen only as a problem of the municipalities. It is now a problem of the provincial government that is unable to take them out. Now, if that is the case, the question which we need to know is, we want to know concretely, what are you doing there? What have you done? Because from where we sit, continuous disclaimers of that nature do not suggest that, well, they're indicating that you've not been successful. Now look at your report. Your report is saying you actually expect them to be disclaimers next year. And you've also then said, you answered the question, what do you want to do on those where there's no improvement? Then you moved over to section 216, and something in between is missing. What were you doing in between? Did you investigate? Did you get cooperation? Did you act? Now, as you were commenting, it sounds like there are things that you have done, but it's not quite clear what effect that those have been to. So I think we need more concrete information there. What have you been doing? What are you going to do? And is really the problem only in the municipalities, or is it now with your departments at this point? And I'm raising that because, again, in a very quiet way, MEC for COGTA, you are indicating that sometimes you get resistance in certain things. Now, you're not quite open with us. Why did you get the resistance? So can you actually table for us Section 106 interventions that you have done and tell us the relative success rate of those, so that you must be able to tell us where you found the resistance, because that's where we're interested. You know, the first question that was raised by Honorable Mteto was talking about the issue of the economy. Now, we've discussed it in different ways. I think the Honorable Tuba raised the issue. But between us, what we can agree amongst ourselves is that the best contribution you can make in the improvement of the economy is to give the municipalities good governance. That's how the best way you can actually improve your investment opportunities. Now, if you are saying you are having difficulties in investigating in the metro, they are reluctant to open up and deal with some of the overgrown contracts. We want to know which ones are those and what action, and really who is resisting. Let's be concrete now, because at the end, when we sit here, we are interested in, did you take the necessary action? And if you didn't, these members here from the legislature are coming to listen to that, because they are the ones who must then go into the legislature and discuss the issue of MECs who are not playing their role in the oversight of municipalities. So that is really where we would like you to focus and give us something much more concrete. So you will give us a rather detailed catalog of your actions on Section 106, where you have done action and where people have not cooperated. We also want to know, when they failed to cooperate, what was your action? And that's really where we're going. And so, in addition to this summary, therefore, please, let's deal with that aspect. And in the process, I'd say, Chairperson, this has triggered some interesting conversation between the two, which I think this committee is going to benefit from. So you please give them an opportunity to tell us, now that they've been discussing this issue, they've not really been open to us, so they're going to tell us a little bit more now about it. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. Yeah, we're supposed to go for tea break, I think, but because there's this matter that needs to be addressed, we'll then allow the MECs to take us through on the issue of resistance, in terms of the intervention, in terms of the UIFW. Which municipalities are you getting resistance, and what are the underlying issues, and how best are you planning to deal with the situation?
As I've said, Chair, that evergreen contracts, the bulk of our irregular is in the two metros. That's where the resistance is, not with the political leadership. Is behind the scenes, we may not know, but officials there are a scrum against those contracts. And there's a network there that is linked to external, wherein if you tamper with those contracts, external service providers make it difficult for you to move in terms of unbundling those evergreen contracts. So it's a network that needs to be dealt with. And I'm saying then, Chair, we may need not COGTA alone, we may need the crime investigations to be part of this process so that you're able to deal with this problem. It's not a small problem, it's a big problem that has to be dealt with both in Buffalo City and Nelson Mandela Metro. Small municipalities, that's where I'm saying we have been able to deal with it ourselves with Treasury. But the scrums are in the two. That's where there's resistance. And we may need to focus and break that so that that irregular expenditure can be cleared and the municipalities can actually comply with the Constitution in terms of 216 of the investigation. But I appreciate the comments of the Chair. We will then be able to send you reports about 106 investigations and whether there's resistance or not. We just had resistance in Mhlonhlo municipality in terms of 106, where they were refusing us to investigate. But we're assertive, we forced ourselves, we are currently investigating in Mhlonhlo municipality. That's the municipality that was reported that there was arson, their offices burnt down and all that. So we're there currently investigating, and so we're able to deal with some of these resistance issues. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. In addition, we would also request that you give us the names of those contractors, those service providers, the nature of work that they have been contracted for in those municipalities, and also can we please get all the details about how much have they been paid so far and what were they paid for, when did the municipality enter into agreement with those contractors, and whether is there any processes that were followed or is there any elements of illegality on those contracts. We will also be glad if we could get that information. Colleagues, we can now go to a tea break, and we need to be back by 1:45. Thank you. Sherin, can you please flag the presentation? We're doing Nelson Mandela.
But what they do is giving available to the municipalities. 10 minutes.
We have this one on Google. Yeah. That's why the one that I'm saying we should flag it. Isn't it this one on Google?
Connected to that one. This is your application.
You don't have it. The project is not working.
It's working, but nobody is connected.
Is your laptop not connected? So let us give you 5 minutes to sort it out. No, there was a presentation that was selected. The one that was selected.
Yes.
So yours can be colleagues, we'll start at 12 o'clock. We just want to deal with the technicalities in terms of the presentation. So at 12 o'clock, we'll start with your presentation. For now, we'll just allow our support staff to assist us with dealing with the technicalities. Thank you, colleagues. We will now give the Nelson Mandela Bay municipalities to give us a brief presentation on what was sent to them and also including the state of their municipality. You have 10 minutes. Firstly, I will give you 2 minutes for free to introduce yourself, and then you'll have 10 minutes for the presentation.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me greet you this morning. I am Councillor Baba Lobishe, serving as an executive mayor in the Nelson Mandela Bay municipality. And next to me, on my left, is Advocate Lonwabo Ngoko, who's the COO, acting currently as the city manager. Next to Mr. Ngoko is our CFO, Mr. Ngelwane. And on my right, our speaker is seated here. She has just gone to drop some water outside. So she is part of the delegation. So without wasting time, I am not going to make a preamble so as to save time, but we are open to responding to questions, including all the others that might have been mentioned in our presence. So we are willing to clarify matters, because in some areas there are different facts that we can put on the table so as to clear the picture of our municipality. Thank you very much. Over to you, Advocate.
I prefer to stand, Chair, so that I can see what is being flagged there, so that I can talk over it. Honorable Chair, I'm Lona Bongoko from Nelson Mandela Metro, and I would say all protocol observed. Don't want to waste time. 10 minutes is too little. This is our profile of the city. As per Stats 2022, and the presentation we have circulated to the committee so they can see what is there. The summary of service delivery and governance. We've got senior management level. Our city manager is on suspension. We've got 4 positions that are filled. I'm one of those as from the 1st of October. And then we've got a challenge on the staff regulation, which minimize our ADs to be only 6. And then on water issues, we've got high water and electricity losses. Our informal settlements have moved from 156 to 164 currently, which we have to service them. That's another challenge. Vandalism and theft is an issue. And also over 750 kilometers of gravel road network needs to be upgraded. We've got issue also on housing backlog. The intervention that we need as a municipality, I'm happy to say, Chair, that at least we as a council approved 3 metro trading services, which was on water and sanitation and the solid waste and electricity and energy, as were assisted by National Treasury. On the governance issues, we've got a solid political structure of 119 councillors. We've got 1 challenge with the National Party, not National Alliance, which they've got also a problem with their candidate. There's an executive mayor, as I said, 120. We've got 60 wards and 60 on PR. 13 political parties are present in the municipal council. The council composition is the ANC, the DA, the EFF, UDM, Patriotic Alliance, African Independent Congress, African Christian Democratic Party, Abantu Integrity Movement, Defenders of the People, Good Party, National Alliance, Pan-Africanist Congress of Azania, and Freedom Front. We've got oversight structures, which are in extent Section 79 committees. We've got the Municipal Public Accounts Committee, the Rules and Ethics Committee, Audit Committee, Risk and Management Committee, and portfolio committees are effective and efficient, all these committees, and also the Mayoral Committee with ward committee system. That is the structure on council and of the MMCs that are currently present. And in administration, as I indicated, 4 positions are filled: the COO, the CFO, corporate services and human settlement are filled, but we've got a challenge on the other 2, which are coming to council on the 14th of October. The report is ready, and we've got 4 senior management positions which are affected by the staff regulations, which are indicated there. And the top management, there is a vacancy rate of 64%, on the senior management 26%, on the middle management 12%. That is the current structure that is in existence in terms of administration. And we've got, in terms of the minimum competency levels, those are the ones that have been completed. Those are still attending, not yet completed. There's a vacancy in the ADs, which is people reporting directly to the city manager. No, it's a repetition, this one. Can you move? And on public participation approach, and then we've got, they reside within the office of the speaker, who is responsible for all the communications, including ward committee system, which is there. We are performing that function very well. Move. On the governance framework, we've got, as I said, that in terms of the delegation framework of the municipality, it's in place, and also we've got the SDP, as usual as any other municipalities. We've got the city has a complaint management protocol, and then we also on the annual basis do the satisfaction survey for our citizens. And then we've got the DTM model which is in place, which the political champion is the mayor, and then there's a minister in the presidency who is also a champion. Can we move? And then our audit outcomes as a municipality, it's a qualified audit opinion for 2023-2024. And the issues that were raised is in property, plant and equipment, and the issue of the rehabilitation of the South Coast River, and the issue of the debt impairment, and the reinstatement on the correspondence figures, which are the matters offenses, and also the material loss on water and electricity, and the spending of the constitutional grants. Well, the interventions to address our audit outcomes, with the municipality will receive a qualified audit opinion as indicated. The municipality has established a clean audit committee, which management is sitting there, chaired by the acting city manager. Also, we've got the municipality has further developed the audit action plan, which is also responsive to the issues that were raised in 2023-2024 financial year. We also got progress to implement the audit action plan. We report to EXTO, to MPEC, and the Mayoral Committee on all other issues that are ancillary to that. Thank you. Well, now I'm going to this slide. I want the committee to view us through this slide. This is the mirror of how we measure ourselves as a municipality. This slide I inherited from National Treasury. For me, it keeps us motivated in terms of improving the services of the municipality. On the service delivery, it was indicated that the distress, because there are a number of challenges that we are facing, ranging from water losses and also for electricity losses. And we've got the interventions that we put in place. On financial governance is sound. On the institutional decline is declined. The reason for that is that we haven't resolved the issue of the accounting officer. So that's why we are regulating that, and the financial health is sound. Can you move? I'm going to hand over to the CFO to take us through on the financial situation of the municipality.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chairperson and committee members. Jackson Nelwane is my name. I'm not going to try to respond directly to the questions that were asked, Chairperson, but firstly to confirm that as a municipality, we do not owe Auditor General any money. We do service their account as much as possible. You won't find us owing ESCOM. We service those accounts as much as possible. These slides, Chairperson, respond, and also the approval of an unfunded budget does not happen at the Nelson Mandela. Whenever we've got problems, we try to address the problems. We summarize here in a snapshot as to what key financial ratios that we look at. We look at them historically, we look at them on a monthly basis. So just to check your cost coverage at the end of a financial year, how many months should you have been, how many months you are. Yes, the issue of a collection rate and the poor collection rate is a problem in the city. I think in the last financial year, we were about 73%, yes, in terms of the billed revenue that we have been able to collect. In terms of the cash flow, we do look after the little resources that we have. Every day we will look at our banks and we reconcile our banks in terms of investment portfolio. You will find us showing the cash flow as to what has it been on a monthly basis, on a daily basis. What was it at the end of the financial year? And we see a drop. We analyze as to why there's a drop. But if there's a drop in a collection rate, you're going to have a problem in terms of your cash flow. And yes, we are the ratios that we were talking about, all of them are here indicating as to what were they starting from 2016-17 up to 2024-25. But bearing in mind that 2024-25 is currently being audited, whatever we see there in 2024-25 may change as we finalize the audit of the financial statements. The problem, Chairperson, of the area debt is the problem of the city. If we look at it here, we analyze it from a June 2024 to a June 2025, it shows you who is owing whom to the city in terms of the money. We can even explain and tell you how much are government departments owing the city 208 million rand was owed at 30 June 2025. Communities out of the residential properties, out of the 18.5 billion rand, 50% of that is owed by the residential properties. There is a history behind it as well, because that area, as a city, we are a drought-stricken area. From around 2020, 2021, we implemented what is called punitive water tariff. It is through that punitive water tariff where there has been escalating area debt. You will hear or find or get a report that says council somewhere this year approved a write-off of an amount of money. It was because of the punitive water tariff, its impact when it comes to the residential properties. You will also find that we had settlement arrangements that we promoted for July, August, September. It was to assist those who are unable to pay to come forward. We settle their accounts through discount schemes that we're giving. So that's the picture, and it's a history of what our collection rate has been. The impact of the COVID pandemic also made a difference when it comes to that collection rate, Chairperson. So yes, it is not that we are demonstrating this, but we don't have strategies to improve the situation. Various strategies are there. We implement the credit control. We have got various strategies as listed there. The other one that we have been doing, we have participated in an RT tender for National Treasury where we appointed 4 debt collectors for the city. They are starting their work from the 1st of October this year to assist the city in the collection. The other big thing, Chairperson, that the committee must be aware of is what we call underfunded mandates. We carry a burden, and the ratepayers carry a burden to carry a service of library service as one of the examples of underfunded mandates, and which, if it can be assisted.
My apologies, Ntate, sorry to interject. It seems like members do not have this presentation. It's different from the one that was sent to us. Is it possible that you can just send it to, do you have it, Chair? Is it busy? Do we have? Slide number 34. 34. Is it possible that you can just send it to Sherin and then she will just circulate it to us?
We can email Chairperson right now if
okay, thank you.
Request to be emailed.
Just can we please just pause for just 2 minutes? I just want to sort this thing out. Thanks. The one from the link. Okay. Thank you, Ntate. Members, is the one that is on the agenda, the last part of the agenda, the Google links. You can check it on that link on slide number 34. On the agenda, electronic agenda, on the last part there's a Google link. You just click that link, it will take you to the presentation. Yeah, you can proceed. Thank you,
Thank you, Chairperson. So that is the continuation of what we call unfunded mandates. And yes, we do have problems with certain services that are supposed to be revenue generating for the city, generating that revenue. I think that's a problem that we are experiencing across municipalities. That's why Mr. Advocate Ngoko was talking about trading services reform. One of our problems is in electricity and energy, where what we should be generating as a profit, we are unable because of various reasons that include losses that we are fighting against and so on. So that's a slide that shows, and yes, Chairperson, the UIFW has been explained repeatedly that we are in the situation where we have got 20 plus billion rand of UIFW. It was 22 billion rand at 30 June 2024, last audited financial year. And yes, strategies that we are working on around to avert that situation, preparing items to the MPEC committees, ensuring that the things of the evergreen consultants or contractors are the thing of the past is what we are working on. Also be critical on the deviations. There cannot be deviations that are repeatedly for the same contract or to reappoint and appoint a service provider on a deviation basis. So those are the things that we are working on to reduce that irregular expenditure. Looking at the last audited financial year and going back in terms of the motivations. As we stand or sit here, we've got about items that are worth 3.5 billion rand of the UIFW that are on their way to the MPEC committee for them to be discussed and be recommended by that committee. That's where the finances, Chairperson, are going to be ending at. The following slides are talking to service delivery. Thanks.
Chair, on the service delivery, it's what I indicated earlier, but I'm going to go through the slides. On water and sanitation, we have sorry.
You started at 12. You are now at 40 minutes from 12. So I will just give you 3 minutes to wrap up.
All right. Now, in summary, Chair, we prepared the slides on water and sanitation, things that we're going to do, and on landfill side that we need intervention, on also on roads and transport, and also on the provision of water, the aging infrastructure being the main. On human settlement, we got court challenges that we're currently wrapping up in court, in particular for the expenditure that we are currently sitting with. We applied for a rollover on some of the issues that are presented here, Chair. So in total, Chair, I will pause there without wasting your 3 minutes and allow for questioning.
Thank you. I will now allow members to contribute in terms of clarity-seeking questions and also inputs. Although I'm not yet convinced that your presentation touched on the list of questions that were sent to you, but I will then give to members. We'll start with Honorable Mtetwa. You have 5 minutes each.
Okay, thank you. I had jotted my own questions that I needed to raise based on the exercise we are doing of clean audits. I've noticed and observed the following, that there is a discord between the template and the tools that we are using to evaluate the performance of municipalities with the service delivery program of municipalities. As a result, municipalities, especially I was at the local government conference last week, where municipalities in the Western Cape, they performed well in terms of clean audit. But I am in Western Cape. When I go to black communities, the report I'm getting about the municipalities of Western Cape is different from the reality on the ground. That's the discord I'm talking about. So as a result, as we sit here, we look at the numbers, we look at the reporting. Reporting does not equals to service delivery, does not equals to proper services that we are claiming. That's why then I need to make it straight from here that we then need another intervention or tool, that we need to ensure that whatever is reported on paper can be juxtaposed with a service delivery tool showcasing the reality on the ground. Because Western Cape, as far as I'm concerned, is fooling us, if I can use that term. Why? go to Khayelitsha, go to Nyanga, all the black townships and the colored townships. The service delivery is almost zero. Shacks for 24 years, I know, have been there as a permanent feature. How do you then justify that this is a clean audit? So clean audit for me is a staged paper trail service delivery check which has nothing to do with service delivery. So people can fool you by giving you actually clean audit because it's based on the template generated through an ICT process. But you cannot fool us on the ground that there is spillages, there is lack of service delivery in terms of water, housing, and all of those things. And that is the area that I'm interested in. Another point, in terms of strategic planning, when we do strategic planning, you find municipalities, there's no link between this clean audit and the strategic implementation of improving service delivery. That's why you find that service delivery remains the same. And then going forward to the issue of ownership patterns, you find that the system you are using, we inherited it from the white old order regime. For 31 years, we are using the same system. And this system, yes, thank you. The system of local government has been inherited from the old order, from 94. And we did nothing to improve it towards the direction of onboarding the 92% population of this country, which is black people. So when we're designing this local government system, it was designed to service 8% population during the white minority order. Now you have 92% population which must be onboarded on the same system. The system is not stretching, but what it is doing is shrinking and is allowing that service delivery will fall in the cracks. That's why you have actually unfunded mandates of service delivery budget. Why? You have 92% that has been onboarded into the same system, but you expect the same municipality to perform to the maximum. So that's why you have a problem where you find there are others who come here and say, we were doing well during our time, and you guys are failing. But what is omitted in that is that the 92% was never, we were not getting water during our time as black people. We're not getting all the services that the municipalities are giving now. But then I look at the economic share, the economy that is circulating in the same municipality, it is not spilling over to the 92% population. So that is telling you this is the misnomer that we find ourselves. Let me bring another point about if you can do an audit.
Honorable Mpetwa, as you wrap up, you are left with 30 seconds.
We must audit the companies that are servicing these municipalities. Check in terms of racial classification. Who are they? It is the same people who are feasting on the fiscals of the same municipalities, but then they are not actually willing to share the economy. Economy must be disaggregated according to demographic racial classification. Once it is equivalent, then we can be able to talk about economic share. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. The municipality has progressed from an unqualified to a qualified audit opinion. Part of the MIs that were mentioned or that were highlighted by AG is the issue of your non-current assets, your non-current liabilities, your operational costs and weak financial controls. And also it was highlighted that you have poor accounting records. Really, this is not an expectation from a metro to have poor accounting records. Your team, CFO, they don't keep records. I'm not sure what they expect, what they are doing there if they are not keeping records, because they need records when AG comes in. So your team is not keeping records. And it's one of the MIs that is qualifying the municipality, that the teams are not keeping records, number one. Number two, Chair, I saw that you're saying there you have a functional impact. I'm not sure how you say you have a functional impact if Also in the presentation, you don't have investigations. Do you have investigations? Do we have reports of investigations that were conducted by MPEC? Do we have write-off on the amounts of irregular expenditure? And you are sitting with about 22 billion on unauthorized expenditure. That's a big amount. And that's majority of the irregular expenditure in the province is sitting with the metro. So really, I don't know how to justify that. And the amount is escalating instead of going down. And Chair, and also City Manager, you have responsibility in terms of MFMA to prevent irregular expenditure from occurring. You have a responsibility to prevent it, let alone to follow it, even if it happens. You have a responsibility to not have it as an accounting officer. So what is it that you are doing to prevent it from happening? And your debt collection, you take so much. It's about 66 days. That's a lot. That's a lot. And also your creditors collection, it's over 90 days. You are incurring interest that are fruitless, that are wasteful expenditure at the end. So why are you taking so much? Why are you taking so long to pay your creditors? What is it that you are doing to correct this? And also your internal controls are not in place. They are not strong. From the comments from AG, you don't have strong internal controls. You have an internal audit unit that has not been reviewed in the past 5 years. And as per the Act, it's supposed to be reviewed, whether it's fit, is it doing the proper job there? Are we just having an internal audit unit? And also the stage of completion of some of the projects of the internal audit unit, it's less than 100%. So how are we going to have proper audit results at the end of the period if the internal audit unit is not fully functional? Also, on the last two, you have water losses that are sitting at almost 50%. This is a crime to humanity. This is spitting to the faces of South Africans. In this province, you are losing almost 50% of water when there are people who still go to the rivers and are drinking with animals. When there are people who still go miles to get water, but the municipality is losing almost half of the water that is to be supplying. And also on electricity, you are losing almost 30%. There are people who have been without electricity almost 30 years into democracy, but you are losing so many percent on electricity. We are supposed to be actually reporting that there's more people that are getting in the grid. Instead, you are losing the one that you are supposed to be providing. And that is really not a good picture at this time of the year, at this time of democracy. As I close, Chair, I want to also mention the fact that I picked up that, okay, the COO was just appointed when? On the 1st of this month. 1st of this month, that is 6 days ago, eh? So, okay. Unfortunately, we are dealing with prior year, right? But coincidentally, just before the committee arrives, then you are appointed. So I'm not sure if you are correcting it just because the committee was about to come. I'm not sure, but we are going to the right direction. And you cannot operate with such important and such strategic level of management with vacancies in such strategic management of your leadership. Thank you.
As you wrap up.
Thank you, Chair. I will just ask a few questions. I've been covered with a couple of them by the two colleagues. I think my main concern, really, without getting into details as well, I just find that we are really pinned on the reactive rather than the proactive side of your initiatives. In response, the response then gets very poor because we are really reactive more than being proactive. And maybe the next point, Chair, for me is that when you look at I didn't hear much elaboration or much more clarity in terms of the corruption quantification, because we know that the place is dripping with corruption like other places. And when I heard that there is a scrum, there's this corruption, and I think that the committee needs to know, have a little bit of understanding, clarification of the corruption. We have not unpacked the corruption. We know that is there, and I think the municipality or the city must know at what point do you say, this is what you can handle, this is what now is criminal. There are the Mandlanga commissions now, although it was not there before, but you can't just say, yes, there is this problem of syndicates and mafia-style mafia-style syndicates. So really, if we can just help us there, because you cannot say it's zero. And then the Eastern Cape is one of the provinces with the highest proliferation of traditional leaders. I have not seen one line or heard one line talking about how do you collaborate with the traditional leaders in actually just addressing as a partnership these issues of service delivery. There's the highest presence of traditional leaders here. Please help us. What are the initiatives that you have of working with the traditional leaders in terms of service delivery? Thank you, Chair.
No, thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. My first question would be, can you expatiate on the statement made by the MEC as far as evergreen contracts are concerned, and give a proper breakdown so that we can be able to understand, because it could be easy to accuse them if you don't tell us that this one is 2020, that one is 2018, so that we can get a proper reflection in terms of what is it that we're talking about. Number two, on the issue of your deviation in transactions. First, Mayor, in your capacity as an executive authority, what are you saying in relation to deviations? When transactions are done through deviations, is there no maleficence from your eyes when you look at that? And thirdly is I would be interested, perhaps I would be talking to the city manager, but I know that there is none here. What is it that keeps you awake at night, Executive Mayor, there in Nelson Mandela? If there is none, I would like to hear, and then I would ask why. As well as CFO, what is it that keep you awake at night there in Nelson Mandela? Can you also shed light on your recent departures of your senior managers? And then look at what is your contribution in relation to disinvestment in Nelson Mandela, because there is, and we can speak statistics if that comes to a push. Looking at the contribution of agriculture, in the Eastern Cape, it's less than 3%. There are no mines in the Eastern Cape. What's your view in relation to make agriculture as central in terms of the economic spin-offs in that area? And the last one, the shenanigans of the deputy mayor. Can you shed light? There are monies that allegedly he is in court using monies of public monies willy-nilly. Can you shed light on that? Thank you.
Thank you. May I please allow the municipalities to respond to the questions that have been asked?
Thank you. Let me start with the last questions. I think on disinvestment in Nelson Mandela, it would really be incorrect for me to agree that there's disinvestment in Nelson Mandela. When we know Goodyear has left, and it's the only company that we know has disinvested in the city. And it's not matters or factors attributed to the city not being run well. It's a matter of the dumping policy of the country. We met with their leadership, and they did confirm that they've been downsizing the plant for the past 15 years. And up to now, there is nothing that they can do to save the situation because of our national policies that allow other countries to bring their goods at a lesser price, and there's nothing they can do. And even on that particular aspect of investment, Aspen has expanded its plant in the Nelson Mandela under the same leadership of ours. Shatterproof, we've just been part of their launch on expansion, as well as Isuzu is also bringing a new unit under our leadership. So to agree on disinvestment would really be misinforming Parliament. And as well, how we interface with businesses. It's just a pity that the MEC has left of finance, because I wanted to clarify an issue that we have a live relationship with the business chamber of the municipality that has members of above 120 members of businesses that are affiliated under business chamber. So we, time and again, when there are service delivery issues affecting the plants, we interface on our quarterly sessions with the business chamber, and we address those issues promptly. We also have work streams that we are working on with the business chamber on energy, and as well the other one on retention of the investment in the city. So I'm quite confident to stand in Parliament to say there is no issue that we know of that we are not agile in attending to when it comes to service delivery matters. What has been raised by Isuzu on the issue of robots, it's one of the national ills of vandalism, because we install robots, they are taken away. We install, but we never tire and say we are not going to fix them because they are stolen. And we are going to continue to make sure. We are looking at putting the solar ones next to these critical points, because in Stanford Road we did so. They are still intact, the solar robots. So it's a matter which I wanted to clarify in the House. It's just a pity that the MEC has left. The other question was on the evergreen contracts. In the city, we are trying to bring on the council meeting of the 12th of January. I, as the executive mayor, has informed council that we are not going to accept extension of contracts as a report that has already taken place. Because in terms of Section 56 of the MFMA, it is supposed to be reasonable basis, done on reasonable basis. And when those reasonable bases are done, council should be informed before the municipal manager extends the contract beyond its set time. And as well, it then impedes the deviation impedes competition fairness on tendering system. So we have told council that this is no longer going to happen. As a result, we were waiting for supply chain to bring, and the CFO, to bring a comprehensive report on the reports of the last financial year on what we have deviated on extending contracts without following a due process. So this is the position I have taken as the executive mayor to safeguard the finances of the municipality and also the laws that govern our country. What keeps me awake are the financial losses at electricity and energy. Unit is the fact that also there's no expedience in employing on critical vacancies. And as well, what keeps me awake are the water losses. And yeah, I think those are the issues that keep me awake. And on the departure of senior managers, well, I don't think that the senior managers there was just a reign of them going out at the same time. But it's a phased matter. Others' contracts are ending. The last one that left the municipality found a job at ESCOM. And in actual fact, he's part of those that we have interviewed towards the process that was supposed to have been complete on the 1st of October. So I'm not sure what really the question was intending to expose. I must also speak on the issue of, I think on the issue of MPEC, CFO, no, COO is going to speak broadly on other matters, but on MPEC, since the committee came into our city, the provincial committee led by Honorable Konza, there were areas that they have lifted, including the capacitation of MPEC, which as council we took it serious, Chair. We since changed in January the chairperson of MPEC, and the committee has been preparing to go to a training. They went to a benchmarking exercise in another municipal in Cape Town. And as well, we have taken a decision in council to make sure that they are fully supported administratively, because that office has no auditors, it has no accountants to prepare the chairpersons or researchers to prepare chairpersons to go to the committee. So we said that is going to be attended to. In terms of investigations, no investigations have started in the last financial year dealing with the UIFWE by MPEC, and as well, but meetings they sit almost every fortnight. MPEC does sit. But in terms of the outcome, them bringing an outcome in council, it's another story that we can relate. And as well, I've sat as an executive mayor with the chairperson of MPEC to say, let's start the reports in the last financial year, audited year, so that we don't waste a long time investigation. What will be said has no documents. To curb what is happening, let's start in the last financial year. He acceded, even in the last council, I reiterated the fact in council. And yeah, I think those are the issues, Chair, that I wanted to speak on. Thank you very much.
Mine, Chair, I'm going to respond to question number 3 from Honorable Botelezi, which says that why are you reactive, not proactive? Let me categorically put that there are investigations that are taking place in Nelson Mandela Metro, which are conducted by the law enforcement agencies. The SIU and the Hawks are doing that. Part of the investigation are in these contracts that are called evergreen contracts. As a municipality, we hold payments in many contracts that are under investigation as we are informed by the law enforcement agencies. So we're not sitting and folding arms. My predecessors have moved forward in terms of this report, and I will continue as long as I'm sitting on the seat to make it sure that all information that they want, they will get to conclude the investigation, so that when it's necessary, people account. I want to mention that in this session. Then the other issue that was raised is the issue of traditional leadership. I must categorically say that in the area where we're coming from, the issue of traditional leadership is not that strong, but we do have the COI and the sense that in that area. And the mayor has opened her door in terms of attending to all those issues that are affecting traditional leadership as part of the desk in her office. Moving on, the issue which was raised, the internal audit is not reviewing or not fully functional. We've got a fully functional internal audit which is reporting directly to the audit steering committee, to the audit committee. Administratively, I see their reports, but their action at that level. When it's necessary, they are compiling a report to council, advising council that these are our findings as the audit committee on a quarterly basis. Then council must act on these reports. When they are processed in council, they are referred to investigation at MPEG, which is sitting. We further strengthen MPEG by establishing a committee that is processing the reports that are seen by MPEG. Because we foresee challenges coming at that level, that these reports, when they have to serve, it's either difficult for them to be interpreted at the MPEG level so that they can be referred to the DC board. So that is happening, Chair. I can vouch on that because I see those reports and I see the work happening. There was an issue that was raised by the Honorable Mtetwa. Honorable Mtetwa, I admit, I don't deny. In terms of our planning, it's a challenge, although we're improving, because our traditional planning is planning within the IDP process, which does not inform what is happening on the ground. Because our people, sometimes they not respond in these IDP processes and they're left behind, although we do open the doors for them to participate in indigenous policies and so on of the council. But that is the biggest challenge, because people are just sitting, not attending meetings and going to the ward councillors to inquire what they are required to get. But the issues of 6 liters of water per month, we do give them, and other issues, and we do assist them. Normally, we are having a government on wheels, which is championed by the Office of the Executive Mayor, and where I'm acting, where we go directly to them so that they can be able to participate on those issues. But it's not, the impact is not the way that one anticipates to be. The other issue that to prevent irregular expenditure, we are confident of the fact that we want to stop this evergreen contract because they are done 3 deviations. And this is following our UIFW as a municipality. So in moving forward, I informed the CFO to move forward with the issue of appointing the panels of consultants and the panels of contractors so that we do away on these evergreen contracts, so that we've got people that can respond when there are tenders that we need to advertise in a very expedient manner. Then I'll hand over to you, Stephen.
Thank you, Jason. There was a question that was also directed to ask as to what is it that keeps you awake at night. Myself and the mayor. The mayor has responded, but I've got to also respond. What keeps me awake, Chairperson and honorable members, is number one, the ballooning arrear debt. If the ballooning arrear debt can reverse, the picture that we see here will be improving in terms of all the ratios that we look at, not only the collection rate, but all the others, your current ratios, your cost coverage ratios, and others. So to me, what keeps me awake is that picture, number one, of the ballooning arrear. More so, Chairperson, when we are being owed by the state. I think in one of these presentation slides, I said as at 30 June 2025, 208 million rand is owed or was owed to the city by government departments. The second thing is the one that becomes also an Achilles heel, the UIFW expenditure that is ballooning correctly. So it's not that we are looking at it and not doing a thing. The plans that the city manager is indicating, the stopping of the utilization of deviations. All deviations go through a BAC. They go through a scrutiny there. If that deviation is necessarily not a deviation, it's poor planning, it will not be, and it is not supported by a BAC to the city manager. The third thing, which will turn things around financially for the city, is already mentioned by the members, the water and electricity losses. The more we curtail those losses, the more we curtail the spending on bulk purchases. When I was presenting the slide on electricity and energy, you saw a bigger amount that we are spending on bulk purchases for electricity, which is now even exceeding the electricity revenue that we generate for that service. So those are the three things, Chairperson, that keep me awake. If I can also respond to some questions that were linked to us about the debt collection. Again, in the slides we presented as to what we are trying to do to curtail that situation, which I also ended by saying we are now about to be utilizing 4 service providers that we have appointed through RT or transversal tender of National Treasury for collecting what is due to the municipality. After all other actions that we have taken, being lenient, writing off where we've got to write off, and so on. Creditors payment, it's another area that we continue to improve on, where we pay for services. But again, Chairperson, when we pay, before we pay, we analyze what we are about to pay. Whenever there is an instance where the expenditure may not have been followed properly, there is another process that has got to be followed prior that expenditure is released. So at times it delays that part of a payment. The poor accounting records, Chairperson, also relates to just record keeping in the city. We had an instance, Chairperson, where in the city everything that was a supply chain document was scattered around in all directorates. We have a centralized manner of keeping the records that are supply chain. Even when the AG visits us, when they come and do the auditing, they get the documents at supply chain, they get accommodated at supply chain, and the audit that they would perform, they would be performing 4 documents that are supply chain related at supply chain. Same applies when it comes to expenditure management. All payments that are made are recorded and are safely kept in a centralized place. Where we are moving to now, we are moving at trying to automate those documents so that we spend less time printing them, but when the AG is requiring them, they are available, accessible. I think, Chairperson, majority of the questions were responded to. I'm going to end there. Thank you very much.
Chair, I think there's one question which we did not respond to, is the one of the shenanigans of the Deputy Mayor. I would wish that the Speaker responds to it, and because the Deputy Mayor is appointed by Council, is not under me as the Executive Mayor, but I think also in the response of the COO, the Acting City Manager now, is that on the audit committee, we note and we are going to attend to the review of the work of the committee, which has never been the case in the city, where we review their performance every 5 years. So the internal audit committee, it's something that we are going to take home and attend to it. Over to you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to the Chair and our honorables. I think I want to start, Executive Mayor, if you allow me, to just speak a little bit on, and because there was a question on UIF and how do we deal with it, and maybe it's important to inform our honorables and Chair that just last week, Council noted the fact that in future, the MPEC should investigate all payments that were unauthorized It then goes to council. MPAC recommends to council. Council will then decide what the repercussions would be of such a decision, whether the municipal manager should pay or whether the municipal manager should not pay or corrective action should be taken. Then in terms of, and I think there was another question on arrear debts and how do we deal with that, and also how do we deal with those that cannot pay. And it's important for the honourables to note that in terms of our public participation process, what we do at all our programs that is held at the venues, whether it's a provincial program, a national public participation program, or just ordinary programs that the executive may have. But we should rescind the decision. But I can report that that case is in court at the moment, because remember there's a criminal side to it. This week, all witnesses will be attending court on that matter. In terms of the traditional leaders, and I think you've asked the question, even though we have a Khoisan that is recognized, we do have the elders, and they are more interested in what is happening during the initiation processes, whether we have land available for them, whether these initiates are safe, and what are we doing about it. I must say we have a good relationship with them. We only had one death last year. We didn't have any deaths this year. And we are in the process of taking 6,000 initiates to the initiation school at the end of the year. And we're working on that. Thank you so much. Because that falls in the office of the Speaker as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable members, I believe one of the questions that was not responded to is the one of Honourable Muthetwa, where he was looking for the striking balance between the funds and service delivery in the municipality. And then the second one, it was on the audit of service providers in terms of the race. And also, as we know that there are possibilities of the fronting or something like that. And then the other one, or the one of the traditional leaders, has been responded to. And there was an issue about request municipal audit outcome or something. Has it been answered? No, I will just give honorable members to follow up or raise questions that they believe that was not answered. You only have 30 seconds each. We'll start with Honorable Muthetwa. We'll go on that sequence. Or Honorable Ndamasi, you can start and then it will go there.
Thank you very much, Chair. We can engage in the issue of disinvestment because as we look at the country, the reason we are performing the way we are performing, it is because of disinvestment. And I'm directing towards Nelson Mandela because one of the special economic zones in the two SEZs that are in Eastern Cape is there, and I think it is the biggest. We may derail the meeting, but the fact of the matter is, in terms of the performance of the economy, we can never speak as if there is no disinvestment, including in Nelson Mandela. And part of the things that the investors are raising, they have everything to do with the performance of the municipality. Whether you go to BCM and you talk Eastern and ITZ and all the investors that are supposed to get there. Then the second one, the last one, Chair, it is this issue. It is the question that I don't know how I missed it, but it's a question that relates to the loss of water. If it is not a likelihood that they may go to the situation that they were in, I'm not sure whether it's 5 years ago, where they were targeting day zero. The situation that you are reading here is a situation similar to Cape Town. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. I hear you are saying, Chair, that the question of traditional leaders was answered. I think whilst one, commends the response on initiation, I think I was very specific. I was talking about deliberate and in-depth participation in service delivery. Unless I missed something, I did not hear that. But also, the one which I felt was important was the one on the quantification of corruption. I think that was missed. I think it's very important. It's not a nice to know. It's very critical to us. Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson, on record here, AG is saying the municipality, the identified misstatements on non-current assets, non-current liabilities, and receivables is due to poor record keeping. It's AG saying that. So I'm not sure what the CFO is saying, but I'm saying AG is saying it's poor record keeping. To also support that, your PPE had issues because of poor record keeping. You recorded some projects as completed in the current year that were not falling within the current year. And that is as a result of poor record keeping. So you have a problem with poor record keeping. That's why you have an MI with AG. Last one, Chair. Maybe just to assist the acting city manager. The internal audit unit must undergo an external quality assurance review. That is as per Institute of Internal Auditors Standard 1312. They need to go through this process after a certain period of time. So your internal audit unit has not gone through an external assurance review in the past 5 years. That is what I was saying. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. On the issue of traditional leadership, especially the Khoisans, and which are applicable to your case, you mentioned they asked the issue of land. And there's a reason why they're asking the question of land, the Khoisan. Their culture thrives on them having access to land, natural vegetation for their medicinal herbs, hunting purposes for their regalia and all of that, and also the initiation issues. All those things, they need access to land. And you find that the white people have taken all that land into natural reserves, game parks, and gated all of that, fenced that off, forgetting that there is a race that is actually their culture and religion is based on the natural attachment. Now, are you responding to this? Two, are the whites returning the land? Because the issue of land claim is not resolved. The fact that you're staying in established cities and towns does not justify that that is not where these cultural groups were residing. They were residing in the same capital cities and the towns,
No response in terms of them being given an alternative to land so that they can be able to thrive. So you find whites are taking all the prime land. They are not returning our. Okay, there's this one. This one is actually prominent. We are seeing a tendency of Orania type of establishment by white people. Cape Independence type of development and Klein-Fontaine type of where whites are going together to house themselves alone, fence themselves, but they're forgetting that they're sitting on the same land that is claimed by the same Amakos. So that is where the problem. Thank you.
The executive mayor, as you respond, I believe that on the issue of traditional leadership, you should also give us indication as to whether they do form part or attend your councils, as we know that they can attend, although they don't have voting powers. Are they part of the IDP drafting? And are they also being invited to some strategic activities that are taking place within the municipalities? And as you respond, you are aware some of the matters that have been raised are constitutional in matter. They will need Parliament to deal with them. So you respond to those that are within your scope. The ones that are not, you can just leave it to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think on the issue of traditional leaders and coisans, how we have no gazetted house of traditional leaders that must participate in our council as yet. We know COIs and SENS are acknowledged legislatively, but there has been no process where COGTA has tried to sit us down for the council to be able to accommodate them. So we are operating with the representatives of the Eastern Cape houses, whether it's that fall within the Nguni tribe. There are different houses within our province falling under the Nguni tribe. So there are representatives of those houses that when we call sectoral meetings, they do come and do represent interest of these different tribes. But that has its own limitation because their recognition is not done in a manner where we are able to say we are really dealing with the traditional leaders as prescribed in the Constitution. Chair, I think on the issue of poor record keeping, we are aware as responding as the executive mayor, not as the CFO. We are aware on poor record keeping of the city, and it's quite a concern, which we have embarked on a process of setting money aside on the budget for SCOA compliance to be complete. And the process now where it is, there is a service provider that has been identified that is supposed to be handling the whole process. I think CFO and COO is going to speak on that. So it's part of the ailments of our city, which we think we need to deal with it urgently. On if one would have seen as well on the issue of around the audit outcomes, we are aware of the asset management not being in a proper position, and we are working on that. We are still completing a process of the 3 other financial years, starting from 2023, 2022 to 21 backwards, which have not, some of the assets have not been confirmed. And we are of the view that expedience must be done from our level so that we clean the records and we are able to be abreast on matters. On the issue of corruption, as I have mentioned earlier, that currently, MPEC has not processed any investigation in the past financial year, has not started any investigation in the last audited financial year. But we do have these state anti-corruption organs. The SIU is in place at Electricity and Energy. The proclamation dates back to 4 years. We've already paid them for service, but we have not seen the final report as yet. Is it 9 million, Mr. Ngelwane, that we've already? 8 million that we've already paid to them for service they have not completed. And it's around the street lighting contract, the proclamation, and as well the blown Kucha substation, which it is alleged that it's our officials who orchestrated that and they respond with their own contractors. The department is currently losing money. We are close to $1 billion. But where we are hamstrung is that we can't institute another investigation on top of the other. There has been mismanagement in the department. There's been officials that have been suspended. And all this is around this investigation, which has no outcomes. And we are of the view that we must be able to try other avenues of arresting the situation, because the losses are not only increasing, but also they have a bearing on how we service our people in terms of the electricity. Also, one of the contributing factors on the losses at electricity, we have new settlements that are cropping up. And these settlements, we are seated now at 179 informal settlements, which we need to electrify. They overload transformers. Once transformers blow, we are needed to respond. And there is no area that is without electricity. We do give transformers, but it's at a loss of the municipality. And we are in a process of trying to roll out a new meter system so that each household can have its own meter, and they are then billed for having its own meter. Transversal tender was ventured into for the rollout of the meters, but the amount of money we have and the need on the ground is not sufficient. We have discussed the matter with the National Treasury in terms of the application that we have made for the grant around the meter system. We are hopeful that the results are going to be positive. On the issue of disinvestment, Honorable One, I think let's really take the conversation out of the room, because it's honestly global issues that are affecting disinvestment. But in terms of Nelson Mandela, I am reiterating that we can't take responsibility when there's an assumption that it has to do with the municipality, when in fact the current disinvestment had nothing to do with the municipality, but national policies, which do not have anything to do with our city. So with due respect, I would wish that we take the conversation outside so that we are able to sharpen each other's thinking or advices on. I'm willing to take an advice if ever I'm pursuing the conversation in a manner that does not sit well with the honourable member. I think on the, I think I've covered. It's only Mr. Ngelwane that must speak on the
record keeping. Sorry, Chairperson. Good afternoon. Sorry. I think my responses were too quick. I was only making an example of areas where we make improvements. I was just making an example with SCM filing system, but not saying that the qualifications are not justifiable. As the mayor has explained, they are indeed justifiable. If you talk PPE, Chairperson, PPE is relating to what is called work in progress. whilst you are creating an asset, there is an accounting manner in which that asset must be disclosed in the financial records of the municipality. We work, Honorable Member, with the directorates because as a CFO or as a budget and treasury office, you are not necessarily creating an asset. So it's a process that we have now established as a communication between ourselves as BTO and the user directorates in ensuring that what they give us is correct. You cannot be giving during an audit of 2024-25 a whip of 2021-22 financial year. That distorts the information and it results to something. So what the mayor was saying, in that qualification, we also have to go back and make sure that what we presented in those 3 financial years is indeed correct. So that's what we are doing as an action. We are not denying that record keeping is not up to it. The other thing that we are working on, which the mayor has promised, made mention of, is improving and automation on some of our processes, because others are tediously manual. So in this financial year, as we started, we are improving on automating some to minimize the hard labor and come up with an automated to solve other problems. Thanks, Chairperson.
Chair, sorry, can we please wrap up because we're running behind on time?
No, Chair, I wanted to also speak on the issue of the grant spending. It was raised before. Can I speak on it? On the grant spending by the municipality and as well on the political instability. Am I allowed?
You only have 1 minute to cover the
On 1 minute. The Nelson Mandela is stable politically. All committees are sitting that are at a political level. Standing committees are sitting, processing reports well. So, and all multi-party meetings are sitting on scheduled time. Councils are sitting on scheduled time. Special councils are sitting when it's necessary. And we complete all of our business. So we view ourselves as politically stable. Secondly, on the issue of the spending of grants, we want to inform Parliament that in terms of the grants that have not been spent well, which amount to 174, on the 110,000 we have applied to National Treasury on the 24th of September to surrender the RBIG grant, on the basis that the EIA and WULA have not been acceded to by the Department of Water and Sanitation. So it will be fruitless to keep the 110 grant when, in fact, when the time comes, we won't be compliant, we won't be able to spend it. So we are saying, instead of being flagged, let's surrender the money and wait for national government to be ready for us to implement the project. In terms of the other 64,
as you wrap up,
Chair, in terms of the other 64 million, it relates to human settlement and water and sanitation projects, 2 treatment works, and also the sanitation and bulk service of Woma project, which has been stopped because people invaded the land we were going to build on. When we removed them with a court order, they went to the legal aid to bar us from proceeding with the project. So we've gone to court again so that we are able to proceed with the project, and the money is not turned back because the land that is meant for development is illegally occupied by residents of Homa. So it's those reasons why we have been sending money back. We are ready in terms of project planning. Lastly, on the last council, we have taken an item of establishing a project management unit so that we have a thorough focus on the grant spending with professionals, your engineers that are going to be dedicated to look at the projects that are going on. There's will for us to service people of Nelson Mandela, and we appreciate the oversight that you have done to us. Thank you very much.
No, I will not allow more follow-ups on the matter. If there are follow-ups, we'll have to submit a written submission on those one, then we'll get a written response. Honorable Fanzale. Honorable Fanzale, can we please get the mic? Honorable Mtolo, we're not going to, I'm going to give you your 5 minutes, but in future when we pass, we've passed. We're not going to act like we know when you are in charge, when the pastor starts to preach, and then you start to.
No, thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Understood. Just to make a follow-up, Honorable Mayor has made it on record that MPEC sits but doesn't report. And she even reported that to full council. I will expect the Speaker to take this Parliament into confidence. What is she doing about that? Because it's not a matter of sitting, but not reporting is like not sitting at all. So I'd like actually the Speaker to take this committee into confidence. What is she doing about that? Because if MPEC sits but not reporting, it's like not sitting at all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you to the PE team. What is the status of the disciplinary processes of Dr. Nokolo Nwazi, the MM of NMB? Why has her disciplinary not been finalized in about 20 months? What is the cost of this disciplinary to date? And how many acting MMs has been appointed during that period that she has been removed? Then it was very quickly glanced over regarding the positions, the vacant positions for the executive directors. Why are they not being filled? It was just said that they are not being filled, but we don't have an actual explanation as why are they not filled. Are you advertising? Are you not advertising? How is that actually then impacting on service delivery in the area of Nelson Mandela Bay Metro Municipality? Then on the IPTS, the beleaguered 4 billion, we know that there's been millions forfeited back to National Treasury. And I also read somewhere that these buses have been taken off the street. So I read that somewhere. And it's been for an extended period of time. Is there a plan to get the system back in the streets? What is the time frame? What is the issues? How many passengers does it transport on a monthly basis? How many passengers were transported in the last financial year? And what is the cost to turn the IPTS operations to run it per annum? Then just some standard questions that I normally ask. What do you pay in percentage to your salary versus your budget? I want to know what is the percentage. You spend 40% or 45% of your budget on salaries. Have you undertaken any overseas trips? Anyone in the last 3 years? What was it for? Who went on those trips? And what was the cost? And then it was mentioned by the MEC Mvoku about the money that has been returned to National Treasury. We know that that has happened, but we don't know why. That has been missed completely. I wanted to know why you've not spent all your grant funding and why it was returned back, and what is the exact amount that has been returned. And then performance bonuses, lastly. Has any performance bonuses been paid to any manager, executive director? I'm not talking about your normal bonuses, I'm talking about performance bonuses. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I want to know how many vacancies for engineers exist in the administration, and how many engineers does the city currently have in its employment, and why are these positions not filled? And it seems to me vacancies is a sort of a general thing in Nelson Mandela, because the internal audit unit also has a vacancy of 20%. And furthermore, the internal audit unit did not have an external quality assurance review in the past 5 years as required. I would like to know what is the position, when will these vacancies be filled, and when will this external assurance review be done? so that you can know that your internal control systems are improved. Then I saw in the media reports that the electricity department has a considerable loss, around about 1.3 billion in the last financial year, and it's also some concerns and some of the things that's keeping you awake, Mayor, as you said. This is not sustainable, and it will bankrupt the city. The fact that the past turnaround plans obviously failed, how do you plan on getting this electricity department profitable again? And then based on that as well, your cash holdings reduced significantly in the last financial year due to losses. And at the moment, you stated, and it's been in the media, that that department is losing money. Don't you think that you have to focus a little bit on reducing expenditure significantly in an attempt to preserve your cash holdings? Then there was in the presentation a very interesting little picture given to us from the Auditor General, saying that financially Nelson Mandela Bay is sound, but service delivery wise it's distressed. Now this is one of these things that says that good financial or good financial standing does not revert into service delivery. So I would like to know, what is the reason? If the financial problems is not that big, why don't you deliver the services that you're supposed to deliver? And also the root causes of unauthorized, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Briefly, if I look at that report, things like poor management, poor consequence management, and poor financial reports. We heard about all these things. I want to get a clear indication, what is the plan, how to improve these three things? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. From the province, do we have questions? Honorable Kwanza.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is just coming because this is a municipality that we met from the 1st to the 5th of October 2024. And some of the issues that they are raising as the executive mayor issues that were a concern to us. What worries me, Chairperson, is the fact that there is less clarification, Honorable Executive Mayor and the CFO, on the actual issues that you report on. Let me make an example. On the issue where you talk about revenue, sorry, let me just go to my, I know. Sorry, let me just go to my, I know. Sorry, let me just go to my, I know. The water losses, yes. There is no quantification of how that then affects the revenue quality. That is the thing. The second one, on the issue of COE, compensation of employees. Again, there is no specification on how much does go to the COE. I'm saying this because this was an issue that concerned us when we were there, of the large amounts that go to the COE. I think somebody talked on the issue of MPEC, because that is where I was worried as well. Because on the issue of MPEC, when we were there, the issue was around MPEC complaining about the environment of them not being given a platform to report, and their dates not being taken for them to report on. Now there is an improvement on that, but the improvement again is flagged by the capacity of the same MPEC that has been now formed. What I wanted to check on that score is the legality of the committee that has been established to assist MPEC on the analysis of the reports. How legal is that committee and on what is it based? I'm asking this, Chair, because the establishment of MPEC is regulated in relation as to how it has to be formed and what it has to do. Now, if you form another committee to support MPEC, on what do you base that? And how legal are going to be the decisions of that committee vis-a-vis MPEC that is supposed to be the reporting body to the council? So to me that becomes a problem. And then on the issue of the issue of the debts owed to municipalities. Again, there is no specification, because this was also an issue that concerned us, on the amounts that are owed by government departments on the municipality. And what plans are there then for we would have asked that, Tina, on our side from the Provincial Treasury and COGTA. What steps are there to ensure that such shortcomings are met? I think, to me, those are the issues that are based on what we saw then, that I feel that still, with a year having lapsed, Executive Mayor, there are still, to me, uncertainties for us to be able to measure the impact of our own oversight as well over Nelson Mandela. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon to you and honorable members. Chair, at the risk of not knowing the structure of the presentation given to them or questions sent to them to prepare on, I will then ask for specifics. As Honorable Konza said, of course, we appreciate the presentation. However, there are certain areas that I think one would have expected more. For example, on water losses, that's the last point. On the first point, Honorable Konza spoke about water losses. One would have expected the cost, the amount, how much have you lost out of that? Because we see that you have lost about 38.6% we have recorded 38.6% of water losses. Of that, how much the city has lost monetary? That's one. Two, you are aware that the National Treasury norm is 15 to 30%. You are now way above the norm. What is being done to recover so that you are within the norm of as expected? The second area for me, Chairperson, is the issue of wastewater treatment services. Again, they are not specific in the presentation. It is only reported that there are challenges. It is not mentioned that there are 3 wastewater treatment plants that are operating on an expired licenses. What is being done? Because immediately you operate with an expired licenses, there are penalties that you are likely to face. Now, what is being done? Why this is, and how long has this been happening? The other last issue, Chair, we have been, the MEC was here. He said, of the huge irregular expenditure in the province, the 2 metros, this one being the biggest, 22.2 billion. What is not said in the report? What has been done regarding officials that have caused that? The consequences, because there are officials responsible that have allowed the break in the chain. For example, if the issue is about green contracts, the fact of the matter is that we are talking deviations. Inherent in the deviation is an extension of a deviation, which is a big problem. You can take a deviation, follow the due process of going to council, but the challenge here in the report, Chair, is that even that deviation, they then get to extend it again. That for me is a big problem. And I think the AG has picked that up. So what is being done? Our officials held liable for this. I won't go back to the issue of the other issue is this amount of irregular expenditure. How many reports that have gone to council from MPEC to council regarding their investigation and processes that have undertaken to deal with the regular expenditure. And of those reports, how many have been council has agreed to write off, and amounting to how much? Because that's the process that will take us somewhere. The last point. Of your deferred maintenance, how much do you spend as a city to keep the asset right? There's amount of in your budget that you're supposed to set aside to ensure that there is deferred maintenance that is done, and as we are aware that in terms of the National Treasury requirements, 8% of your budget must go towards your deferred maintenance. In the presentation, I did not see of how much you're maintaining your assets, because this thing of maintenance, Honorable Chairperson, is a cross-cutting problem across municipalities. That is why you've got water leaks everywhere. So it's important that we always raise it. Your annual financial statements, who does them? Who does them? Are you doing them internally? Do you have enough capacity if you're doing internally? Have you co-sourced them? Because the reason why I'm asking this, Chair, is because there are huge material misstatements. Somebody did not do a thorough job when the annual financial statement was being prepared. So who does them? And if indeed you do them your own, do you have enough capacity, or have you co-sourced them? And how much are you paying that person that you have co-sourced the services to? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I'd like to swiftly latch on to what Honourable Van Zyl said earlier about the 7 vacancies within top management within the municipality. I'd like to know what is being done and how far they are with regards to remedying this. Purely, I'm latching on purely so that we can understand how important these specific vacancies are. It's the ED of electricity and energy, and the ED of infrastructure and engineering. It's also public health ED, EDTA ED, ED of ESRAC, ED of safety and security, ED of I&E. So it's important, intricate roles that need to be filled, because it indirectly impacts service delivery within the municipality to the people in the metro. I'd like to then further state that I wanted to know on page 37 under water and sanitation, it says that the known backlog for leaks is at 4,533 and that there is a leak repair program happening currently. I'd like to know if the leak repair program is yielding much results, and because we're looking at 38.66% of revenue loss with regards to water. So that means most of it is water leaks. With that being said, when I said known backlogs, it was for a specific reason. I wanted to find out from the municipality what is happening to their call center, because the 0800 2050 number has been off for over a month. So how are you measuring that? That is the amount of water leaks you currently have if there is not a system which people can report to. I understand that we have an app that we can use, but if we look at 45% of households which receive an indigent social grant, not everybody is privy to be able to access internet and that. What is the easier way you are using, or what line is utilized now for people to report on service delivery, and when do you intend on fixing the problem with regards to the line that is not working? Lastly, Honourable Chairperson, I'd like to state that on page 9 of the AG's report, it states that under write-offs of irregular expenditure, the municipality has performed a write-off during the current year. However, the process of write-off was not considered to be valid. Can we please have guidance as to what constitutes that it was invalid in this regard? I think that is all from me on that one. Thank you, Honourable Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I have just one area of concern that I want to raise. It's on page 31 in the report that speaks on to management of government debt. So I want to check with the mayor or whoever will answer on behalf of the municipality. Your relations with the district development champion that has been appointed to be tasked with the intergovernmental issues such as your government debt and your unfunded mandates and things like that. Can can you share with us your successes or the success that this intervention has had, or perhaps the challenges? In other words, is the DDM champion doing what we would have hoped that he or she would be doing in terms of assisting you in this part of the government debt and the unfunded mandates? This page also speaks to the provincial quarterly outreach that is led by the MEC for Finance and MEC of COGTA. Can you also share with us these quarterly meetings? Are there any issues that you've raised with the provincial cabinet that has not been dealt with, or that the assistance that you requested from them has not been raised or achieved from their side? I'm raising this, Chair, so that we can also do a proper oversight on this part of the assistance that is requested or needed by the municipality, as well as the DDM champions. I wanted to check, perhaps, Chair, from yourselves as well. Do you have a measure in place to do oversight on these DDM champions, so that we can also see that this part of government, if they're also doing what they should be doing? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. Firstly, I'm going to talk about the audit outcomes. I would like to have seen in the presentation to what level or percentage you are now with the audit financial outcomes from the Auditor General's report. How has that been properly addressed? And then, Chairperson, under unfunded mandates in terms of libraries, 148 million is basically set aside for libraries within the municipality. I just needed to find out how many of these libraries are still operational within the metro, and has there any discussions been had with the Department of Education in terms of having an agreement to deal with libraries within the schools and setting that mandate over rather to the Education Department instead of having it within the municipal setting. In terms of housing delivery, mention is being made that 214 million rand is actually a burden for human settlements on the taxpayer. But I want to find out, in terms of the Human Settlements Development Grant and infrastructure upgrading partnership grant that is being handled by Human Settlements in conjunction with municipalities, how is that then being utilized? To substantiate this, it would have been nice to have had a seen something to say, these are the types of interventions we do with human settlements. This is the proper backlog, and that's why we say it's a burden. We do know that when it comes to human settlements, the issue with this municipality, as the case in Buffalo City, is the electrification of RDP houses, and that is actually the reason why there's a huge housing backlog. In terms of rectification of houses, 10%, I know it's understated because you said last year 316 of the houses that will be rectified will not cover the 10%. I want to know thus far, how efficiently are you using the rectification percent to rectify houses within the metro? Also, Chairperson, in the report by the Auditor General, it basically says that 2% is being utilized for expenditure on repairs, and 59% as per 2023-2024 financial year is being utilized for asset rehabilitation and or renewal. It also states low investment on asset renewal to improve asset conditions to effectively improve services is very low. As was mentioned by my colleague, it's supposed to be the norm of 8%. What plans are in place to improve from 2% on your budget to repair your infrastructure, as well as will you improve more on the 59%? We can talk about water losses and all of that, but if you do not invest properly, then we will forever have that challenge within the sector. And then lastly, Chairperson, I want to find out, when it comes to the rollovers, mention was made 159 million rand have been lost. 267 million will be rolled over. Can you give us an idea where we stand now in terms of the rollover that you've requested to be utilized? Thank you.
Thank you.
can I first request to CFO to respond?
Before you respond, can I please request you that you stick to the questions? Don't over elaborate on the responses. We have 20 minutes for you to respond to all these questions that have been raised.
Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson, thank you. I'm going to be as brief as much as possible. I will start by responding on rollover questions. The rollover in terms of our municipal processes are submitted when the financial statements are submitted at Treasury on or before the end of August. From September, October, we then await the results or the outcomes. So the applications were submitted. The outcomes are what we are waiting for. The low investment in terms of repairs and maintenance, Chairperson, yes, we cannot deny that the requirement in terms of Circular 71 from Treasury is that when it comes to repairs and maintenance, they ought to be at around 8%, at about 8% of your budget. If you look at the city, 8% of the budget could be 1.5 billion rand in the city of Nelson Mandela. But in terms of a budget that we've got to submit to council, that budget must also be funded and be balanced. So it's a balancing act, Chairperson, where we've got to look at the sources of revenue, which we try to demonstrate here. The collection rate, what is it that we can be able to collect in terms of that budget being funded? I think in the past financial year, our repairs and maintenances budget were about 700 million rand, as opposed to about 1.5, 1.4 billion rand if we were to meet the 8%. So we've got to assess the budget fundedness, because whatever budget we take to council must be able to say it's a budget on top of being funded, Chairperson. It must be a profit generating kind of a budget, not a loss kind of a budget. The various kinds of grants were asked on the human settlements. Ma'am, the grants from human settlements come to the city being specific. If we were to show what we are to be getting in this current financial year, which we demonstrated to council when the council was approving the budget on the 18th of June, it has got specific projects from rand to rand. I think in this financial year that we're in, I think 110 million rand is awaited to be received for specific projects. We even break them down towards the allocation that we get from human settlements. The only thing that we're trying to do here is to relate that as part of the underfunded mandate, it is not only the libraries, which we demonstrate as to how much it costs us, it is also the human settlement element that is not necessarily a mandate of a municipality. So we've got the facts and figures for the current financial year as well. The action plans in terms of the audit that we take, it occurs as soon as we receive an audit report from the AG. I think last year we received the audit report just after, I think on the 17th of December. The Madam Mayor will remember that we even had a session at the stadium where we were talking about the regression in the audit outcomes. The audit action plans are worked together with the directorates, because what becomes part of an audit report is a combination of many issues that are raised. It could be supply chain, it could be water losses, and across the institutions. So that is now fed into the new system of National Treasury. About 60-70% of what was raised has been captured, but it is the approval stages that become a problem. For instance, I've got to do the checkings myself. I've got to have time and go through that system and approve for it to go to a next stage. The next stage being internal audit that must do the verification of the work that I've done for it to go forward. Chairperson, I think I'm gonna, there was a specific question, sorry, Mayor, there was a specific question of who prepares the financial statements. As Nelson Mandela would prepare financial statements. But I must say, yes, capacity-wise, we are trying to beef up that area. We've got 4 or 5 ladies who work on the financial statements. And when it comes to June, July, August, I will be guarding them to make sure that they don't go ill. And yes, too much manual in that area. That's an area where we also want to improve in terms of automations, starting from this current financial year and we go forward. There was a question that was asked specifically on the salaries as a component of the total cost, the COE as a total component of the, the total expenditure, operating expenditure. That is at about 27%, Chairperson. If you compare a 4.4 billion rand that we budget for salaries vis-a-vis the 19 billion rand that is the total operating expenditure, that's around, we have not been greater than 30% as yet. No. Thank you, Chair. I think it was said to be invalid irregular expenditure write-offs. That could be meaning an instance where a report has not gone to an MPEC. But as far as I know, a report must go to MPEC prior a writing of a recommendation to write off or not to write off. And the other thing that I think was asked was about the government debt. I think from where I'm standing, Chairperson, in here, I did show exactly what was in arrears as at the end of June. Maybe, Honorable Member Konza, you are looking to name even the departments that we can do so, but the 207 is 207 that is reported as at 30 June 2025. The call center, okay. I think we have had some issues with our service provider, MTN, when it comes to the municipal phones. As the invoices were incorrect, they firstly had to verify them. We have started making a payment to them. I think last week, Friday, 1.7 million rand was paid to them. There are invoices that were to be coming from today, if today is Monday, 4-point-something million rand, that will have to be paid. And I think there's a discussion that they must open up the system for us to be able to work. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. There were a few questions that were asked. The one is the performance bonuses paid to directors. There was none. There were overseas trips, and some of them were funded because we're twinning with Germany, and we're also twinning with it's Germany and Ningbo in China. So part of those is part of the twinning agreement. So they are what we do, we only pay for substance and traveling. They pay for the tickets of people going there. But if the question is required for us to provide information, we'll do so. And then the issue why the EDs are not filled. If you recall, Chair, I mentioned that there were 2 EDs report that were before Council on the 1st of October. It was the ED infrastructure and electricity and the ED of energy and infrastructure and electricity and energy. Those 2 reports are going back to Council on the 14th of October. And the other question that was asked, I won't be able, Chair, to give the detail how many passengers were transported by IPTS and the percentage of passengers that were transported. But the bus, we had a challenge with our service provider, which was Volvo, that was doing maintenance, but we sorted it out. But the buses are back now on their routes. The other issue that was asked was the water leaks. Chair, we've got 3 programs on leaks. We got the project funded by DWS under water conservation demand management, which we are improving the leaks in the city. We've got a program called War on Leaks, which we have also our plumbers
that we have trained in the municipality that now we have absorbed them so that we can attend to these water leaks, so that we can enhance the capacity of our own officials. Then the other issue, there was asked, what is the relationship of the DDM and the success challenges that we can, yes, we, on the DDM model, as I've mentioned that in the Office of the Residents, they are assisting us, they are providing our municipality in terms of what intervention, if any, they're gonna assist us on. So we're gonna have, we have launched the program, we have established the work streams on the program, we have identified our problems, and then they're gonna come now to implement the program to roll out. So the successes will be only be mentioned at that stage. I think Chair, may come over to me.
Thank you, Chair. I think on the issue of how do we explain the non-delivery or service delivery being on distress, I think this relates to how the Honourable Member has mentioned that our accounting method might not be reflecting the true reflection. On service delivery, we've spent 98% on the budget for service delivery. And as well on USDG grant, we are at 88%. On ISOP grant, we're at 90%. On the disaster, we're at 85%. And on the conditional grants, we spent 77% in the 2024-2025. So to say that we are distressed, it might be relating to the water losses and electricity, but it's issues that we are dealing with. In terms of how do we deal with the water losses and also the electricity losses, we are hopeful that what we have adopted as reforms in the 3 departments is going to yield positive results in terms of us changing the management of these units and also how they have been managed to make sure that they are breaking even in terms of the costs and the operational fund. So there's hope that with the council adopted that plan and also the plans that have started to redesign the department, and with the unions accepting the process, the municipality should in the next 8 months be turning the page around this. And also if the consequences can also be attended to around these investigations that are happening, it can also leverage some of the pressure that is on the technical and non-technical losses in the departments. On the water side of things, we are trying by all means to make sure that we deal with the ailing infrastructure, because some of the water losses emanate from the ailing infrastructure on the pre-1994 areas. And we are hopeful that with the budget that is more skewed to these areas, we should be looking at a better percentage dropping in terms of these water losses with all the interventions that our acting city manager has mentioned. On the support of the province, we appreciate the fact that MEC for COGTA has supported us when we had no city manager and the COO. The 6 months has last month, and we have been fully supported by him during that time. We wrote to Provincial Finance looking for support on the 15th of January. Nothing has came to fruition. We met with the head of finance in the province, the MEC. They have not assisted us on finance, so that we up our game in terms of this debt impairment, these financial misstatements that have been highlighted, and the incapacity then of SCM. But be that as it may, on December, when we wrote the letter in January, already in December, we have appointed a new SCM manager. So after that, in July, all SCM structures were reviewed. So as the Metro, we should not be having major issues in terms of processing of tenders and deviating, because now committees are sitting, there are new committees that are sitting, they are processing the work. It's no longer a matter of committees not sitting, tenders being turned away when they must not turned away. I'm lost of words to express it better, but tenders not being processed thoroughly when the time comes for them to be fully processed. I think I think, Chair, I've covered we've covered the questions that were posed to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. MPEC and what are we doing? There was a question. Yeah. Thank you, Chair. I think there was a question from one of our honourable members on what have we done since there's reports, but there's no real consequence management. And I must say that, and I want honourable members to take note that we are having our 4th MPEC Chair since the new dispensation, since 2021. So, but what we have done is we sent them to Cape Town. He said, go to Cape Town, go and see what they are doing, and then you benchmark to what we are doing. Because remember, and it is true that we do get reports to council in terms of UIF, we write off debts, but it is not, the debt is not decreasing, but also because of the certain challenges, which is the challenge of limitation of scope. Because the limitation of scope is a situation where auditors could not obtain sufficient documentation and appropriate evidence to perform their work. And often it's due to missing supporting documents, because honourable members must just remember that some of these UIF cases stems from 2010, and sometimes these offenders are dead already. So it's really difficult, and that prevents MPEC to sort of give an opinion on some of these cases. And the total amount, which is under the limitation of SCOAG waiting to be written off, it's now over 172 million. But we have, and the executive mayor has agreed that we need legal and internal audit people to form part of MPEC so that they can assist them in identifying the gaps that are there, and the gaps that is caused the delays in accessing the file.
As you wrap up.
Yeah, in accessing the file, so we are doing something about it. We have our new MPEC chair that started last month, the month before last month.
Thank you.
Thank you. But we're working on it. Thanks.
There are follow-up questions. Honorable Panze, Honorable Mtolo, Honorable Matuani.
Chair, just the situation about the disciplinary processes for Dr. Nkolo Gwazi has not been answered at all. It was completely just missed, so I'd like that to be answered. What is the cost of the disciplinary to date? Why is it not concluded in 20 months? And how many acting MMs has been there? Then you spoke briefly about 2 EDs that has come to council and it's coming back to council, but there's 7 vacancies. What about the rest? Then on the performance bonuses, it was mentioned, but there was no actual answer. It was just say performance bonuses, and then you went on to say the overseas trips, so I'd like to know that. And then the cost to run the IPTS per annum. I'd like that answered as well, please. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Mtolo.
No, thanks, Chair. Chair, no, when we wrap up, I think... Okay. No, Chair, I think when we wrap up, I think we need to cover something about MPEG, because seemingly there's a serious problem in terms of its performance and their work. So I'll request that actually we cover that so that actually MPEG will be able to do its work as regulated. Because as we speak, there are shortcomings when it comes to MPEG. Thank you.
Honorable Matiwa.
I think Chair, the question is regarding the follow-up, rather, is regarding the wastewater treatment plant. The 3 operating on expired licenses. I agree with Honorable Dolo there. Perhaps the committee may want to agree, Chair, that there must be a comprehensive report, because the question was, Honorable Speaker, the question was, of this huge recorded amount of 22.2 billion, what has been done? How many reports that have gone to council? How many have then been approved? And how much? So perhaps we could just request a report, not to be responded, depending on what the committee wants. Because I think that's a very, very important question.
The Executive Mayor and the team.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Are we allowed to submit other responses in writing? Because we might not have specifics on the costs of the trips that were taken internationally and as to now. So we don't want to give misinformation to the committee. So we request to be pardoned in that. And the second issue on the matter of Dr. Nwazi. Dr. Nwazi, as item is going to council on the 14th of October, sorry, on the 14th of October. And we have, the process has dragged because we had to allow the disciplinary process to start. But the doctor has not attended a single session. The DB board has formulated a report. It's what we are going to submit to council. Her lawyers have requested a separation of contract, which is part of what is entailed in the report. So we are bringing that comprehensive report to council. The cost today on that matter, I don't know it on top of my head, and I don't want to give non-facts to the committee. Can we submit it, Chair, kindly so in writing? On the issue of the expired contracts of the treatment works, we are trying our level best to engage with the National Department of Sanitation. They have been walking the path with us to make sure that the first treatment works gets to where it's supposed to be. So we can give as well the update in writing, because even now in September we were supposed to even open one of the beaches linked to that treatment works with a full license and everything. So our timeline was the end of September. And let me give to the Speaker to give responses on other matters.
For this year, 3 reports went to Council from Impact. And it only dealt with the write-offs. Thanks.
Performance bonuses.
No one received, Chair, the performance bonus. In any case, they were not going to be able to, because last year we only started with realigning the KPIs and KPAs based on, there was misalignment in the system. So we started a new process of realignment so that when we are assessing, there's a thorough process that has been undergone. So thank you.
The issue of the license, are you covered? Okay. Thank you. Let me take this opportunity to thank the municipality for your presentation and your active participation on the engagement. And listening to your presentation, there are some of the matters that we feel that they need to be attended to. Firstly is the issue of MPEC. I believe that when you were presenting, somehow there were contradictions. Because at first we were given an impression that MPEC is meeting but does not report. And later, as we continue now with the discussion, the speaker said the MPEC have submitted 3 reports on write-off. So there's a contradiction on that matter. And when the executive mayor was presenting, she also responded on one question where she was saying that the committees, the council committees are city as per the legislation. And it was when we addressed the issue of political stability in the municipality. Then the question rises to say, if the committees are city, why do you sit with these irregular expenditures of this amount of money? Because you have your audit committee, you have your disciplinary board, but yet there's nothing. So it may be that they sit just for compliance, but they're not doing actually what is expected from them. And then the issue also of the green contract. That contract was also raised by the MECs. You also spoke about it, whereby there's a resolution from the council. Can we please get that full report on the resolution of the council regarding that contract? And on the issue of participation of traditional leaders, you did indicate that the question have been recognized, but you don't have anything in paper in terms of their participation. Can you please also find time to engage the Department of COGTA and address the matter, as we know that the traditional leaders are part of our department and they have responsibility. And then the issue of consequence management, which seems to be a challenge. When we look at the AG, it also emphasized on the issue of not being able to investigate and also investigate the expenditures that are in your municipality, which means that there's no consequence management and accountability. And as we've indicated earlier, the reason why we conducted this oversight visit is because we want to modify our way of doing oversight to a point where consequence management and accountability will be the order of the day in order to build an ideal municipality. And then the issue of municipal debt is also raised, where we need to also have a realistic plan from the department, from government department, all the department in terms of paying your debt, in terms of paying the municipality the debt that they owe, and also in terms of municipalities paying its creditors on time. And there's a matter which also caused a bit of conflict in terms of the economic development, whereby there are 2 different sides in terms of how they see your municipality. On your side, you are saying in terms of the economy, you are performing well, whereas there are some challenges. On the other side, there's an issue of disinvestment in your municipality. We'll also recommend that you try to improve on your revenue enhancement strategy and also economic development strategy. And where you find that there are challenges in terms of your business communities, where there are challenges between them and the national department in terms of some of the policies that we make. Remember, we're dealing with cooperative governance. It will only be fair that at least you call the ministers that are related to those sectors and then have engagement so that you find a way of keeping the investors in your area, because you really need them. If your economy is not growing, it simply means that you'll have a lot of indigent and your municipality will also suffer. So we'll also encourage that at least every now and then you have that meeting with your stakeholders, and where the national department is affecting your growth in the municipality, you then call them to come and address those matters. However, the issue of irregular expenditure is a challenge, and we also can you please also give us a report in terms of your whole budget as a municipality, your monthly collection rate, your salary bill monthly, and also your expenditure in terms of service delivery, so that we can be able to see where the challenge is and also be able to assist where necessary. I will now give to the chair to give us a closing remark. After this, we'll then have to go to lunch, and then we must be back by 2:45 for the second municipality.
Thank you. I'll use this one. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Tereko. I do want to support the summing up your summary on issues for attention. I want to just go back a little bit to this issue. You know, those of us who have been in the public service for long know something we call bureaucratic fudging. Sometimes you come with all the right words, terms, and put them together, and then when you listen, it sounds like everything is covered, but when you go into it, you realize that actually it's not been done, it's not been dealt with. Now, there's been a question raised about the working of the MPEC in the resolution of UFIWs, and I think the CFO says he wasn't quite sure what is this, what are we talking about. Now, in 2023-24, as per the consolidated MFMA report, the municipality, this is from the OH's office, the municipality is reported amongst the 6 that did not comply with the legislated requirement to write off irregular expenditure, as its write-off was not based on the results of investigations. It's very specific, and I don't expect a senior manager not to actually have picked that up as a major issue. You want to challenge it, Speaker? Okay. All right. So in this regard, paragraph 60 of the municipality's 2023-24 audit report states that losses resulting from irregular expenditure were certified by council as irrecoverable without having conducted an investigation to determine the recoverability of the expenditure, in contravention of section 32, subsection 2, subsection B of the Municipal Finance Management Act. This is what this discussion is all about. Now, we've been listening through to how you've been dealt with it. Now, Honorable Dirego has actually indicated how you've contradicted yourself. Now, for us, it's a serious issue, and that is the starting point. And therefore, the point which we want to raise with you is we want to know why the Speaker and the Council allowed a submission for a write-off which was illegal. Why does the Speaker allow that? And the question, therefore, is what should then be done to the Speaker who allowed it? That is really what this committee is interested in. You allow an irregular write-off, then something must happen to you who has allowed it. That is really the question here. And so we can't discuss it broadly, vaguely, and contradict each other. Now, the issue has been raised about the working of the MPEC. And when I listened to the Speaker was talking in a very futuristic terms what the MPEC will do. Talking about, they'll be given capacity and so on. And that's not the issue. The issue is how to explain the past. It's not what you're going to do in the future. The question is how to explain the past. This is what the basis of this oversight is all about. Now, Honorable Konza raises the question of a committee that will support MPEC. I didn't hear the issue properly, but if there was such, it sounds like there's some pattern somewhere, which is not the way things should be happening. So I think we need that clarified. What is it that we're going to be doing, and what is this committee? Then there were specific issues. Again, here I'm saying fudging. The MEC says there's a problem with evergreen contracts. That's been put in the summary. So there's resistance in the investigation. And he says sometimes this resistance results in some kind of interference with the processes of intervention. He was here, and I think all of us heard. And we became very interested, but we haven't had any of that coming from your side. It's a reason why we're avoiding it. So we need a specific answer to that. What are these? So for us, what's going to be important to help us get out of the fudging, give us a list. Which are these evergreen contracts? Give us a list. Amounts and actions taken to deal with those which were supposed to be investigated. Was, according to the MEC, COGTA and Treasury alone are not enough. We now need a criminal investigation program. The mayor mentioned only one instance where they said the Hawks were investigating, but then they can't, the municipality can't continue to investigate because being under-investigated by someone else. This was one. We don't know which one that is. These evergreen contracts, what are they about? And how much are they for? Who have they been awarded to? And what investigations were done and were stopped or were interrupted? We need that list now. And in so saying, we want to know who's been resisting, but more than that, we want to know what action have you taken when there was that kind of resistance. So then they will be out of the fudging. We'll be very specific about what we want. That's what these members are looking for. Then, again, who are these service providers that have been reacting? Because it says the external service providers get involved. I don't know of a situation where you get an internal procedure of a municipality wherein there's an intervention from someone from outside who's a service provider. That's difficult for us to understand. And we need to get more information on that. And then Honorable Matiwana is raising the issue of deviations. Now, this issue of deviations was raised, and again, we're fudging it. So what we are seeing here is that now he's saying you can have a deviation, but once you do serial deviations, they're becoming illegal. So we want to know where are these deviations. Can you give us a list? Where are these? And we want to see the serial ones where they've been repeated. We also want to know who was responsible for the repeat. Not because we're interested in who did the repeat, but because we're interested in what you have done to the ones who have done the illegal deviation. That's the part. We're not worrying about the fact that they've done it. They've already done it, so they've done something wrong. That's not our problem. Our problem is what about you who have now been overseeing a process of an illegal deviation? That is why we're interested in. And we obviously want to get clear reasons why. I think what would be useful for us is to get a whole sense of investigations that have been done here. What investigations have you done? And can we see those investigations? You list them, and the MEC and the MECs have left, but what do we expect out of this process? That every 3 months we'll be getting a report from yourselves. And all these reports you're going to be giving us, they're going to go through the MECs. And the main reason why they're going to the MECs is two. Firstly, once they've done those reports, then that matter gets submitted for the provincial legislature to discuss it. The next question is that once they've done those reports, we're more interested in what did the provincial executive do to intervene in such situation. You remember I made a comment earlier and I said there are instances where the performance of the municipality no longer reflects the lack of capacity in the municipality. It reflects the lack of ability of the provincial government to intervene, and this is what we wanted to see. So when you give them the reports, we know things that have gone wrong. We're not interested in that. We're interested in what action they, as the provincial executive, are taking in this regard. So there will be reports that will be discussed in the legislature. That's why we're a joint team, because they must then go and discuss them. Once we receive the reports as a joint team, we also will submit this to the National Assembly. So at the end, real issue which we're interested in is the report on consequence management, a list of disciplinary actions that have been taken, a list of criminal investigations following the UIFW that have been taken. It becomes useful for us as well that when you take us through those, you must kind of highlight between the two which ones of those were a result of your internal processes picking up irregularities for investigations, and which ones was a result of the Auditor General's report. And the distinction between those two is to determine whether the municipality has got a lot more investigations that are relying upon the AG. In other words, somebody has to supervise the municipality to find out the wrong things. But on its own, the municipality does not have its own checks and balances to pick up things and correct them before they are gone wrong. That's why we want to see it. So I don't want you to send us a list. I want us to be very clear, because that's what we're assessing. Can we rely on the municipality to manage itself and therefore pick up things which are wrong before there's damage, and then they can investigate and act on it? Or you will only find out 2 years down the line when damage was done only because the Auditor General is the one that is telling us what you did wrong. There's a big distinction between those two. That's why we want to see it. The focus of this whole committee is about accountability and consequence management. So at the end of it, once you've got a situation like so many years there's not been action, we need to be able to say what actions were taken on those who did not act when they should have done. That is really where we are. Otherwise, the rest of the issues that the Honorable Direko as Chair has indicated, I fully support. Thank you very much.
Let me also take this opportunity once more to thank you for being part of the meeting, and we will get your report from the MEC after each and every 3 months until we get the municipality right. Thank you so much. Colleagues, we can now go to lunch because it's now 2:25. We'll have to be back by 2:55. Thank you. But your municipality, you are excused. Thank you. continue with our meeting. It's now 3:05, so we are going to start with our meeting. Let me welcome the leadership from the Buffalo City. You are welcome to our meeting. Our session is going to take 2 hours, which is going to be the 15 minutes presentation from the municipality, and the remaining minutes will be for engagement between the members of parliament, legislature, and the municipality. And we'll also request that when you respond to our question, try to be a bit direct, stick to the facts, don't over elaborate because it's going to take a lot of time. And when you give us the presentation, we'll request that there are some questions that were sent to each and every municipality. So as you give us the presentation, also stick to those questions. And as you present also, we'll also request that you consider giving us information regarding your staff establishment, regarding your consequence management in terms of the expenditures, irregular expenditures, so that we don't ask you the questions. And we will now start. We are going to stick to time. It's 3:05. You have 15 minutes. In that 15 minutes, you introduce yourself. There's a political overview from the political head and the presentation. We are going to stick to time. So I will now allow the executive mayor and the team to introduce themselves and go straight to the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. A greeting to yourself and to honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, and also members of the Portfolio Committee in the Provincial Legislature. Honorable Chair of the session, we are together here as Troika, myself as the Executive Mayor, the Speaker of Council, Councillor Humphrey Maklekwana. We've got the Chief Whip of Council, Councillor Nozandile Mhlon, MMC for Infrastructure and Finance and Human Settlement. We've got the City Manager and CFO and HODs that have accompanied us. So we want to thank the Portfolio Committee for the opportunity that we're given just to do the introduction, Chair. Buffalo City Municipality, we've been faced with a lot of challenges, Chair, we must say, in the past, but we must say that there's some improvement in the work, especially on the audit action plan. If you remember that our WIP was sitting at about 5 billion, as Buffalo City Municipality, we're currently sitting at 1.9 billion. And we believe that in this financial year, we can even reduce that up to 1.1 billion. We're struggling with about 700 million, which has not been capitalized. So we're struggling with that, about 700 million, because of projects that backdate from 2010. But it's work that we are doing, Honorable Chair. Chairperson, also in terms of our audit action plan as Buffalo City, we are dealing with our audit action plan, especially during the 2023-2024 financial year, where the issues of evergreen contract was raised by the AG. We must say that Buffalo City have terminated some of those green contracts. We're in the process because they were entered prior the MFMA. So we're in the process of others have been terminated and others are still going to be terminated because it's a process, Honorable Chairperson. There were those cases which SCOPA had raised with Buffalo City, which is your water world. We currently, that process is with the Hawks and the SIU for investigation. We have referred the water world matter to the Financial Disciplinary Board of the Council. The Tanzania swimming pool, also there was a forensic report which the council appointed, and that forensic report was adopted by council and handed over to the SIU. And we have also referred that matter to the Financial Disciplinary Board.
On the Zwelitsha wastewater treatment, the project is currently, because that project was not 100% completed, that project is currently in a specification process, which it will go on tender by the end of October. Buffalo City has set aside budget to deal with the Zwelitsha wastewater treatment because it can unlock a lot of development for the city. The issue of the COVID project, also that matter is referred to the Financial Disciplinary Board. I must say, Chair, one of the issues which AG has raised with us as Buffalo City is the issue of consequence management. We've been dealing with that consequence management. We've got a lot of cases. We can give you a report in management. Some have been suspended as Buffalo City. But if I go to the audit action plan, there were understatements in terms of revenue. We've completed that assessment as Buffalo City. Repairs and maintenance disclosed to capitalize those assets. So we're also doing correction, and that is currently with the AG. With assets, we are doing physical verifications. Our WIP, as I've mentioned, was sitting currently at about 1.8 billion. So from 5 billion. So you can see the effort that we've been doing. We've been faced with a lot of challenges, Chair. I must say, as I'll give over to City Manager to do the presentation, especially with water challenges. But what is important, we've done an assessment as Buffalo City with the water challenges that we have and our waste treatment plants, which will need about 8 billion to deal with. I say, as I'll give over to City Manager to do the presentation, especially with water challenges. But what is important, we've done an assessment as Buffalo City with the water challenges that we have and our waste treatment plants, which will need about 8 billion to deal with. We depend on the Amatola Water Board to deal with some of their issues because it's a backlog of us not maintaining infrastructure for the past 10 years. So there's an effort that we're doing. Even ourselves as Troika, we've been doing oversight in projects that have delayed. So we are trying by all means, but I don't want to take most of the time. Then Chair will do the presentation through you. I just felt that I must do this minor introduction. Thanks, Chair. Can I hand over the mic, Chair? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to all honorable members. I would not waste time. I'm trying to show my presentation, and I hope the IT will be able to help me. But I'll proceed in the meantime in the interest of time. Indeed, our presentation outline is in terms of the guidance we have received from Parliament on the areas where the municipality should emphasize on responding. We welcome the opportunity to make the presentation to the Parliamentary Committee, and we will demonstrate in our presentation that the municipality, whilst they've identified all the challenges we have had, these challenges are being currently addressed. There is progress in this regard. One, on governance, we deal with governance fundamentals. National Treasury rated the BCM as stable. We are being assessed by National Treasury twice, if not more, in a year to ensure that our budget is funded and that the governance outlook of the municipality, which is currently rated as being stable. The Municipal Council and its committee convenes per legislation with major decision made on time. Work is being done to improve efficiency of the council. A seamless political and administrative interface is being maintained. Currently, we're receiving the Section 154 support from COGTA to enhance governance, audit support, and service delivery. The functional organizational structure. We have a fully appointed city manager with heads of directorates, which are in place and meeting all the minimum competency requirements. The macro structure was reviewed based on the National Treasury diagnostic assessment. and the microstructure review is at 75% complete. The council has had a moratorium, and that moratorium has since been lifted, with 47 critical positions in infrastructure, water, and electricity having been identified. We are now migrating to an electronic performance management system, which is currently being rolled out and moving away from manual system. On institutional transformation and trading service reforms, there are key reforms that has visited the city, which is the trading service reforms with regard to water and sanitation, electricity and energy, and solid waste. These reforms are coming from National Treasury, and the municipality are required to ensure that these services achieve sustainability, hence the requirement to have them as a single unit within the municipality. Grant funding is now going to be linked to how far the municipality has complied with these reforms, and we are embracing them because we believe that we and our communities will greatly benefit from these reforms. The electricity and water turnaround strategy has already been adopted by Council, and we have effectively established these entities as business units within the municipality with acting HODs. The solid waste management reform is also being prepared, and the transition will be done in the end of the financial year. The city remains the only municipality in the Eastern Cape Metros that is compliant with this transformative program of trading service reforms. We are coordinating all departments to support this transition and of these essential services into a single point of accountability, and we are busy moving resources to the ring-fence trading units. On the functionality of oversight structures, I'll start with committees and DC board. The mayoral committee and municipal public accounts committee are functional. A session with MPEC facilitated by National Treasury has improved the relations and information sharing, which was the issue before. The city has a functional audit committee and risk committee. A financial misconduct disciplinary board is established and active. The MPEC oversight, we reviewed UIFWE registers and monitor consequence management. We've processed annual reports, audit outcomes, and AGSA findings. We've also investigated capital projects, irregular contracts, and financial misconduct. Over the 2021-2025 term, MPEC undertook a range of investigation in response to issues raised through AGSA finding, internal audit report, community complaints, oversight visits. The investigation focused on contracts with material irregularities, projects with visible implementation delays, and matters flagged for possible financial misconduct under Section 32 of the MFMA. Key areas investigated include delay in partially completed capital projects, like your water world in Tanzania, swimming pool, Court Crescent upgrades, contract with significant variance between paid amounts and progress on site, often with no clear documentation of value for money justification, written off contracts involving prescribed contract debt recovery, like your CE38 contract, CE119, and CE77, totaling to 2.2 billion. Cases of irregular fruitless expenditure, including deviation from SEM processes, extension of contracts beyond the validity period, and variation orders without approval. A recommendation on consequence management under Section 32 of the MFMA, often leading to referral to Council. In several instances, MPEC investigation led to Council to adopt the resolution to write off expenditure, pursue recovery, refer matters to legal advice and the disciplinary board. There is work with management to fast-track implementation of resolutions, and work is being undertaken to ensure that the high balance of the UIFWEs is being addressed. On the financial health of the city, The cash and cash equivalent of the city as of 31st July 2025 is 765 million. This funding is invested with various financial institutions in compliance with MFMA. The year-to-date collection rate as of 31st July 2025 is 67.55, which is lower than the norm, but compared to that time in 2024-2025, which was sitting at 44.3%. This ratio denotes the city's ability to collect billed revenue from its consumers. BCM's liquidity is considered stable.
City Manager, as I've indicated that we allocated 15 minutes for you. You are already on the 15 minutes, so I will give you the last 4 minutes to complete the presentation. I will request that you don't go through it, don't read it, just go through it. Give us an overview.
Thank you, Chair. I will go to unfunded mandates, which we have shared into 3 areas, which is human settlement, library service, and Settlers Way Road. In these areas, we indicate that the municipality has been either bridging the services of providing libraries, and that the municipality is owed by a human settlement as well as Department of Roads for their assets. On fruitless and wasteful expenditure, on UIFWE, the balance on fruitless and wasteful expenditure is 692, whilst on unauthorized expenditure, the city has got 0, because the municipality, through its budget adjustment, has dealt with the unauthorized expenditure. The irregular expenditure is sitting at 10.5 billion, and currently in front of MPEG, the MPEG is considering 3 billion, which will be a matter that the MPEG will be sitting on the 17th, considering in the next council meeting to write off 3 billion. Measures to address the irregular expenditure. As indicated, we have terminated all evergreen contracts, or we are in the process of terminating all evergreen contracts. We have also ensured that the contracts that were irregular and some of them declared illegal has since been terminated. On bulk infrastructure, water and sanitation, only about 54% of water and 43% of wastewater infrastructure is in good condition. On service delivery highlights, on basic services, BCM has 98% access to clean water and 97% to basic sanitation. Our electricity infrastructure is fairly stable. On roads, we are working on improving our surface roads with the launch of the Valazonge pothole project and resurfacing of some roads, including the Konobi main road. The city, we are proud to indicate that the city has improved in cleanliness with 100% waste collection coverage. Housing delivery, on the financial year 2023, we have had developed 1,181 houses. Audit turnaround, which I must be quick. The Buffalo City has received a qualified audit report. The adverse finding on irregular expenditure, which were primarily, as indicated, as a consequence of irregular contracts and panel contracts that were unlawful, which we have now since terminated. BCM is committing to ensuring that the repeat findings are all resolved, and that these findings are linked to not only to department but to individuals responsible. And we have weekly meetings as Department of Clean Audit Auction activities to ensure that we turn around the audit outcome of the municipality. On consequence management, we have had council referring the SIU report as indicated by the executive mayor on the COVID-19. That report is now sitting with the disciplinary board. On the NU2 swimming pool, the investigation report by Ernst & Young was also referred to the disciplinary board. The audit findings related to internal control gaps, consequence management will be applied if targets in the action plan are not being met. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I will then allow members for clarity-seeking questions and inputs. I will start with Honorable Mthethwa, or I will start this side. Can I start with Honorable Labuskarte? Honorable Van Zyl?
Thank you, Chairperson. I want to talk about Waterworld upgrades. Why has the Waterworld Fun Park upgrade in East London been left vandalized and incomplete despite more than 120 million rand spent? What are the reasons for the extended project delays, and what action has been taken against the contractor responsible for non-performance? How much of the infrastructure has been lost or damaged due to vandalism, and what is the total cost of rehabilitation at this moment as we stand? When will BCM provide a comprehensive project completion timeline and financial audit for this development? And what progress, if any, has been made regarding the proposal for private sector partnership that was announced in September of 2025? Then on the Marina Glen upgrades, Ebuhlanti, how did the Marina Glen upgrade escalate from 6 million rand to 70 million rand? And who improved this increase? Were the councillors or the public misled about the true cost of this project when it began in June of 2024? What has caused the current stalling of construction, and is there a plan to secure funding for remaining phases? And has there been any internal investigations into financial and procedural irregularities associated with this upgrade? That's the Marina Glen. Then on the water shortages for the western suburbs, what urgent steps are being taken to resolve the water shortages in places like Mdantsane, Kitts Beach, and other western areas of BCM? And where is the issue? Is the issue with Amatola Water Board, or is it with BCM's infrastructure failing? Where's the issue? Then the vandalism of community assets. What is the extent of vandalism and the theft across BCM's community infrastructure, including water measures has been in place for officials that are failing to protect these assets of the municipality, because that's a requirement. Then lastly, just on overtime expenditure, why does BCM continue to incur millions of rands in overtime despite being under a financial recovery plan? Which departments are the highest contributors to the overtime, and are they justified? What internal controls are in place to prevent system abuse or manipulation of overtime claims? I'd like to know if that is an occurrence, and what are you doing about that? And when will BCM table a revised cost containment strategy to curb excessive overtime? Chairperson, I know I did go fast, but I will let them know if they didn't answer anything.
Thank you. Let me give the municipality to respond. Municipality.
Thank you very much, Chair. I will give first the CEO of BCMDA to respond to the issue of the water world, and then I'll give MMC Jali to respond on the issue of Marine Glen, and then I will give the acting HOD to deal with the water issues. I'll come last.
You have 5 minutes to respond to all those questions.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Firstly, let me speak on the
marine gland, ebuhlande. The original scope, the total scope of Obuhlande was never 6 million. 6 million only formed part of the first elements and aspects of the first phase. Now, the estimated total scope was adding around 67 million. Thus far, the first phase has been completed of the internal roads, the culverts, the stormwater. Currently, we have appointed a contractor to finish and the issues that relate to the detail of the ablution facilities. Equally, what will be worked on as part of the second phase are the issues of the 33 Brightstead areas for those who work there, which are the hawkers, the issues of electricity, and minor details that would uplift Ebuhlande. That will be done, of course, by the end of November. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. The Water World, if I may stand. The Water World is correct that the expenditure is 122. The damages currently that have been incurred have been quantified in terms of the correction, what needs to be corrected, and is sitting at 54 million, so that it can be finished and operational. There is a recovery process from the contractor and all people that were involved, and that recovery process is underway. The matter has been referred to the Municipal Disciplinary Board so that there is full investigation and further actions being taken, and SIU is currently handling the matter, and the Hawks as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon, honorable members. I'm going to be responding on the water issues that were raised while I was outside, but I was briefed on general questions that were asked. Buffalo City, the bulk water supply from the municipality is mainly coming from Amatola Water Board, which is a Department of Water and Sanitation board. We have 10 water supply systems, and out of those 10, we as Buffalo City are only running 2. The rest of the bulk water supply is coming from Amatola Water. Now we have specific areas that we have water challenges in the area. One of them is Mtanzane, which is supplied from Amatola Water Naun dam system, but also from our own municipal water system. We call it Mzonyana water system. So to Mtanzane, we're supplying 600 liters per second. Those who would know, it's 600 liters, quite a big volume. And 300 of that comes from Amatola Water, and whenever we don't have supply from their side, we cannot meet the demand of Mtanzane. So we've had those issues that while we meet our own side of 300 liters per second, at times they are not meeting their 300 liters per second. So what happens is the reservoirs continuously go down because they are not matching the demand. So that's the challenge we have in Tanzania. And we also have challenge in the Bisho area in terms of water supply. And again, for Bisho, we're supplied bulk water by Amatola Water from the Lane Dam system. So they pump water from Lane Dam treatment plant to Bisho. We've got a big reservoir in Bisho for the whole Bisho area and the King Williamstown. However, the supply from the Lane Dam, from the Amatola system to the reservoir is insufficient. As a result, we have that shortage in that area. We also have shortages in the area of Kaiser's Beach, Cholomna villages, Ngecha villages. Also, those villages are supplied from the Lane system. And that reservoir that is pumped from the Lane Dam to, it's actually pumped to Tanzania and then gravitated to Needs Camp. And from Needs Camp to Ngecha villages and so on, and right down to Cholomna and Kaiser's Beach. Again, that reservoir is supplied by Amatola Water, and they are not meeting the requirements. So those are the main challenges that we have in terms of water supply. For the rest of the city, we still manage to service the city in terms of water. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Vincent Pillay. Good afternoon, members of the first one was vandalism. Yes, we have a major challenge around vandalism on twofold, especially around the electricity copper cables. Now, this had led to also the losses in electricity and eye expenditure that's incurred, as well as the water and sanitation plants. So on the sanitation plant, the sewer plants are hit badly, as you would have read in the papers, the sewer into the rivers as such, because of the vandalism to the copper cables. In terms of electricity, the last report in terms of July, August was about 203 million rand on electricity alone. So it's about R1 billion a year on electricity and copper cables. We have embarked on changing our copper to overhead copper to aluminium. Also that we increase the protection to our assets using cameras and whatever sophisticated methods, as well as security, our own security and outsourced security. The sanitation plants is a problem. It seemed that the syndicate who was operating there seemed to know exactly where the copper cables are lying underneath the ground. In terms of overtime, overtime is due to excess overtime incurred by the infrastructure departments in terms of reacting to these call-outs, whether it's water, sanitation, or electricity. And these are normally done at night, therefore the exorbitant costs. But I must point out that we're currently at 25%. Our total expenditure on salaries is 25% of our total budget. How are we going to reduce the overtime claim? The challenge is that we have a moratorium on employing to fill our organogram. So currently that is on hold. We're only advertising those that have retired, deceased in the city. So and if it's a critical position that need to be filled. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Member Lepuskarnes.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm going to ask about vehicle shortages. How many of BCM's 1,500 vehicles are currently operational, and what percentage are out of service? How much has the municipality spent on vehicle hire contracts? And why are essential services like waste management and water delivery being crippled by this fleet crisis? And what is the current status of fuel supply contracts? And are there any service providers withholding fuel due to non-payment? Then we're going to billing errors. Why are billing inaccuracies in water and electricity accounts still reoccurring in the municipality? And what steps has been taken to address faulty meters and estimated billing, which often lead to overcharging? How many formal billing complaints have been lodged in the past 12 months, and what percentage have been resolved? And do you have a plan to modernize the metering and the billing system to restore public confidence? And then the Court Crescent, the stoop upgrade. Why did the Court Crescent beachfront project experience such significant cost overruns beyond the initial 87 million rand? Has any investigation been launched into the quality of workmanship and whether the project delivered value for money? Were the design changes or contract variations approved by council, and if so, can these be made public? What measures are being implemented to ensure accountability for poor workmanship on this flagship project. And the last one is on electricity losses. Some of these things have already been answered. What are the main causes behind BCM's escalating electricity losses, which rose from 20.4 to 31%? And then what concrete measures are being taken to combat electricity theft and upgrading aging infrastructure? Has BCM developed a loss reduction plan, and when will it be presented to Council? Thank you.
Honorable Ndamase.
Thank you very much. Tanzania swimming pool. I would also request that can we get a documented account of it, as much as you will respond here, but can we also get a documented account of it and your understanding of the time value of money in relation to that project? The irregular expenditure. We received a presentation by Treasury, and Treasury is saying this huge irregular expenditure can be located to two municipalities, the metros, BCM and Nelson Mandela. Now, the question is, can you be able to talk about it? Of course, we know irregular expenditure started way back, but of course, can we be able to account about between 2021 and now, as far as we're concerned as BCM? And are there any transactions that are predominantly looked from the point of view of deviations on your side? Stability. The city manager is saying that Treasury has categorized you as stable. That's one thing that we're fighting with Treasury this morning. Because our understanding, the presentation of Treasury was saying, politically we are stable, but in terms of taking decisions, which one assumes that council decisions from the point of view, Scott, is that you take time. Can you clear yourself on that side? What's your understanding of political stability when there are attempts to depose the mayor? And then the question of CFOs. Do you have two CFOs? And how does that happen? Your recent industrial action, was it protected? And interesting is the assumptions that are bandied out there of an intervention. Let me not call it political intervention, but let me say it's an attempt to usurp the powers of the administration. What is it? What deal that you got into with the union that resulted to what happened beyond that industrial action? The over-reliance on the auto sector. One cannot blame you as the municipality per se, but yourself and Nelson Mandela, you have VW there, you have Mercedes-Benz around yourselves, you have East London ITZ, they have COGTA there. Then what are the attempts, or first, what is the impact of tariffs, of Trump's tariffs in terms of what your economy is performing, as I would argue that you are over-reliant on the auto sector? Of course, not you per se, but looking at the Eastern Cape government, because there are no mines there. And then what is it that you are doing to mitigate against that, now that you are seeing the repercussions of relying on one sector of the economy?
As you wrap up,
As I
Honorable
wrap up,
Ndamase.
the textile, what is the performance of Dagama these days? And do you have any hope of going back to what Dagama was before and the contribution in the economy of the area from the textile? Then Chipa United, talk about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mtolo.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm having difficulties in terms of understanding the explanation given by the municipality with regard to MPEC and its work and oversight bodies. There are long sentences, but for me, I don't get a sense of what is being explained here. In brief, can you tell Parliament actually what is exactly that impact is doing? And then you talk of 95 meetings that took place, but really I fail to understand what exactly is happening here. Just in brief. Thank you.
Give the municipality to respond to the questions of the honorable member, and after their response will then come to Honorable Buthelezi.
I think I will start first, Chair. On the issue of MPEC, Chair, we must say that the MPEC Chair is not here. He's not here today, but we can just give a brief overview. MPEC had challenges in the beginning where the committee was not cooperating. We had to change MPEC committees, and now things are much better when it comes to MPEC. We further requested COGTA to reinforce in terms of capacity within MPEC. So that is currently happening. There were at times accusations that management and MPEC are not agreeing. So myself and Speaker, which is Section 79 and Troika, we had to intervene and try to assist them to create stability and relations within MPEC. But we must say, Chair, in the past months, MPEC has done work. I know they've written off about 1.2 billion out of our irregular expenditure. Last week again, they had a meeting, MPEC, which they have written off about 1.6. The 1.6 is still going to council, but you can see there is improvement that is happening now after we had to intervene. If I can go to the questions of Honorable Ndamase, especially on the issues of the economy of the city. Of course, with the Buffalo City for the past 13 years or so, we've not been growing because we've been mostly depending on the auto industry. But when we came in, we had to put more emphasis on the expansion of the East London port, which that port now has been deepened by Transnet. We are putting that port as one of our key arms, especially in agriculture. We are seeing in countries like Ethiopia that when you focus in agriculture, when you export and you produce your own food, and that has already started. So we have created that. We have also established a business compact as Buffalo City Municipality with big businesses, big chambers, Bodakai Chamber, Mercedes-Benz, and all these businesses where we are attracting business outside of the country. But you can see, if you come into the city, there are new factories that are being built. IDZ is one of our major contributor also of investment, bringing companies outside the country. It is also expanding now to Berlin and Tabozuko, King Williamstown. So these are the efforts that we're doing as a city. Of course, someone would say that when you see the new malls that are being built in the city, but one thing we know, it's creating job opportunities as well. So we've been focusing, but Buffalo City is also home of tourism in the entire country. So we've been trying to put more emphasis when it comes to tourism in the city. So we're trying to promote. We've also been awarded as the City of Literature by UNESCO. So these are the developments that are happening in the city. When it comes to the Mtanzane swimming pool, honorable member, Mtanzane swimming pool has been a hot potato for the city, but we must say, despite that, people of Mtanzane must not suffer, because that swimming pool is not just the NU2 swimming pool, but it's for the entire Mtanzane. We had to make sure this time around in terms of our project management, because this is where the municipality has been lacking in terms of project managing. So now we as council would not accept anything until we are satisfied that that project is properly managed. We have established a team we've set aside budget from Tanzania swimming pool. We've referred to the Tanzania, to the Financial Disciplinary Board. But what is important here, we're currently terminating the consulting which was doing the Tanzania swimming pool. Once we finalize that, plans are ready so that we're able to start with the issue of Tanzania swimming pool. When it comes to irregular expenditure, Chair, of course, it's sitting at 10 billion as you are dating, because in 2021 only it was about 7 billion. But when we came in, it was about 1. But if you can see, it's reducing. In the last financial year, I think it was about 400 million. It means there is change that we are doing in terms of our irregular expenditure. And Council is putting an effort in putting these matters so that MPEC can investigate on irregular expenditure. We can say maybe in the towards the end of this year or early next year, we'll be sitting at about 6 billion in terms of irregular expenditure. I will then, in terms of in the industrial action, Chairperson, through you to the honourable member, on the industrial action, there was a demand on the issue of COVID allowance from the workers, which happened in around 2021 during COVID-19. But this is an issue of the National Bargaining Council, which we have referred it to there. Workers have raised the issue of outsourcing, especially which the honourable member has raised in terms of our fleet management, where they will say that we hire trucks. Yes, I must confess in this portfolio committee, our fleet is problematic for us as a city, but we've given infrastructure the responsibility to come up with a fleet management strategy. And currently we're developing a policy which must be adopted by council so that we start to do fleet management. I must say, even with the water tankers, you would know the entire country is faced with the issue of water mafias. And we believe this is something bigger than us. And we're doing this policy, presenting it to council, and also engaging labor in the process when it comes to fleet. The billing issue in the city has been a thorny issue. We're dealing with billing issue. It is not electricity. Remember, tariffs are not determined by us, it's determined by NERSA. So the issue of electricity is not an issue in terms of billing. Where the challenge is the water leakages in the city. MMC will come in on technical aspects to deal with that, but National Treasurer is putting smart meters across the city to deal with the issue of billing and electricity loss. So I will give Honorable MMC, and then I will give City Manager to respond, and CFO. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Executive Mayor. Greetings once again, Honorable Chair. On the issue of fleet questions that related to the percentage that we can quantify, I think the Executive Mayor is correct to say issues that relate to water tankers and compactor trucks, they are the most essential, area. I think it's very important to state to the committee and honorable members of the committee that it could range to 80% as a result of the high break-ins, the vandalism to our depots. But another thing is that we have now completed the issue of the fleet solution. However, it is sitting with the legal unit so that all that has been compiled can go to council, but having to have been considered the legal aspect of it. On the issue of the quantifying from 1,500 units of fleet, I think we should reduce that into writing, because I feel that there was an auction that was done that we had undergone as the city just a month ago. And during that course of time, there were fleet that had been procured. But I must put emphasis to say, in terms of the categories of cars and vehicles, the major aspect would be the compactor trucks and the water tankers. Going to the issue that relates to the
energy losses, Chair, I beg your indulgence, the energy losses. The city has adopted the issue of the trading services reforms, and we have a business unit currently. And part of what we're doing so as to curb the electricity losses is that we do have a revenue protection team that goes out to inspect on illegal connections. Of course, we are hit immensely by cable theft. But and as part of our risk analysis of the city that has been adopted by council, equally we are addressing that so as to respond. But party to that, part of what will be assisting us in terms of these trading services is the issue of capacity in terms of human capital, so as to ensure that all that we do as the city does translate to the reduction of it. There is a plan in place. We are in contact with National Treasury so as to ensure that we coin the correct model to respond to this. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I will respond to the issue of the two CFOs and give to my colleague on the issue of the revenue or billing errors. The city has got only one CFO. The CEO of the city has been on sick leave for a very long time due to injury he sustained during the course of work. On advice by lawyers of the municipality, we indicated that because the case involving the CFO involves an injury on duty, and in terms of COGTA, the municipality is allowed to give the CFO recovery of at least 2 years. And after the expiry of 2 years, the municipality must assess as to whether the CFO is capable of resuming his duties. On expiry of the 2 years, there has been an engagement between the municipality and the CFO with the physiotherapist report of the municipality that indicated, or the physiotherapist report of the CFO indicating that the CFO is not capable of resuming his full duties of the municipality, even though the CFO felt that he can resume his duties. So on advice, again, we're informed that the best route is to deal with this issue through a capacity inquiry. That capacity inquiry is now on, which makes the matter sub judice in a sense. There's a set down date of October, and the parties involved in the matter requested that that there should be a commissioning of a new physiotherapist report, which has now been finalized, and that will be dealt with through the capacity inquiry set for October this month. I'm not sure of the specific date. So the current CFO that is acting is appointed as a COO. He's not a CFO in the municipality. He's a Chief Operation Officer, appointed by council to act in the position of the CFO. So the response is that the municipality do not have two CFOs. They've got only one CFO whose matter is being dealt with through a legal process. Thank you, Chair.
As you wrap up, the Executive Mayor and the team.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, honorable members. Just to finish up the issue of MPEC, which is a Section 79 committee. I know members do remember a very bleak report by SCOPA. At that time, it's when we had a problem with participation of members, meetings not correcting. After that, there was a smooth running of MPEC committee. So now it works well. Apologies for the chair of MPEG who's not here. Just one issue that was raised around council decisions. Our council sits 4 times a year, but also has various special council meetings as and when there is a need. In those council meetings, we take decisions and we track resolutions of council. Because if we don't track resolutions of council, we won't implement the decisions of council. So that is done, Honorable Faku. So all these committees sit, Section 79 committees, Section 80, and they report to council through various portfolio committees, reporting to Section 80, reporting to the mayor, and then to council, Section 79, to council. So there is operation at that space. I think committee must rest assured that there is that, but there were problems before. I thought I must raise this just finally on the industrial action by the union. Yes, you cannot have a healthy situation when there is no collaboration between the institution and labor. We are beginning to correct that through management or political management. The only problem was a relation gap between the union and the labor, and PCM leadership.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. I just want to emphasize the area of council committees. As the Metro, we have a multi-party committee which I am chairing as a whip of council. We start at the multi-party committee before the council, so there is no instability in our municipality at all. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Just one last point that I felt it's important to respond, especially on this issue of CFO, because people seem at times to misunderstand this issue of CFO. Mr. Pillay, in his previous life, he was a CFO of Buffalo City. And then council dismissed him. He was then reinstated to come back to work. During that time, we had to negotiate with him that the position was already filled of a CFO. And then he agreed, and then he was given the position of COO. So sometimes people think these are two CFO, but I think city managers responded on the medical one. So there are no two. He's a COO, but is acting now that the current CFO is not well. The second part of Chippa United, yes, Buffalo City has signed a memorandum of understanding or MOU with Chippa United. I think it's a 3-year contract where they play games in Buffalo City, so we pay them according to the games which are played in the city. That is boosting tourism in our city because you have clubs coming in and so forth. So there is the relation with Chippa United. The second part, yes, the stadiums were hired leased to him, Chippa United. It was before us, but so I felt it's important also to raise these issues, Chair. the issue that we're really fighting in Buffalo City, especially when it comes to electricity loss, we're trying to change now from aluminium to copper, or copper to aluminium, because they cannot steal aluminium. So we've seen in areas where we've put aluminium, we've saved cost and the electricity tariff has reduced as Buffalo City. So these are the efforts that we're making, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, the Executive Mayor. Do you have follow-ups? Just for 30 seconds each. Honorable Ndamase.
Thank you, Chair. One, my proposal, Chair, is that if we can have documented in relation from me, in relation to the industrial action, to the CFO thing, to the cheaper United. Thank you.
For noting, when the Executive Mayor was responding on the issue of NPEC, she did indicate that there were challenges at the time. Now NPEC is much better and have been reinforced by COGTA. But a problematic statement was when you were talking about the write-off, where you spoke about 1.6, and I can't remember the other figure, which is very problematic. Can we please be finished with the report as to which are those that you have written off and on which basis? Remembering that if the write-off was done and should the AG recovers that, should the AG make an indication that the write-off that you have written off can be recovered, then it simply means that those who have taken the decision to write that particular expenditures off may be personally liable to pay that off. And then the other issue that also was raised is an issue of labor movement and the council, the relationship. I believe that in each and every council we have the local labor forum. Maybe after the members have asked their questions, when you come back, you can just give us an indication of the relationship between the municipality and the labor movement through the LLF. Honorable Buthelezi.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe before I ask my question, if I may just ask something which came whilst I was waiting my turn, which was said by the CM, which I would like some clarification on. I think when you talked about that someone was injured without getting into any details, too much detail, when you talk about the CFO injured at work, because it does touch on my question that is following. Are you talking about the assassination attempt? Because in the middle of all that, I heard you talking sub judice, so maybe I don't know whether it's related. If I
municipality is using a consultant to check here. The municipality is using a consultant to check here. The municipality is using a consultant to check here. The municipality is using a consultant to check here. The municipality is using a consultant to check here. The municipality is using a consultant to check here. The municipality is using a consultant to prepare the PPE or to in 2023-2024 we paid about 10 have a wrong PPE that is not correct. Also highlighted by AG is the fact that your amounts on work in progress, there's some incorrect amounts on work in progress and revaluations. So if the consultant was then procured to make sure that these amounts are correct and that disclosed correct in the financial statement, then are we getting value for money if we are going to pay so much and then AG comes and say, but still that fixed asset register are giving me or that PPE note is still wrong? Are we getting value for money on that one? Also, AG submits that accountability of financial statements, you know, and the poor record keeping. For a metro, poor record keeping in a metro. A metro, poor record keeping. After 30 years. No, something wrong there. Irregular expenditure. I want to ask city manager, what do you do to prevent this irregular expenditure? Irregular expenditure in CAT in 2023-2024. What did you do to prevent it? As MFMA, you have responsibility to prevent it. What did you do to prevent it from occurring? Chair, I want to go to, I think, the issue of a non-functional impact, because we're dealing with 2023-2024. At the time, AG did not have any investigations, but now I think you are referring to 2024-2025, right? But we are here dealing with 2023-2024. That was before the just completed financial year. So there were no investigations. If there were, can you provide us with a report as to which investigations were done? They went to council and you approved write off, because you can't write off without investigating and holding those that are responsible accountable. There's issues with there's some SCM regulations or some SCM issues there. Chair, one of the projects, 750,000 was awarded without inviting competitive bidding. What happened there? What happened? There was a deviation. There were deviations, city manager, that you approved. Now the question is, how do you approve deviations that are not substantiated? How do you do that? How do you, what did you do to prevent this whole thing? Because immediately if you approve a deviation that cannot be substantiated, eventually AG comes in and then they throw it straight to the register of irregular expenditure, of wasteful expenditure. Then the function of the officer or the accounting officer is to prevent that from happening. But here we get that the accounting officer approves a deviation without any substance. And then there's some projects, city manager, that were the number of days for invitation, competitive bidding. Some projects, you didn't comply with the minimum number of days for invitations. And then last one, Chair, one of the things that were picked up by AG is that some of the officials, they are not disclosing that they have private businesses and end up doing business with the municipality. So when AG comes in and throw in the cat, they will pick up that this one is an official of the municipality, but also is doing business with the municipality, but never disclose. What did you do with those ones? I don't hear anything about consequence management. I don't hear anything about someone being held accountable. Again, as I close, MPEG, Speaker, is the heart of everything. You have that one correct, everything will go in order. I'm afraid MPEG is not as functional as it's supposed to, whereas MPEG is supposed to be getting everything in order. It's a very, very important mechanism to get people to book. So you must get them in order, capacitate them, make sure they are functional so that the municipality will run correctly. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mteto.
Thank you, Chair. On the issues of shortage of water, how do we have a shortage of water whilst we have seawater, rainwater, underground water, ozone water? And given the technology that we have as a country, but we don't have a technology to purify seawater. Could this be the corporatization and privatization of municipal services, wherein there are certain businesses outside government that are waiting to feast on the water service delivery, but deliberately leaving natural endowment of water sources, and but channeling us to a misdirected direction? That's the question I want to ask. Don't you have a technology that you can use and just tap into seawater, or you're afraid that the seawater will run out, then you lose the sea? What is the logic? But going forward, I think it's becoming clear after 31 years, the system that white people gave us is no longer working for us as black. We need a regime change on the system of government at a local sphere. Reason is, when you drop at the airport, it's called King Palo Airport. Is that a white man or is a black king? If it is a black king, what relationship does that black king history and name has attached to this municipality in terms of beneficiation, in terms of land ownership, in terms of jurisdiction? Is he involved in some way or the other, or is marketing to say we are marketing this city using a black king, but there is zero mention, zero benefit of Abantu Bakapalo in terms of benefit in this municipality? That is showing you the relationship with municipality and traditional leadership institution, that it should have been the king's institution or traditional leaders institution at that sphere, but it was given and maintained to local government because we wanted to maintain the status quo, which is no longer working for us. The failure, it is because the culture in this system of government we inherited from the old order of the white people. And now it is the era of majority who happen to be black, and their culture and heritage is not involved in the system that you are using in terms of government. Then you will fail in every attempt that they are telling you these are interventions that you must do in local government. And I can tell you, the people who are advising local government reforms are the same white people who were there in the old order, and now they're cashing in terms of advising you, and they're misleading you. There is another state capture that we need to investigate. During the time of Minister Stella Skau, I think she was the first Minister of Public Works, complained of the loss of the asset register of the state. The reason why I'm raising this matter, it happened in the Mandela administration, but it's now catching up with us. I see similar tendencies whereby that asset register got lost in 1994 when blacks were moving into government. My question is, who would have stolen an asset register of the state? Was it the black people that were moving into government, or it is the whites that were leaving government? And let's check, do the audit, where is this asset register now? It is in the hands of the same whites. And the same whites are doing business with the state, and the state does not have ownership. If you check, do audit of the infrastructure of the state and the buildings the state is using, it is actually hiring or procuring them from the same white syndicates. So that tells you that the people who are feasting on the state and making it to collapse are the same people who were there before our time.
Let me ask you another question. You have an automotive sector that is operating in your municipality.
As you wrap up.
As I wrap up, okay.
Thank you.
As you have an automotive sector in your municipality, there is what we call BE Codes of Good Practice approved in 2007, and it said the following: supplier development. Where is the supplier development program of this automotive sector in developing black people who are outside the economic circulation based on issue previously disadvantaged? Where is enterprise development of the same for the same black people who are outside economic participation? You can't have a state collapsing or municipality collapsing, yet you have an industry that is generating revenue, manufacturing goods and services that are going abroad, and yet you are collapsing. You are creating an enabling environment for them. The fleet, the issue of many, okay, the fleet, they are producing cars. Can't they give that as part of cooperative social investment program to you? Because by virtue of them manufacturing them in your area. Last one as I part, we need to investigate also the issue of the 99-year lease, that who is having a 99-year lease in your areas, because there's an intelligence that goes that all those 99-year leases must now convert it into title deeds. And in the list of the 99-year lease, it's not black people, it's white people. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I will allow the municipality to respond, but before you respond, on the presentation that you have sent to us, page 17 on ineffective use of consultant, there is a statement where it seems like there was differences in terms of interpreting what the AG and the municipality understand in terms of some of the things. Can you please take us along in terms of the mediation process? Have you raised the matter with the AG? What is the outcome? Or what have you done regarding that? It's on page 17 of your presentation. And you have 10 minutes to respond to the questions. We are currently on 20 past. At least if you can just take 10 minutes to respond to that, because we still have the provincial colleagues who still need to ask questions, and we need to release you by 5 o'clock.
Thank you very much, Chair. I will come last since you have given us that. I will give MMC, City Manager, and CFO.
Oh, thank you very much, Chair. I think, Chair, I'm going to respond to the issue of irregular expenditure that was handed to MPEG. I think, firstly, Chair, we will submit on record the documents that relate to the 1.3 billion which was written off. And, Chair, I must state that, and because, Honorable, you did ask a similar question, that the 1.3 billion related to historical matters. You would remember the bulky part of our irregular expenditure is historical matters. And I think that some of them backdate to 2012. And the council, through MPEG, has been dealing with irregular expenditure categorically. There are categories, and I think part of what you had mentioned, that the service on state are part of the categories that we have dealt with. Now, the 1.2 and the 1.6, I think it's quantifying now to 3 billion. The 3 billion is still with MPEG, and I think it's part of the questions that you have raised on the current year and previous financial year, which was the 2023-2024 financial year. They are still subject to recommendations, because we've been working closely with MPEG together with the Speaker's office, precisely because we had noted and identified the weaknesses that are there. As a result to that, National Treasury is working close with our MPEG. Equally, COGTA is equally working close with that. And we had said as council that the Speaker, as you've precisely said, that he himself must draw closer to the issue of MPEG. So the irregular expenditures are dealt in that form. But the second part, which I need to respond to the Honourable, in relation to the water scarcities. I think the context of it is that we, in Buffalo City, we have not reached day zero, where we have water scarcities in our dams. The issues that relate to challenges of water are mainly as a result of the poor infrastructure that we have. So if you speak to King Williamstown, which is fairly a rural area, which suffers from these challenges, are as a result of the reticulation, of course, as the mayor has said. So by far and large, Amatola water is the one that supplies the bulk water supply in the city. So there is water, but the issue and challenges are mainly on aging infrastructure, illegal connections to the bulk line so that they don't reach in high area places. So part of what the city has done in the context of those that we have control over, we have submitted applications to infrastructural fund. We do work on them, and the detail as relating to that is concerned is being addressed.
Thank you, Chair. On the issue of the political administrative interface, the basis of our comment as being stable is that the relationship between the political and administrative arm is structured, governed in terms of the delegation framework of the municipality. Management engage with political office bearers based on a formal arrangement and through the structures of council, the mayoral committee and standing committees. So that relationship has always been defined by that professional engagement, and in our assessment that relationship is stable. On the CFO, there was no assassination attempt. It was it was as a consequence of a car accident. On the issue of the prevention of the irregular expenditure, and I would respond it together with the issue of the evergreen contracts. These evergreen contracts, as we have indicated in our presentation, they date back as far as 2004, even before 2004, before the MFMA was born. So what we then did as part of a preventative measure is to say all these contracts, evergreen, for consulting companies must be terminated, which is a preventative measure. But secondly, all contracts, panel contracts that have been declared irregular, what we then did as part of a preventative measure is to say all these contracts, evergreen, for consulting companies must be terminated, which is a preventative measure. But secondly, all contracts, panel contracts that have been declared irregular, panel contracts, and advise the municipality to But here is the trick. It means that the municipality will not be in a position to provide, are not interrupted whilst you're going out on tender at the same time. So that was the approach. So the answer is that we have implemented measures to prevent, but secondly, we are ensuring that the services of the municipality, which constitutionally we are obliged, they continue to be provided through a mechanism. The municipality is not plunged into inability to provide services. So you're correct. Was terminating contracts that are unlawful had the obligation to provide services. And the only vehicle to provide those services is through a deviation process. I think those
owed by councillors and employees, that is correct. We have a stop with regard to councillors, finance directors normally write through of employees entering the system that brought debt with them. Therefore, we manage them on a month-to-month basis. Currently, the recoverability rate is about 3.1 million from the staff and councillors. With regard to the consultant for assets, starting December 2024 into 25, we have carried out verification of every asset in the city as a result of those costs. The relationship with the AG, yes, we found we had some some differences. One was on impairment last year, 23-24, where post-balance sheet there was a cracked windscreen of the vehicle, for example, where the AG wanted us, we have not impaired the asset. We said no, the vehicle is still mobile, that can be repaired. So that was the different opinions. The other, which is more intricate and technical, and that is why we have the service provider on board to assist our office, the corporate assets. Yes, while we have technical people on board, is the Buffalo City has engaged the revaluation methodology on assets, and it becomes technical in terms of the estimated useful life and remaining life of the asset. And therefore, we got the consultant on board. That has not been finalized yet, by the way. We're still in consultation with the AG. To close that gap. Hopefully before the end of this month we can reach some consensus as to how we're going to deal with that going forward. We have many engagements discussing that aspect of it. So that is the challenge we're having there. The city manager is quite correct, he covered the deviation, but I just want to say deviations are legal in terms of section 36 of the MFMA. However, one needs to interpret, and that is our fight with National Treasury. The word in the deviation, section 36(1)(a)(1) says emergency. How does one then, human being, think differently, and how does one interpret emergency? So it becomes back to the human being interpretation of the emergency. But one of the questions was asked, the decrease in number of days advertised. The accounting office in terms of the MFMA has powers to lessen the number of days. Depends on the type of contract. If the contract is re-advertised, you don't have to go out on 30 days. You can waiver that period to a shorter day of 14 days or 20 days. I think the rest I'll leave to the mayor on King Palo. And yeah, thank you.
If I might just quickly respond to the difference was with respect to the use of panel contracts. What the municipality has now, we accept that the municipality has already disclosed. That meant that the municipality has accepted that this to be an irregular expenditure, one, but secondly, the query by AG was as a consequence of how panel contracts were used. And I think we agree with AG that the panel contracts at the time were not used properly. The municipality has since put in mechanisms to ensure that where the municipality procures services through panel contracts, those panel contracts are used properly. This had to do with rotation of suppliers in the panel contract. Thank you, Chair.
I'll give Speaker just to do the King Palo, then I'll close down, Chair.
Thank you so much, Chair. Just to latch on to who were saying, MPEC hasn't been operating as it should. It hasn't been operating as it should, but recognizing that, we then got closer to MPEC. Not only myself, the Troika is always meeting and assisting MPEC. So I wanted to say that, but if there are issues, Chair, that you will need, we can, we have shared the report with the local, with the provincial COGTA. If members agree, we can also share that report. Lastly, on the issue of King Palu, this issue of beneficiation, for us, it is it's part of the transformation agenda of this democratic government to change names or to standardize names so that we change the names that are offensive to the people of this country. So we are in that trajectory as Buffalo City. We are coming to others. So we will talk to the member so that he can advise on the issues that he has raised. Otherwise, we will move from that premise.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just one point. Chairperson, I think one of the issues that the honourable member has raised is the issue of the credibility of record keeping. I think this is one thing that has given me sleepless nights as an executive mayor, where you have a whip that was sitting at 5 billion, and you struggle to get the basic information. You have to fight and get what you are getting. Hence, we are coming from 5 billion, we're sitting at 1.8 or 1.9 billion. It is still a struggle because these are backdating some 2010. So some of it's pipe that you don't know where they are, but it's a struggle, Chairperson. And one of the things the honourable member would have said is that it can relate to corruption, which I agree with him. Hence, part of my request, as we have section 154, was to request that there must be an investigation on the whip of Buffalo City, because there's no way when we said we have spent taxpayers' money and we cannot account at the end of the day. Hence, section 154 was my request to the national minister. So section 154, they are doing an assessment on Buffalo City on these areas where we have weaknesses, especially when you have also touched on supply chain. So they've been here for 2 months, they're doing that assessment, giving us a report on how we can strengthen. If we can just strengthen our finance department and put order in our procurement processes, it would also talk about this 750 that you are talking about, which we're still waiting for this report from MPEC. But Chair, I must say that the issue of water is a problem in the city. And unfortunately, Chair, infrastructure has not been maintained for the longest of time. Hence, as metropolitan municipality, we welcome the trading services, especially when it comes to water and sanitation, because there will be grants that will be allocated to specifically dealing with water and sanitation. For many years, you get revenue from this department, but you do not reinvest. So National Treasury is now forcing you to take whatever you have received in terms of your revenue, you reinvest in water and sanitation. I think the honourable member has talked about different options that are available, and we're looking into that. There are 2 areas in Buffalo City that we think that we need to deal with. One is the Lay Dam. We're saying that we need about 1.3 billion to deal with the Lay Dam issue so that we kill the water issues in King Williamstown. We have Umzonyana water treatment in Tanzania, where we need about 3.2 billion. It's a blue drop, despite the challenges that we have in the city. So we're dealing with these issues. We have presented to National Treasury. They are helping us for BFI applications. We have submitted and we've told that you do meet the criteria in some of the applications, but you are not a priority. And that is the challenges we have. And honourable member, we're a metro of a special type. I will always emphasize we're a rural metro. Majority of our people in Buffalo City are indigent. We're surrounded by rural metros. our revenue collection would not be the same as other metros. So these are the issues that we're faced with, but step by step. In terms of political stability, I think this statement is very broad, Honorable Member. I must say that there is political stability in Buffalo City because we sit our council meeting, committees sit. Yes, there was a motion of vote of no confidence against the mayor. We must remember that we live in a democratic South Africa. People will make those attempts. But I think there was stability. It was an attempt on that matter. So it does not mean then there's no political stability in the institution. We're a troika that works together. Whenever there are problems, we try and resolve them and bring everyone together under one roof. But one thing that I can tell honorable members as we're sitting here, Siyazama, despite the challenges that we're faced with serious challenges, backlog of service delivery of these projects that we must complete, which our fiscal, we went to a recovery plan, and when we came in 2023, in the middle of 2023, in our reserve, we're sitting at 167,000. Now we're sitting at about 735 million. To some, it might be nothing, but to us, it's something because we are sure that the following month, at least we can pay salaries of members of Buffalo City. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. I will now allow the province, although we no longer have enough time. We have 20 minutes, but because you are the residing members of the province, as and when your questions are not fully responded to, you can then arrange another meeting with them to follow up on the matters that have been raised here.
Chairperson, let me just say good afternoon to the city. Let me just say for your benefit, I know members would want to ask questions. Just to give you comfort of your 20 minutes left. We had a whole week with the city. All week last week, we have an exhaustive discussions that we had with them. They were not nice. It was a very intense exercise that we went through with them. To some extent, we learned new things, and I believe to a great extent they learned a lot from us as the committee. I must say that the Achilles heel for them, that remains a big issue, is wastewater treatment plants. Because out of 15, they've got only 3 licensed. The second Achilles heel is water losses. They would have disclosed to AG, which was very correct for them to do so, water losses to the value of 149 million, which is equivalent to the 7.7%, 8% sum of loss, water loss, that, which is way above the norm of 15 to 30% financial treasure. The other point is the issue of which I think members have raised, revenue. That is work in progress for them, revenue collection, because as Mayor just said now, their baseline was very low. They are improving. It's far from being a good, that picture. But to some extent, we must say that that is work in progress. The other last point, which I think is a major issue for them, is maintenance and revamping of the old infrastructure. The mayor would have said to us they need about 9 billion for just revamping. So in essence, we've had a lot of reports that were requested. And I must say even MPEG gave us a very comprehensive report. We're not happy in some areas, we're happy in some. We requested the report of fleet, as members have just done the same here, because we're not happy as well. The evergreen contracts. We have raised that issue, and I think they understand what is to be done. We said we want time frames. When, how, and when are they going to deal with that issue? It can't be generic. There must be time frames of how and what is to be done when, and that report will be submitted with that time frame, with those time frames of when they're going to clean up all that, because there are possibilities of litigation and legal challenges in the entirety of the process. But at least we need to get a benefit of what is being done practically. But Chair, as you have said, I will allow members if they want to raise questions, but I don't want to give you that benefit because some of them were not there.
Good afternoon. Mostly I was covered with the water treatment works, but I'm more concerned, Chairperson, when you look at the Zwelicha water treatment works, which link Breibach and all those areas, that already it was mentioned the contract value, according to the AG, was 386 million rand. But the expenditure on the water treatment works to date was 413 million. So we can already see that there was an over expenditure on that. So if we can just get a report on how far are we now with the water treatment works in terms of Zwelicha, as in the ones of Umzomnyama water treatment works in Buffalo City as well. Because when you look at that contract, it also states by the AG that invoices were not submitted yet this contractor was paid. Because that is what is highlighted here. Also, there was an overpayment of 309 million rand to the contractor for day work. That is already a red bell to me, a red flag, because it basically means as is supply chain management, there's no proper control processes within the water treatment works projects. When you look at the water treatment works also, has there been any order against the municipality with relation to health hazards? We're specifically also mentioning raw sewage flowing into the Nahoon River and people getting sick and people can't use the beach. So what status then after that is the value of our beaches because of the sewage that is flowing within the rivers and the beaches? The Settlers Way roads upgrade made big fanfare in the newspaper because the municipality fixed the road, which was very well done. But then afterwards, you go to Provincial Treasury and say, what we fix your road, how are you going to pay that? Isn't that going after the fact to the municipality, to the province, asking them to fix something which they have not actually asked you to do? What was the agreement between you and the province in this regard? The moratorium on posts, if we can have a time frame on the moratorium of posts. I know critical posts are being filled, but for how long is that moratorium on filling posts? In terms of the Chippa United agreement with regard to the APSA Stadium, the APSA Stadium, half of it, the stadium was burned, some of the areas. What is the progress to repair that and the agreement with Chippa in that regard? Also, how much is Chippa's lease per month? Is it still 3,000 rand per month to lease the whole stadium, or what is the lease on that one? The landfill sites, if we can just get an idea of how many of the landfill sites are actually in operation, if Roundhill is really in operation, if it is licensed properly, as well as the one in Beacon Bay by Rigas, if that is operational. Lastly, when it comes to the SKG properties, 50 million rand was written off for SKG properties, and they are some of the big malls within PCM. The Crossing comes to mind, and Reboice's property, 65 million rand was written off. Was that not setting a precedent within the metro for big businesses not to pay their accounts? How did that affect small businesses who might be sitting in some of these similar situations? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think the Honourable Member, last week we really touched on the issues that she's now again touching on when the Portfolio Committee was here. On the issue of the settlers upgrade, Chairperson, at the time the municipality was under pressure from one of our biggest employer in the city, which is Mercedes-Benz, of the road, because we needed to have 3 lines going to the airport, to the port of East London. I think at the time she was a member of council. So, okay. So there was a lot of pressure. So Buffalo City then had to build that road. It's like, Chairperson, when people burn the street and there's no water, they don't understand who's the responsibility. The face is the municipality at times. That is why you will find you have this unfunded mandate, we have irregular expenditure, because you are under pressure to deal with these issues. Because through the district development model, some of these issues are not responded to. When it comes to the Naun River spillage, you would know in the past month there's not been a spillage in the Naun River because there's been efforts that we've been doing there as Buffalo City, and some of them naturally. But the acting HOD will respond to these issues of the wastewater treatment. Yes, Honorable Matiwana, we agree that most of our wastewater are not working. But what is important is Buffalo City, we have a plan. And that plan we have presented to National Treasurer. We have in our budget, we've allocated budget. We're going to open that. We're just upgrading our infrastructure as a city. But the unfortunate part, we do not have the financial muscle to deal with everything at once. But what is important is the plan that we have as a city. So we're dealing with that as Buffalo City in terms of the wastewater treatment. So the Naun spillage has not been there for the longest time, even Gonobi, because one thing I can tell you, we have appointed skilled people, especially the acting HOD for water and sanitation is one of the skilled people that we have in the city. And I'm going to give him, Mr. Nongogo, if you can come forward so that you can just respond on this wastewater treatment and Naun, and then we'll call Ms. Daniels to come and speak on the landfill sites. Thank you.
Good afternoon again, Chairperson and members of the committee. Yeah, I will respond to, firstly, the question on the licensing of wastewater treatment plants that was raised earlier. Yes, Buffalo City operates 15 wastewater treatment plants, and out of those, only 3 are currently officially licensed. However, the municipality applied at the time to the Department of Water and Sanitation. These licenses expired, all of them around about 2010, and we applied in 2010 to the Department of Water and Sanitation, and there was no response. And we applied again in 2011, and we compelled them to give a response and confirmation that we have applied, and they sent us correspondence to that effect. But there was no response still in terms of issuing licenses until we came back to them in 2016. At the time, they told us there's new regulations. We must wait for the promulgation of the new regulations on water use licenses, which we waited. To cut the long story short, the regulations had stringent requirements, and some of them was that we must conduct groundwater monitoring on the impact of the wastewater treatment works. That meant we must install 48 boreholes to these treatment plants, which we've done in the last 3 years. We are currently busy with the application for the licenses. In fact, this coming Wednesday, we are conducting preparations for consultations with the communities. So the process was delayed due to these new infrastructures that we had installed. So our hope is by end of next year, we will have submitted all the applications and all the requirements, hydrological requirements, environmental assessments to the department as per the new regulations. So that is going on, and hopefully, as I said, in terms of our programming, by August 2026, we should have all the licenses, applications submitted. In terms of Zwelicha and the cost, we have spent around about 400 million on Zwelicha doing the work, and we are currently preparing to go out to tender to complete the work. But the work that is paid for in Zwelicha is the work that was done. Time of the contractor abandoning the site due to the dispute of the claims we had with them on work that was not yet complete. So out of a court settlement of 24 million, which increased it from 389 to around about 400 and something, it was for work already completed on site. However, now we are going out to tender soon to complete that treatment plant. I think one last question was on perhaps water losses, if I understood it correctly. Not on water losses. Okay. I think then that covers all the questions. Oh, sorry, maybe the last one is Naun. Yes, in Naun, I think there was a question on the court order. We received 2 court orders around Naun estuary. One of them was from a silt trap that continuously was overflowing in the Lower Reach Road. A silt trap is what we put on the pipe system to trap the Lower Reach Road. A silt trap is what we put on the pipe system to trap the site. We have since upgraded it. We have diverted. We put a diversion pipeline, so we no longer have that issue there. Of course, we complied with all the conditions of that court order. The other court order was the issue of Nompumelelo spillages, which we are still handling. And I think those are
wrap up.
Yeah, I'm done. Those are the 2 questions. On landfill side, maybe. Yeah.
Thank you. And my response would be in relation to the operational landfill sites in Buffalo City. Buffalo City has 2 operational landfill sites that are accepting general waste. And these 2 landfill sites are permitted by the authorities, which is Environmental Affairs and Department of Water Services. Then in relation with the privately owned Konobi garden transfer station, that one is not a landfill site. It's a garden transfer station that is supposed to accept only garden waste, which can be processed, but it is privately owned. It's not a Buffalo City owned waste facility. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I think on the issue that the Honorable Member has raised with regards to the contracts of SKG, we will give a written response to that, Honorable Chairperson, so that we respond to it properly, because it was not part of the question, so I don't have the full details with me now. But Chair, we must appreciate both the Provincial Legislature and yourself for keeping us on our toe to make sure that we do what we expected to do. The challenges that we have with water in the city, we're trying to fix it. Part of that intervention of Section 154, it is for Buffalo City and Amatola Water Board to review the Memorandum of Understanding. When they do not have funds to repair infrastructure, we must be allowed to repair that infrastructure in Amatola Water Board. We build them. We are one municipality that does not owe ESCOM. We don't owe any water boards, regardless of our financial situation. We pay our creditors on time as Buffalo City. Yes, we've been switching off provincial government departments this past week of not paying their debt on time, so that we can collect revenue. But we can say, Chairperson, it's a big elephant which we are dealing with it one day at a time. But we are putting more effort, especially on our audit action plan, which board management sit on a daily basis at 8:30 to deal with audit issues, and ourselves as the political leadership on a weekly basis. And I want to thank Troika for the support they are giving us to make sure that we strengthen our side in terms of the executive. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. I will now allow the chair to make his remarks.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think it's been an interesting report. For me, I'm also very impressed with the fact that there's been very close interaction with the provincial team, because for us, that's how we should be working. The Speaker, Tangan, you've just referred to the MPEG report. I think it would be good for us to be favored with that report. I could tell that there would be interesting insights if it were to be shared with us. I know Honorable Matiwani says they've already got the report, but I think, Chairperson, we should ask for that report from our side. The mayor referred to something to the effect that they struggle to get information, I assume from officials. Now, just to say to Mayor, we wouldn't be in a position to sympathize with you on that issue. The authority of the municipality is in your hands as the head of the executive and the speaker, if it were to be the issue of the council. So what we should get from you is a report of who resisted with information, and therefore what is the consequence management for those recalcitrant officials. And so we wouldn't get this report as a moaning mayor. We need to know now that they did that, this is what we've done, and we can sit and listen to that. So when you deal with issues going forward, please have that understanding, because to us, when you control the authority, we shouldn't really be getting an explanation for things that were not done. The issue of evergreen contracts has been quite canvassed by members. We would align ourselves, and I hope the chairperson would include this in the summary, that we should get a sense of report on the plans for termination with time frames. In your report, in your report, page 71, it talks about some of these were regularly awarded. So we need to know all of that, which ones were and what has happened and why we're given irregularly. And of interest would be what we've heard from the MEC. Do you have external threats, outsiders who are threatening you on those evergreen contracts? So that they don't continue to be the source of audit queries. And so when you say some are still continuing, we want to know why. And so that's what would be of interest for us. Certainly, we do need a sense of the list of consequence management right across on the issues of UFW. It is for us important to know there are actions being taken in this regard. There was also a comment around the issue of the consultants. You might be a rural metro, but you're a metro nevertheless. Our issue is you should have your own capacity. To what extent do you have to get rid of the consultants so that you must show us your consultant replacement strategy? The part, Chairperson, which I would be very keen to, even if it's just a brief comment, the mayor says the COO was a CFO before, and the CFO was then dismissed at that point. It didn't say why, but then we've heard that the CFO was then re-employed as a CFO, as a COO. So it sounds like that was a settlement. What was not clear was actually there a post for such a person? You know, it's a settlement, so you bring someone else, you don't have a post for them, it's irregular. If there was a post, did the COO actually qualify for it? Because he was CFO, he was not COO before, so I think that needs to be clarified. And then, just a bit of a report around the issue of the industrial action. What was happening there? You know, the speaker says he is a very diplomatic man. He says, no, it's a relationship issue. Now, when an experienced, very senior and mature leader says that, it's actually a lot more serious for us, because if you are in charge and there's a protest, then certainly there's something which should be corrected, because you are in charge of everything. So if there's a relationship issue, it might be pointing a finger on your side. What is this issue? So I think we need to get a sense there. What was this relationship problem? Because it's going to come back again in the future. I mean, for a municipality that has done so well, okay, you're not collecting as much revenue as you wanted to collect, but you don't owe anyone, no water bills, no electricity. you are in the right direction. You're going to be hampered by something that seems to me very preventable. But maybe there's something there that needs to be clarified. What is this issue? I'm not saying I want all of that to go into details. Now you can summarize, Chairperson, but in my view, there are some small things that can actually help to change things, and we should be able to learn from those experiences. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. In addition to some of the matters that have been raised by Chair, we need to get a report in writing on the termination of those evergreen contract with full details of what was those contract for and when did they enter into partnership with the municipality. The mayor also raised the issue about vandalism. I believe that you need to come up with a realistic strategy for vandalism and theft in the municipality. The issue of billing and issue of electricity and water loss. The MPEC, where it was indicated that previously it was struggling, but now it's starting to work. We also need you to ensure that you continue to support MPEC and strengthen it with relevant capacity. Because what we've also observed is that mostly in many municipalities and metros, MPEC do not have enough staff to assist them in terms of dealing with their work, hence they are struggling. And then the issue of fleet management strategy, because you've indicated that the current one is not really assisting municipality that much, we need also to get the strategy in place that will assist municipality. And on the issue of the council and the labor movement, your local labor forum needs to start doing its work because it serves as a mediator between the council and the labor. And where the situation is beyond the LLF, you can then request mediation. It's allowed, where both parties will have to compromise where need be for the purpose of ensuring that the municipality is running smooth. We need a written report on the stadium and the matter of the CFO. And on the issue of the debt, we're asked whether the councillors owes municipality or the municipal workers owes municipality. If they do, you need to ensure that your councillors and the officials who owe municipalities, they sign that debit order form. Because it can't be that you expect other people to pay for services while you are failing in your yard. They must be able to pay services that they receive from municipality. Issue of irregular expenditure is a challenge, which goes back to MPEC. I believe that if you have strengthened your MPEC, you'll be able to deal with irregular expenditures. There was a concern raised by deviation. You'll also have to look at that. There was an issue of the disclosure for your employees where it is alleged that some of them are doing business with municipality. The matter needs to be followed up, and we need a report on that. And then on the irregular expenditure, you've indicated the one that you have written off, which there was a bit of concern. In future, can you please also unbundle them so that we know which one as a result of the interest for the debtors and the other one, what were the issues? And then the issue of revenue enhancement strategy, as we've indicated that you are a matter of special type where you are also having some rural areas. So we believe that you need to have a revenue enhancement strategy that will also assist you in dealing with the challenges that you have. And then in your report, can you please also include a report for Marina Clan, a report there. And then we also have a full report on water world cost that has cost 122 million, and also it is reported that now there's an additional of 54 million on the project. Can you please give us the whole
Yeah.
Colleagues, can we continue with our meeting? Colleagues, we are now doing the last municipality for the day, which is Amatole. The leadership of Amatole, you are welcome to our meeting. Initially, we allocated 2 hours for you, but due to unforeseen circumstances, it looks like we are going to have 1 hour, 30 minutes with you. So as a result of that, we'll request that when you respond to the question, you just try to be straight to the question. Don't over elaborate on issues. And even when you do the presentation, we don't want you to go word by word. You just give us a high-level briefing of your presentation in terms of the key issues. And also, there were questions that were sent to you. You can just highlight on those and focus on those questions that were given to you when you give us a state of municipality. So we are now going to start with you. We have honorable members here. As and when they ask questions, they will introduce themselves. We are a joint oversight. We are at joint oversight visit with the 2 committees, which is the COGTA and the AG from Parliament. We are also with the members of the Legislature who are also in the committees, and I believe that you are familiar with them because they are supposed to be working with you here in the province. And the chairperson of the committee is Honorable, and I believe that you are familiar with them because they are supposed to be working with you here in the province. And the chairperson of the committee is Honorable for chairing the session. So we are now going to give you, it's 25 past, so we're going to give you until 1:45 to do the presentation, including the introduction of the delegate, to do the presentation, including the introduction of the delegate timer. Because when you're left with 2 minutes, I will remind you that 1 minute left. It's not that I'm rude, but we need to stick to time. And we also need to get information that we are looking for. So I will now hand over to the executive mayor and the team.
Thank you very much.
I'm director, but I
Yes.
can see there's chairperson.
Yeah, Honorable Direko, and
Yes, yeah. Honorable Tereko, greetings and greetings to the chairperson. Greetings to all members of the portfolio committee. Today. My name is Anele Nzangani.
yeah, can you please use that voice?
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much. At least I'm a teacher by profession. I can speak loudly. Let me introduce the team I'm with today. I have the Honorable Speaker on my left, Councillor Nkuntulu Onke, and then on my right, I've got the Accounting Officer, Dr. Tembu, and then I also have the CFO, Mr. Zangeto. So that's our team today. Let me start the presentation. Amatole District Municipality is the municipality that is situated in the Eastern Cape. It is a district municipality with 6 local municipalities in its area of jurisdiction. And I won't bore the committee with all those nitty-gritties. In terms of the political and administrative interface, the management of relations among the strategic offices, that is the Office of the Executive Mayor, Speaker, Chief Whip, and Municipal Manager, is critical for the political stability of the institution. And we make sure that for political management, we always convene those sessions. And the committees are functional, council sits as scheduled, the executive committee sits, or the mayoral committee sits as scheduled, Section 79 committees sit as scheduled. The ADM staff establishment, that's where the crux is. Our staff establishment is a bit bloated, and we've since inherited that bloated staff establishment. We're trying our utmost best to ameliorate the situation by ensuring that when there is natural attrition, we don't fill those positions. Only critical positions are filled. So in so doing, we are now reducing the cost of employment of the municipality. Currently, the cost of employment has now dropped to about 37% of the total budget, which is within the norm, but we are not as yet on our kind of comfort zone. We want to drop that one even further to at least a comfortable level. So that's how the staff establishment is, or the organogram is. We've got 1,897 staff complement of the municipality. And we've since filled all the vacant posts of the senior managers. And our senior managers are suitably qualified. They are suitably qualified. The first one is Dr. Mtembu, who is the Doctor of Administration, and who also have the Masters of Business and the Masters of Public Administration, who also have the CPMT. And then we've got Dr. Dlela Pansi, who is also a Doctor of Public Admin, who is heading corporate services. And we've got Ms. Msebi, who has got engineering, as well as the Masters of Public Administration. And we've got Mr. Sovasi, who is the strategic planning, with also Masters. And we've got Ms. Kabadia with Masters. And we've got Ms. Zangetwa, Mr. Zangetwa, sorry, the CFO, with BCom Accounting and Masters and CPMT. So, and Ms. Zondani with the Masters as well. So we all have our staff, senior management. They all are suitably qualified. And over and above that, they are skilled enough to perform their duties. And we also have met the gender criteria, because we've got more than 50% women in our senior management. And let's move to the public accounts. The MPEG is functional. The MPEG is functional, and it is well represented by all the parties that are in council. We've got irregular expenditure. The irregular expenditure is as a result of panels that were irregularly constituted. And the panels are the ones that assist in terms of assisting the manager to fast track the appointment of contractors. But because the panel was not correctly constituted, and it was picked up by the AG that the panel was wrongly constituted, and that led to the irregular expenditure. Unfortunately, those contracts are contracts that are multi-year in nature. So because they are multi-year, then I think we're finishing those contracts this financial year. So we'll still have that irregular expenditure until this financial year, when those contracts will then expire. So that's a kind of a situation, because we've since corrected that irregularity that was picked up by AG, but we still live with those contracts. And then on the investigations by MPEG, there are investigations by MPEG, and that leads sometimes to the write-offs of irregular expenditure. There's a list of figures there. Because of time, I won't get to the figures. In terms of the audit outcomes, the municipality has been receiving disclaimers and adverse for the past 5 years. But last year, we moved from the disclaimer to a qualified audit opinion, of course, with matters that were raised. Unfortunately, we're still trying our utmost best in terms of dealing with the audit action plans, so that we can get to an unqualified audit opinion. And as I've already indicated, the employee cost is 37% currently. There are two material irregularities that are raised by AG. That is the uneconomic use of consultants. We only use consultants for VAT, for VAT recovery, and is the one that the AG highlighted as a red flag. Something that we are dealing with the AG, so that we can, phase out that contract. And then the second one is the financial system called SEP, That financial system, we've since replaced that financial system with SAGE now, because it was not assisting us, it was operated manually. So we got the other one now, which is called SAGE, which is operated automatically. Here is the list of unauthorized expenditure and irregular expenditure with huge figures, as I have indicated, that they are huge figures because of what happened previously. And when we were ushered in August 2022, we committed as the new leadership that we're going to deal with this and we're going to inculcate good governance in the municipality. And that is what we're actually doing. As a result, we have managed to increase the expenditure now, the expenditure patterns from 9% when we ushered in to 100% for 3 consecutive years as a municipality. We've got also a management of contracts that we are undertaking. We're managing certain contracts and discover that there's underperformance. For instance, in the Ngamako project, we've discovered poor performance and we ended up terminating that contract. So the supply chain processes are underway because that's a huge project that is expecting to supply the household in the area of Ngamakwe, where about more than 10,000 people will benefit. So we must fast track that. We're in the process of fast tracking it. But there was no loss incurred because we're working with DWS in implementing that project. So it is a Schedule 6B project. So the billing system is actually doing well. However, we experience challenges of consumers that cannot pay due to income levels in our municipality. You know, our district is a rural district, so it's a district that is poor, so people are unable to pay. But we do introduce incentive schemes so that people can pay. I know that we've got the mandatory financial recovery plan, which is Section 139, and we are implementing all those pillars in terms of what is expected. We were at 90%, and then the MFRP was amended, and the new MFRP was introduced. And in the current MFRP, which was introduced in December, was still sitting at 21% in terms of the pillars implementation. On local economic development, the ADM has got its own economic development agents called Aspire, which remains a vital vehicle for driving economic growth and creating employment. So the LED is trying its best in terms of that entity. That entity is expected to drive coastal town regeneration and developing business plans for catalytic project and mining development. And local government, local economic development, as it continues, we also have the LED department that has introduced skills development program partnering with COGTA, which has benefited 170 young people. And the breakdown is divided in that fashion there. The total budget is 13.8 million for that, coming, all that amount of money coming from COGTA. Service delivery and bulk infrastructure. Our population in 6 municipalities is 871,601. That's a population of Amatole, with 241,612 households. And 40% of those have got flush toilets connected to sewer. So that's a current situational analysis of the institution. And in terms of water and sanitation backlog, which is in terms of census, it tells us that in various municipalities where we are sitting in terms of percentages, and I won't bore the committee with those as it is clearly spelled out there. And dam levels are also clearly stated there. Water service infrastructure, water conservation and demand management, and non-revenue water. Amatole District Municipality submits its water balance to the Department of Water and Sanitation on a monthly basis. The average non-revenue water in ATM for 2024-2025 was sitting at 35%, which is a red flag. The average water losses in ATM for 2024-2025 financial year is 32%. So we still have a challenge in that regard. This is the status of water schemes. We've got 83 fully functional water schemes and partially functional 13. And not functional at all, we've got 69. So we're still dealing with that. In instances where the water schemes are non-functional, we intervene with boreholes there in those communities and water tanks so that those communities can still have water to drink, whilst we are fast-tracking the service delivered. So these are the key challenges we're facing: vandalism, illegal connections, water schemes designed to supply up to drink, whilst we are fast-tracking the service delivered. So these are the key challenges we're facing: vandalism, illegal connections, water schemes designed to supply up connections, water schemes designed to supply up communities aspire to higher levels and connect to yard. In terms of capacity, because you so there were also issues raised by are dealing with that, and there was also issues raised by public protector with regards to Inokum Kijima. There is to council. The council then put in place council. The council then put in place is held accountable. And in terms of the rules of natural justice, the investigation is underway so as to hear the other side of the story. And in the next council, that report will be tabled so that if it warrants that the manager in question be
You are left with 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The CFO for failure to submit annual financial statements to the Auditor General, and for 9%. And we've got a new CFO now that replaced that one that we dismissed. Same year, demoted one of the senior managers for transgression, and we've established a financial misconduct disciplinary board to deal with financial management transgression. A going concern seems to be a problem. However, we're dealing with it. Currently, the reason why we had this going concern is because of Amatola water debt that was huge, that was not serviced for the past 8 years. We started servicing that debt, and after starting servicing that debt, Amatola Water has agreed that is going to write off an amount of 180 million for 3 consecutive years, so that we don't have that debt anymore. In addition to that, we've got more than 100 million in reserves. So combining that with that development, it means we will no longer be not a going concern going forward, because we're dealing with that matter as expected. So in a nutshell, it can be safely argued that the municipality has made excellent strides in bringing both political and administrative stability. And we've reduced the cost of employment, save that we still experience a myriad of challenges in terms of payment by our, debtors, and we are having measures in place to ensure that we deal with that situation. So I think that brings me to an end of the presentation. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Program Director.
Thank you. I will now allow members for clarity-seeking question. Where do we start? We can start with Honorable Mtetwa. We'll go this way. We have 3 minutes each. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. My interest in these 6 local municipalities is the composition, racial demographic composition of these municipalities. Are they all black? If there are white, what is the percentage ratio? And what are they doing in this municipality in terms of their business activity, or they're just staying there? Because the more I hear that these municipalities are dysfunctional and not performing and not doing well, but I'm interested when I see the other racial group doing well. So how do you suffer while others are performing well, or their lifestyle is going normal? Which means there's something that is not happening, or that is happening, where the poverty of blacks is ring-fenced to themselves, and the richness of white, it is also ring-fenced for themselves, but they're residing in the same locality. Then when the report comes, it says, this municipality is not performing, but the whites are thriving, and they are not leaving the area. And I pick up this is a norm. In all these municipalities, you hear a collapsed municipality, but a thriving private sector, which happens to be white. And that's my problem. So I become very interested when you say you are struggling, but others are not living in, they are living in the same area and they're doing well. Then, in terms of, I'm interested in the laws, the manner in which they define things. I'm hearing irregular constitution of the panel, but in law, I also know exit clauses or escapism clause. But in this case where there are financial irregularities, exit clauses or escapism clauses are not applied, or they are silenced. I'm happy that you've got a staff turnover public administration, because part of public admin, you major in public finance now and public law. And then, so where is the application of exit clause in the event whereby you pick up an irregularity? Because my understanding of irregularity, though it has layers and levels, but where in financial irregularities involved, there has to be an exit clause before you allow the situation to continue. But in this case, I hear you say you are continuing with an irregular activity which has already been ruled that it is untoward. So it means the law is silent and the law is not enforced, or the law is not interested in that irregularity. So what is the logic then of then taking us through a process where you audit and you have findings, and the findings are saying irregular, but they are saying continue maintaining the status quo? So that is a contradiction in law, which we must be able to clarify. And also, I see the Culture of Job Preservation Act. In the white order regime, they used to have what we call Job Preservation Act, where blacks were not allowed to have certain qualifications of which taxation, finance, or engineering, they were limited. Only few, it would be white. So now I see that we are catching up with this thing where all municipalities are doing a standard thing. Taxation, auditing, accounting is privatized. But it's a way of also giving each other business. And so it's deliberate that this expertise is not found amongst our people, or if it is found, it is exported or it is actually privatized. It's a standard now that all of you don't seem to have competency on finance, accounting in these municipalities.
As you wrap up,
As I wrap up.
I will give you that extra 1 minute because we're already on
thanks.
3 minutes.
So there is another clause. What happened to these municipalities were not formed in the democratic dispensation, they were formed before. So the white people were having a Forced Removal Act. When they have an interest for national purpose, they remove certain people so that they advance the cause of what they want to achieve. In the 31 years of democracy, I have not seen forced removal in the direction of the white people being removed so that to make way for blacks, because blacks are a majority, but they are suffering. Whites are a minority and they are rich. And these laws are now silenced or sanitized or remove the power of removing people. But they were working, but yet we're still maintaining Roman, Dutch, and British law. It is those laws. Why don't you apply this to advance the interests of black people? You cannot have collapsing municipalities when you have clauses that we're empowering you to decision.
Honorable Member. Honorable Mwali.
No, thank you so much, Chair. I'll try to be as brief as possible. I see here the municipality is using a consultant for VAT and for asset management, but AG picked up that your PPE has issues, your FAR is not up to date, not credible, cannot reperform depreciation, cannot reperform some of the calculations in your FAR. But you spend about 16 million on this consultant for VAT and for asset management. Now, this speaks then to incapacity in the finance department. So I want to check what is it that you are planning to do with regards to taking this consultant away and making sure that there's skills transfer in the finance department. You are able to do your own FAR, you are able to do VAT, and also I learned that you also were charged a constituency fee for a VAT. Really? For financials? Are you preparing financials yourselves or are you using a consultant? And also, I see here you pay for SEPS licenses, for SAPA licenses that are not utilized. Why are you not utilizing those licenses? And also, it was highlighted that you have a going concern issue. How have you addressed it? And also your debt ratio is sitting at 54 days. You're taking long to recover your debt. So that then also speaks to irrecoverability of your debt, you know. And also your irregular expenditure. Chair, I want to ask this one directly to the accounting officer. What have you done to prevent this irregular expenditure, this fruitless and wasteful expenditure? If you have a functional impact, as that may I have a functional impact, as that may I have a functional impact, as that may I was the outcome of those investigations. Have we seen implementation of consequence management for those who are responsible? And also, as I close, water losses. You know, I will stress this one because really this province is one of the provinces that are struck, you know, or that has a number of people who don't have access to water and light. So these water losses in the municipalities, or these water losses in the municipality, really is not a good picture of this municipality and the province. When we have people who still don't have water, when we have people who still go to the rivers for water, where we have people who still drink water with the animals, where we have people who don't have running water to their houses, and then we have a municipality with a budget but experiencing such exorbitant water losses. So it's really a question of what is it that you are doing to cap these water losses? How you're going to, how can you take this parliament or this committee into confidence as to how you are going to address this? Because really at this time of our democracy, we are not supposed to be experiencing so much water losses. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Honorable Buthelezi.
Chair, I'm covered. Thanks.
Thank you. Honorable Mtola. Honorable Mdamase.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mayor, can you shed light in relation to your development agency? The feasibility of it being real and economic development vehicle, which I would hope that when you compare its functioning as well as the operations of the municipality, there will be some kind of distilling the work of the LED unit and what they are supposed or they do. Number two, also talk about the performance in agriculture. Given the fact that Eastern Cape has been performing badly in agriculture, I'm notorious of fighting with the MECs for agriculture, because if you can contribute less than 3% in the provincial GDP on agriculture, that's a big, big problem. Then also talk about the industrialization process, anchoring it on the work of your development agency, and also talk about the Butterworth issues, the industrial areas that are there in Butterworth, and what is it that you do in conjunction with what ECDC is doing there. And also talk about hawkers in Ngamakwe. Then your change from SEP, did you say you changed from SEP to SAGE? Can I get clarity on the hidden costs that will always be there in any financial solutions? One, and in relation to the same thing, why now, almost 20 years after the MFMA? And lastly, on that part, it's a question that says, can you be able to articulate it from the point of view of the transition into the enterprise resource planning? Because Treasury presented it here as a problem. Then can you talk also on the labor stability? Because there were issues. You were talking about vandalism. In other instances, your vandalism is done by your employees. And then RDP standards. Can you really tell us? Because you go in the rural areas in Eastern Cape, and I can bet my last cent that even in other provinces, that has never been matched. These 200 meters for the communal tap, can you shed light on it? Finally, you have a CNZA group, which is a VBS for Eastern Cape. How far did it go? Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Fanzale.
Thank you, Chairperson. So, the Executive Mayor, I've got one specific question and I will unpack a little bit more. The Executive Mayor briefly touched in passing on the matter of Ms. Zondani. But I've got some specific questions, Chairperson. I wanted to find out what vetting processes were followed before appointing Ms. Zondani as the Director of Corporate Services, and who was responsible for checking her background, verifying her eligibility, because there must have been a warm body that should have checked that. Was ADM aware at the time of her appointment that she had a pending criminal case under investigation by the Hawks relating to irregular tender inflation during her tenure at Enoch Mjijima local municipality? Did Ms. Zondani disclose her case pending during the interview or the interview process, an appointment process? If not, what action has been taken regarding her apparent failure to disclose such material information? Then, given that Ms. Zondani was found guilty allegedly by the Commercial Crimes Court on the 25th of February 2025 for contravening the MFMA, what steps has ADM taken to terminate her employment in accordance with the Municipal Systems Act, which require ethical conduct and competency? Because now you are aware. Has the municipality sought any legal opinion or advice from its legal department or provincial COGTA regarding the implications of retaining a convicted official in a senior management position? What total amount, I'm talking salary, benefits, and allowances, was paid to Ms. Zondani during her tenure at ADM from her appointment in August of 2023 until the date of her conviction? I'm sure that we can also get in writing, Chairperson. Will the municipality take steps to recover any remuneration paid after her conviction or during the period where she was unfit for public office due to the ongoing criminal proceedings? Has the municipality reported the conviction of Ms. Zondani to Department of COGTA, the Municipal Council, or Auditor General as required by law? What corrective measures have been instituted to prevent similar governance failures in future appointments, including strengthening of vetting, because that obviously was a big, massive failure on the part of ADM. You should have picked that up, or it was picked up and it was glanced over. Why has the municipality not issued a public statement to inform the community and council of the outcome of Ms. Zondani's case and its implications for ADM leadership integrity? And lastly, what is the expected timeline for the municipality to conclude disciplinary and, if so, termination of Ms. Zondani? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to know what is the number of personnel that has been appointed versus your existing organigram? And apparently there are about 300 vacancies in your operational departments. Is that true? And if so, why? And when will that be filled? And how many of them is really needed? And your collection rate at this stage is apparently 24%, while you set a benchmark for yourself or a target of 40%, which is still far away from the 95%. But can you give us a little bit more clarity on that and the reason for that? And then I would like to know, when will the two accounting systems that you are at the moment migrating from SAPS to SAGE, when will it be fully completed? And apparently there was some incorrect billing after during the past 2 or 3 months of about 10 kiloliter water that appeared in some of the residents' accounts that also don't motivate them to do their payment. What is the problem there, and has it been corrected? And what percentage of those salaries are being leveled out, which were affected when the municipality unlawfully changed their grading from to a grade 7 under the previous council and the previous MM? And then, according to your own plan and goal and progress, what are the critical issues that need still to be solved for this municipality before the section 1395 can be lifted? And what is the time frame according to you? And then I would like to know, what is the time frame for your water, the debt on your water, for that to be cleared, to be done? And if your water debt is being solved, being paid off, will that be the end of your water problems, or what is then still left? What would be then the next crisis according to water? Thank you.
Thank you. Municipality.
Thank you very much, Honorable Program Director. Let me start with the first question that relates to demographics of the population in our LMs. Our LMs are predominantly occupied by black communities. There are very few white people, mainly concentrated in areas near the coastal lines. You'll also recall that our municipality has got the longest coastal line in the Eastern Cape. So there are those few concentrated there, and there's also an area called Hogsback, where they are mainly situated, and then in Fort Beaufort area, now called Kwamakoma. That's where they are. But they are a tiny minority in terms of the demographics, and in the main, they work on farms in the area of Adelaide and Bedford. And yeah, that's how they are. But almost 90% of the population, it's black. Of course, there are also colored communities who have got specific area, but in each local there's an area of colored community in each local. However, in terms of their economy, you are spot on when you say they fare well than their black counterparts in terms of wealth, because they are mainly business people. And you know our people in the main, they work in factories, they work, some of them mainly depends on social grants, and very few are in the middle class. So that's the situation. In terms of the contract management issue, it's quite a tricky one, because in the contract itself, in certain contract, there is no clause that clearly stipulates that in the event that there is any irregularity, there is just a clear-cut option of an exit, So in terms of legalities, you have to seek legal opinion, and the legal opinion advises you that you're going to pay this person, even if this person is not doing that work, because you have contractual obligation with that particular person. So to avoid that, then we allow them to finish their contract. However, we are certain that had the previous leadership employed due diligence, would not be in this situation. But we're trying our utmost best to ameliorate the situation. And then the issue of why are we using certain consultants in certain aspects of our finances. Certainly, in terms of our annual financial statements. We don't use private persons, it's in-house. We do have a chartered accountant, a qualified one, who is based in the office and who is preparing our annual financial statements. So there are no consultants. But the consultants were specifically appointed for VAT, which I've already alluded to, that the AG flagged that. And we're in the process of phasing out that. We are trying to capacitate our municipality now to be able to claim its own VAT without any consultants. So it's a matter of a year, and then we'll be out of that. And then the second one is that we also employed a person for asset, because our assets are very complicated, because we are a water service authority and a water service provider. So there are pipes that are underneath that needs to be audited. So only experts can be able to do that. So there was no way that we cannot contract the services of those experts. So we conducted the service of those experts. Unfortunately, the first attempt by the previous leadership fell flat to an extent that we lost about 10 million rand in that. We are still in court now with that particular company. That company withheld even the information. They couldn't release the information because they wanted to be paid more. They priced it at 10 million, but they wanted to be paid 16 million. And we said, no, we can't. So we are in court now with regards to that. Then we appointed a person now that is delivered. Hence, we've got the annual financial statements now that are qualified from a disclaimer. It's because now the company that was appointed was a credible one that has got capacity to perform. So they have performed. Now our asset register is almost up to date. So it can now be actually audited by the Auditor General without any fear. On the water losses, we do have measures in place to ensure that we reduce as much as we can. The reason for water losses is dilapidated infrastructure. We are replacing the pipes now. There's pipe replacement project that we're undertaking. And in the area of Great Kai, we've already, replaced certain pipes, but we're in the processes. We're in the processes and want to finish that project. And we were disturbed by one farmer who didn't want our lines to cross, and we had to apply for servitudes, and that delayed our program. But now we've since resumed because we've followed all the processes and we won that. So we are continuing with that project. We've got maintenance team that is capable of dealing with those pipes. And we've got a 48-hour turnaround time in terms of fixing the problem if that problem does not need us to order maybe pipe or so. If it is just a problem that can be fixed, we fix it within 48 hours. But in the process, whilst we're fixing it, we're delivering water, we're cutting water to our communities in that fashion. With the issue of Butterworth factories, those factories were deserted by Chinese people, mainly from Taiwan, after the advent of democracy. So they could not withstand the new dispensation, so they ended up leaving. And then they left those factories. But we're in the process now of engaging various other, people, private companies, to resuscitate those firms. We've got a twinning arrangement with Brazil and Germany currently as part of our local economic development strategy. And would like to safely say that the Brazil one is yielding results, and we are yet to reap some benefits from it. And I can safely say the process of resuscitating those factories is underway. The province of the provincial government of the Eastern Cape, that is in its radar to ensure that both the Timbaza and Butterworth factories are revived. And the SEP versus SAGE. SEP is a system, financial system, that was utilized. But that financial system that was utilized failed us dismally. It's the one that we could not even extract information. We had to do manual reporting during that systems, and then we do manual reporting, and we also had a problem in terms of data strings. We couldn't even get reliable information from that system. So because of that, we ended up doing away with that system, phasing it out, and we replaced it with SAGE. But during the first process of replacing, there was what we regard as a migration to the new system. And then the two systems went concurrent up until July, when we completely phased out SEP. So the SEP system is now completely phased out, and SAGE kicked in as a new system that is now operating. And of course, there will be costs for any system because we use we buy that system. Any financial system is bought. The Economic Development Agency called Aspire is indeed an agency that we can safely say it now has got capacity. Initially, there was no CEO there. Now we've got a CEO who is qualified with Masters of Agriculture. And then we now have the board, the fully fledged board. The chairperson of that board is the Deputy Vice Chancellor of the Nelson Mandela University. That board and that entity is now ready to assist the municipality in terms of boosting local economy. Agriculture is one of our key performance areas in terms of ensuring that we boost the local economy. And in agriculture, what we do is that we want to revive the schemes of allocated amount of money to revise certain schemes. We want to mechanize, we want to buy tractors. In the State of the District address that we presented in September, we mentioned that we've allocated a certain amount of money to change the current situation in terms of agriculture in the area, because our soil is fertile and we've got rivers that do not dry up in our area. We've got citrus in most of our area, in the Kwamakoma area and in the Ngoshwa area. We've got pineapple, and in Kwamakoma we've got orange or citrus. So we're assisting those farmers. We're also assisting the SMMEs to ensure that the SMMEs partner with us. Already we have injected some funds on the aloe and pelargonium, which are the herbs that are mainly utilized to cure certain ailments in the area. For instance, in the area of Koma and Tikeni, there's a lot of pelargonium there. And in the area of Mpashe, there's a lot of aloe. So both those are important. We've got one individual that has got a machine to process that. That individual has employed more than 30 people. We want to assist that individual to buy an advanced machine for him so that he can even employ more people to process that pelargonium and that aloe. And he has also partnered with Pakistan where that pelargonium is needed in the area of Pakistan. So we also do the vetting process, honorable member. When Mrs. Zondani was appointed, she didn't divulge the fact that she has been charged. And there was no, even in the process of vetting, everything was hidden. So we could not pick it up. Hence, we relied on the information that is coming now, that this person during that period was charged. But the MM has since started the process now of investigating. Remember that in terms of the labor law, we must give, in fact, in terms of the law generally, each person must be given a chance to respond. That is rules of natural justice. So we are in that process now, although we can safely say she is convicted and there has been a public protector report against her, but we can't just throw her out of the municipality. Must follow all the processes to the latter, because the rules of natural justice dictate that we must follow all those processes. So, of course, we're in the termination process in terms of that. The MFRP timeframe. The MFRP timeframe is determined by the provincial government. But we were working around the clock in order financial recovery plan. But it's not for us to say by this time, because it will depend on the assessment that will be done by COGTA and Treasury to state that we are ready now to go out of the mandatory financial recovery plan. So we can't say now that by December we're moving out. We would like, as much as we can, as we're working around the clock, to make sure that we are getting there.
Sorry to interject as you wrap up.
The last one. The last one is on debt management time frame. As I have indicated already, that there is an agreement between us and Amatola Water now, that over a period of 3 years, they will phase out the debt. And we are also honoring our agreement now of repaying the debt. Remember, the debt was not paid for the past 8 years. So we are repaying the debt, and that led them to, bring us relief in terms of, saying we are gonna write off your 180 million for a period of 3 years. So together with more than 100 million that we have kept in the reserves, it means and will no longer be under that. So we're trying our utmost best to ensure that we deal with all those situations. But there's one question that was directed to the account. accounting office.
Thank you very much, and greetings to the leadership and honorable members and colleagues. I think on the issue of the UIFW, what we have done as a municipality, we have taken a number of initiatives. One is the shift from being defensive as the organization to accepting assistance and understanding that we need to collaborate with a lot of stakeholders, particularly the provincial treasury and COGTA in the province, which have been of great help to the organization. And it has taken us to where we are now, where we are able to refer a number of activities or expenditures to the municipal public account, as has been indicated on the slides. The zero tolerance on the UIFW, especially the new one that we have taken and submit to council on the corrective action that we are taking, so that we are able to take consequence management to another level wherein people will be held accountable for the decision and the expenditures that will be untoward. Also, the establishment of the DC board has assisted us in great deal because the issues are referred there. They're currently dealing with a couple of issues as well, so that we see if there is a transgression which requires that particular referral, so that we're able to take it forward. So we've taken a very serious approach when it comes to UIFW. We are confident that the approach that we are taking is going to reduce even further going forward, because we are on the consequence management phase as the organization. Thank you, Soto.
Thank you. Members, are you covered? Honorable Mtolo, Honorable Ndamasi, Honorable Mteka, you all have 1 minute each.
Thank you, Chair. Leadership, I'm not impressed, and I doubt if this committee is impressed about your composition as a political composition of leadership and administrative composition of leadership. Knowing your history as Amatoli district, I was just checking my Google here. I'll read it for you as it is. Amatole District Municipality ADM is working towards gender parity by adhering to national gender equality policies and initiatives. Though specific data on its internal gender parity progress is not detailed in these results, the municipality's previous Employment Equity Plan 2019-2022 aimed to improve gender representation, and it participates in broader women's empowerment programs, as seen in 2025 event for Women's Month. However, significant event occurred in 2022 when the Commission for Gender Equality publicly criticized the municipality for the inhuman treatment of Councillor Nanziwe Rulashwe, highlighting the persistent challenges in achieving true gender equality and respectful treatment within the municipality. I think you seem to be insensitive. We'll expect by now to consider changing your situation in terms of your composition. But till up to now, isingqongqo samadoda ayikho right leyo nto leyo. Sicela niyishintshe. Uma sinibona next time, we'll expect changes kule composition yenu. Ngibona ngenamahloni nje, despite of commitment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mayor, you did not talk about labor stability. You did not talk about Sienza, Saga. Finally, we may engage further in the issue of the rules of natural justice, because the employer-employee relationship is regulated. There is case law to that. Now you are dealing with a convict, not with a suspect. Let me leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. After I made a comment about Forced Removal Act, I hear that there's a farmer who's blocking a pipe that must pass, and the government want a service delivery for the people. There's an individual farmer who blocks that. I'm interested to this, because then this is what irritates the land agenda, which means this farmer is so important that the entire government must be held at ransom because of him or her. And this necessitates the land audit. Let's check the land claim process, see if there were no blacks who were removed for that farmer to occupy there. And then we apply a reverse engineering of law, whereby we say, on the basis that you were a beneficiary of Forced Removal Act, you are now removed so that the blacks who were there can go back there, because you don't even want a pipe passing through your so-called farm, which happened to be a land claim issue. So that's an issue. Then I'm interested to Amakosi. In your entire district, what is the composition of Amakosi there? Because then, if you are black mostly, which means Guna Makosi. But now, what is the state of Amakosi? Why don't we activate the institution of traditional leadership? Because it's an opportunity for me. If we are all black, so which means move away from the white system and let's go back to our own system. Why? The issue of culture is critical in law. If your law is foreign and the culture is foreign, it is the reason why you are failing. You are failing because you are talking to wrong context, wrong jurisdiction, and wrong beneficiaries of the law that you are advancing. Go back to your natural laws, native laws. They have no jurisdiction, by the way, in your land. Rao Makosi have a jurisdiction.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
I believe that thank you, Honorable Ndamase. Some of the matters that were raised are for noting, and the only question that needs clarity is from Honorable Ndamase. And before I could allow you, let me give the province to make their inputs or remarks. Thereafter, you'll then respond to the one of Honorable Ndamas.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good evening to ADM. The first question relates to the billing system and meter management. My interest is on the credibility of our indigent register. How often and when did we last updated our indigent register? And our luckily for my stay in ADM, that's home for me. Are we certain that everybody is benefiting from the government subsidy? Because this is a matter of interest, because we have got gradually communities that are now struggling with water taps that are not and water is not coming out. But taps are there, but water is not coming out. Related to that, Chair, is the issue of tangering, water cutting. On average, how much do you spend on water cutting per month and per annum? Given your financial position, is it beneficial to the residents and to yourself as a municipality. Regarding employment and administrative stability, the Makanda judgment. You're still experiencing, Mr. Mayor, a huge salary bill. I think you said it's 37%. It's still, whilst I know that we have improved, it's still very big, which makes you to stagnate in terms of moving to the next level of the financial recovery plan. It's a matter of decision making to say this is what we have to do. The judgment is there. What is the latest status of that judgment? Because it goes to the heart of the problem. In most of our locals or towns in the municipality, there's a proliferation of encroachment of middle income houses built or being built right close to the urban edge. And these are people that are not being built. They're just getting free water. Even though you can see that these are middle income houses. They're like me and your house, you know. They can afford. What is the thought process of the municipality regarding this? Because this is money for the municipality. And the majority of them, Honorable Chairperson, they are even now emerging farmers. One cow takes 30 liters of water a day. And that's free water. They're not paying for. And how are you managing illegal connections? Because they could also connect to your water pipes there as a water service authority. The last point is on bad debt or outstanding debts, outstanding debtors, that's the word. Regarding government, how big is government debt to you? And which departments that owe you money? Irregular expenditure, the very last. Irregular expenditure has now increased to 817 million. Any consequence management to officials who have caused it? Are there current investigations by MPEC regarding this? And if yes, how long has MPEC been able to present reports to council on investigations? And of those, how many of you have you since condoned and agreed to for write-off? Thank you very much, Chair. As I'm handing over the mic, who does the annual financial statements for the municipality? Is it done internally or?
Mine is on the Auditor General when it comes to the financial systems migration from SAP to SAGE. The AG actually mentioned that this could lead to you being regressing again to a disclaimer. And when you were explaining it and you were mentioning that you were running these systems parallel at one stage till it was phased out, will that then not lead to seen as irregular expenditure by the AG because there was already a system in place? Now you're trying to migrate the one out. I'm just mentioning or thinking what the thinking of the AG was. And then lastly, when it comes to the Fort Beaufort cement reservoir, AG also flagged that one. But there's also one, the reservoir in Nguma, the Nkajali location, supplying 5 villages, was supposed to supply 5 villages with water. Just give us a status update on both of these. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Let me start with our composition. I think we do have a female who is a chief whip. A female is a chief whip, and is the same Councillor Hula you are talking about. She's a chief whip now. And we do have, as I've indicated, that we have changed our senior management. More than 50% are women. I think I alluded to that when I made the report. And on labor stability, the stability is now something that we can say we enjoy. There is now a camaraderie between us and our workforce currently. And, whenever there are issues, they are dealt with at the local labor forum, and they are finalized there. And there's no longer now a sabotage by our employees in terms of, sabotaging our pipe system and other things. Yeah, they are now very much, cooperative. And because we always engage with them. The issue of Cienza. The issue of Cienza is something that is dealt with by the court. So we have since started building more toilets in the rural areas. We have built already in the last financial year more than 12,000 toilets in the rural areas. But the issue of Cienza is with the court of law, and so it's sub judice. We can't deal with it now, and we're still dealing with the service delivery. And I can safely say we are moving in terms of installing the VIP toilets. The Amakosi are so many in our area. We've got two kingdoms there. We've got Khakhabe Kingdom and Galeka Kingdom. Each has got its own king. And we also have so many chiefs. I believe there are close to 100 or more than 100, but there are so many. I also belong to a certain tribe of Amakunukweb under Chief Kama. So we are working very well with our traditional leaders, and we have also allocated in our budget some money so that we can be able to deal with matters of heritage together with the chiefs of our area. The radius of water in terms of RDP standards, of course, Honorable Ndamase, I think we do have a challenge there, because people connect illegally and connect to the yards. And now, almost in villages, almost 60% of population have connected to the yards, ignoring this RTP standard. So, which means the issue of RTP standards is, something that is only a lip service. Practically speaking, it's not there. Very few people are having, taps in the streets. Most of them have got taps in their yards. So they have violated all that issue of RTP standard. But we're in the process of data collection and data cleansing in terms of that. And we want to regularize the illegal connections, because we can no longer go and remove the connection now. Instead of doing that, we better regularize it. So most people, as we were engaged in the ITP, hearings most people raised this issue and they wanted us to connect them in their yards. They are even prepared to pay for that service. That's what they are saying in the rural areas. So we want to undertake that so that we can agree with them. And the question of Makanda judgment by Honorable Matuan, the Makanda judgment is there, but whenever we try to implement, we notice that in its current form, it is not implementable. Because the judgment says you must agree with the workforce about the way to implement. But the workforce doesn't agree with us. So we decided to take it back to the court so that it can have a clear direction. Because the judgment is now vague. It's very difficult to implement. So the matter is with the court now for clarity. But we're engaging with the workforce because immediately after we got that reviewed judgment by the court, which is now going to be clear-cut in terms of implementation, then we'll be able to implement it. I can safely say by the end of this year, we must have started implementing that Makanda judgment. And the SALGA is also assisting in that regard. The SALGA person who's dealing with the human resources is ready to meet with the municipality and the workforce so that we can come with an amicable solution in as far as that matter of Makanda judgment is concerned. So the questions that are left now will be dealt with by the MM.
Thank you very much, Sotolo. Chairperson?
MM, you have 4 minutes.
Thank you. I think the issue on the billing system, which I can touch on as it was asked, is that we do believe that our indigent register is suitable. There are still obviously areas of improvement. That includes the awareness, because if I can cite that at this point on our indigent register, we've got just over 36,000 people that are benefiting from the process. We do believe that it is not entirely conclusive at this point. However, on a monthly basis, on an annual basis, the municipality do go out to verify and get people to register. However, we think that it is, there are many people that can still benefit on that. So also, I think the Makanda Executive Mayor has touched on another issue of, I think there is an issue of the reservoir in Mngoma. I didn't get that exactly the area, honorable members, my apology, so that I can respond precisely to it. I can touch on the bad debt issue as well as to who owes us money. The government departments in the province and also nationally do owe us money. And there's been some intervention from the provincial treasury side to get the departments to pay the municipality. We've started seeing some improvement in the payment process to the municipality from the department after subsequent to the intervention that I've highlighted. But there's still obviously a big chunk that is still owed to the district municipality by government departments. And of course, the households, of course, they do owe us money. To this point, the municipality is adopting an aggressive credit control process, which includes cutting off where possible. Then we've seen that we would have noticed the presentation by the executive mayor that there's been some improvement, particularly from August and September, respectively, because of that aggressive credit control to say if you owe us and you don't pay, we therefore implement the credit control process. So I think other issues have been touched on, honorable members. I'll hand over back to the executive mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, I think the issue that's being raised about Mrs. Zondani, I think for the committee it would be important to get a proper report of your implementation plan on this consequence management, with timelines, with actions, with an anticipated time of conclusion of the matter. You might legally be correct, but the optics are not good. They're actually the kind of optics that make it appear as though there's underlying reluctance in managing the matter to its full conclusion. And on that basis, our advice to you is give us a full report with proper timelines, with actions. If you don't do it that way, you will have a challenge because the matter straddles between the two municipalities. There's still going to be a question of recovery of the funds associated. There's also going to have to be a question of further consequence management over those who might have presided over the entire project beyond the individual. So it's an issue that we think you need to give it a lot of attention. The question I'm trying to sort out in my mind relates to the very impressive level of qualification of your management that you have introduced and the deterioration to a disclaimer in 22-23. How do these two relate? Which predates which? Because one would like to have a situation where, whilst the last is showing qualified with findings, but your term of office starts in 2021. It doesn't start now. So I just want to get a sense of timelines. Who was where, when, so that these things happen the way they did. So where's the impact of your own team at this point? And that, for me, is what is important. Ultimately, the issue is about service delivery for us. Good qualifications are an essential thing. We take that for granted. The fact that there's always been challenges, it's because in some instances, the leadership, at the dereliction of duty, that they appoint people who don't qualify. There is no explanation for people who are not qualified. There is no justification for that. But assuming the right qualification is the performance that we want to see in the way you manage the system, but beyond the system is the impact on it, on service delivery. That's ultimately what we want to see. In other words, that you've got good qualifications should not be good on paper. It should be good with the people who are waiting there for water, clean water, no sanitation spilling over the streets, good management of roads and everything. That shows everyone that we've actually got people with good qualifications. So that's how it should work. So in this case, that's why I'm interested in, at the moment, there's still a bit of a query in my mind as to what's happened here. But the rest I would wait for a summary. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. We have delegation from the AG. Yeah, let me give you at least 3 minutes to make your remarks. Yes.
Good evening, Honorable Chair and Honorable members. My name is Toby Lenteta from Auditor General. I'll start with Nelson Mandela. So I think the Honorable members covered most of the issues, so I'll just emphasize what we felt were the important issues. Obviously, they regressed to a qualified audit opinion. We felt maybe the issues they had to deal with were not so extensive Yeah, but you heard from the municipal leadership, it seems they are actually still in progress to deal with those issues. So we will see how the audit outcomes play out in that regard. The lack of investigating the irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, it is a problem for us because obviously it enables that behavior. So that's something we would really like to see the oversight structures focusing on. I think we also wanted to bring to your attention, I think it was part of our presentation, the suspensions. So you find they're spending a lot of money on suspended officials. I think last year they disclosed 17 million of irregular expenditure. So that is of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. So that is a concern for us. And obviously the environmental issues, you can see across the board, the environmental issues are coming out quite strongly, which has a direct impact on the communities. For BCM, similar issues, you saw the escalating irregular expenditure. So last year it seems they did start dealing with it, but when I look at the Fs this year, it has slowed down. So they've also accumulated a big irregular expenditure balance, and really the issues, as I say, when you're not investigating and taking consequence management, it does seem like they are enabling the issues. So project management is an issue across the board. You'll find some of the problematic projects that were reported on are also being implemented by the agency, the Buffalo City Metro Development Agency. So they'll have to get comfort to see if they've actually got capacity. So you'll know the Water World project we spoke about, it was implemented by BCMDA. The Court Crescent, it was implemented by BCMDA. So they really need to look at that support that they're getting from the entity to implement these big projects. So similarly, with BCM, the environmental issues are quite extensive. So you saw from our presentation, that is a worry for our citizens. Like I think they also mentioned Nompumelelo. If you go to that township, really it is quite problematic. Sometimes the communities will also come to our offices and they really have these extensive complaints that we deal with. So asset qualification, out of the qualified items at BCM, the asset one was the one that was most complex. I felt the other ones would have been easier to deal with. So as the audit progresses, I think we'll see how that plays out. But for the asset one, there were complex issues. Last year, we required National Treasury to intervene for the audit to be signed off. Eventually, the Metro accepted our findings through the intervention of the National Treasury. So we are on the lookout. So you did note that they also indicated there are areas that we are not finding each other on the assets. So we'll see how it plays out, but definitely it is an area of concern for us. Then Amatole, I think they answered most of the questions, but obviously they've still got areas of qualification that they need to deal with. Coming from a disclaimer, some of the issues were caused by their SEP system, so it seems they have sorted that out. We had a material irregularity on that SEP system. Part of it was due to some of the licenses that they purchased that were not being utilized, so we'll see how that plays out this year. Also noting some of the environmental issues. But yeah, I think we were at least happy that we saw them move from a disclaimer of opinion. It's very difficult to move out of a disclaimer. So we hope that, going forward, they can deal with some of the issues. Like PPE is still an issue for them, your revenue, receivables. So we'll see how those play out this year, and obviously the irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. But I think the committee really did cover most of the areas that we are concerned with. Also, we always say to the municipalities, also as the AG, we have to be objective when we audit, but it is also good when we see our municipalities progress. So it's not like we have this thing of wanting to hold them back, but they need to do the work. And if they do the work, we support them in the hope that our province can make an improvement. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Provincial and national department will comment on the last day of our oversight, where they will give us a brief remarks on the activities that would have happened. Okay. So we have come to the end of our session with Amatole, and in terms of the issues that have been raised, one of the things that we'll also emphasize on as the committee is an issue of economic development, whereby we need to work on a realistic economic development strategy for your municipality, understanding the conditions that you find yourself in. And we'll also look at the issue that was raised by AG on the consultant, the vet one. You need to do something about that, because one of the challenges that we are having in municipalities is over usage of consultant, whereby it seems like it's a duplication. We know that previously we've been talking about the skills transfer, but if you look at our municipalities, not only Amatol, you'll realize that municipalities have been using consultant for the past 30 years. Then you ask yourself, where is this skills transfer? Because you always renew this contract of these people, but it seems like they are there forever. At some stage, we need to phase out the consultant and do the work that we can do. And then we know there are those that you can't phase out at the moment, like the one of the financial system. It's going to be difficult, but at some stage, yeah. The consultant for vet, you can do it in-house in your municipality. And there was an issue that was raised about the vetting process, where the municipality agreed that they did vet. But our issue is that if you have vetted this particular person who comes from government, local government, how come you're not aware of the process that this person was undergoing? We believe that when someone is submitting the CV, there are references there. And one of the references should be the person from their previous employment or current employment. So at some stage, we need to strengthen our relations with other municipalities or other department of government, so that even if the person comes, you will be able to go to the HR department and say, can you please give me a profile of this particular candidate? So that we avoid a situation where you will employ someone and then later realize, oh, this person was charged in that particular institution where the person comes from. The issue of irregular expenditures is one which is a challenge to all municipalities, which goes to the NPEC. Because if you have these expenditures that are not investigated as per the AG's report, it simply means that the NPEC is not effective in terms of doing their work. They are there, but they are not doing what is expected from them. We also need you to start investigating the irregular expenditures and also unbundle them in terms of their contribution or where they come from. For instance, you know, others will be from their interest, others will be because there was no process, proper process were not followed. So let's unbundle them so that we know which one are investigated, which one you can write off. And then the issue of infrastructure, vandalism and poor maintenance. We need to secure our infrastructure, because for our infrastructure, you are getting revenue. If your infrastructure is not maintained or is vandalized, it simply means that even your collection rate will go down, because you'll be losing some of your valuable, like for instance, if your water treatment plant is vandalized, it simply means that you may lose water and will contribute to your revenue. The issue of the financial system, it's one that is also needs attention. However, we note the improvement that has been set by the AG, and as the committee, we are not in a business of raising a fish for swimming. Because when you come to local government, we have laws that govern local government, and we're expecting you to follow those laws fully, which simply means that our expectation for each and every municipality is to get a clean audit. So even if we can come next year and then you receive unqualified audit with 2 material irregularities, it will not be enough, because we're expecting you to get 100% in that particular space that you are in. However, we know that there's improvement, and we believe that in the next audit outcome, you will be better than where you are today. We really thank you for your participation, and I must also indicate that I was expecting the worst from Amatole. I hope that the presentation that you have given us is what we will find when we go to the crowd, because I know it's not the first time we call Amatole to our committee. We're not meeting with them for the first time. We once had our meeting with them when they were sending those letters of them being unable to pay salaries. We then realized that the organogram was bloated. The salary scales of their employees were higher than the municipal grading. So the situation was bad. But since then, we realized that we have not been seeing those letters circulating of municipalities not being able to pay salaries. I hope that the presentation that you have given to us is a true reflection of the state of municipality. If indeed it is, then it shows that there's a slight improvement in terms of the operations of municipalities. Let me take this opportunity to thank our colleagues from the province, the colleagues from National, and also the Auditor General, and the supporting personnel from different departments who are part of this meeting, including our support staff from the committee. We have finally come to the end of our meeting. Indeed, it has been a long day, and we believe that the gathering that we had here, it will not be a talk show. After all this, what we have identified as matters of concern that needs to be followed up, we will then request the province to note them and also meet with municipality. But we are also glad by the fact that we have been told that the provincial government legislature have met with municipalities a week ago, and they were able to highlight some of the things. So that's what we need in terms of playing oversight, that we must have constant meetings with municipalities so that we can get updated report. And if we can work in this way, in this manner, it's obvious that we'll be able to turn around municipalities to become the municipalities that we want, because all that we want is accountability, is good governance, consequence management, and ensure that our people are receiving the services that we want. That's all. And what is even nice with the committee that we serve in, we don't bring politics into the issue of service delivery, because it doesn't matter which political party you come from. If there's a sewer there, it doesn't mean you are a member of this. It's going to affect all of us equally. So we don't want to politicize this committee. All that we want is for all of us to account and be able to provide services to our people despite whoever was there. Thank you so much, colleagues. The meeting is officially closed.